Sport Goals is a show for the fans, done by the fans, and I can promise you it's so much more than just your usual plain old football updates. We follow the emotional roller coaster that we love, that is well and truly game day. Whether that be a Saturday, a Sunday, a busy midweek of action, we're here for you, from the pre-match nerves to the goal celebrations, the VAR age to the post-match reaction. We bring you the lot. Whether your team is playing or not, talkSPORT Goals is very much the place to be. And we start with the first Saturday of the Premier League season. We'll keep you across everything happening today in the Premier League and, of course, as well, up and down the country in the EFL. So to put it simply, talkSPORT Goals, we watch the football with you, we react to the football with you, we probably shout at each other, we argue with each other, and I like to make lots and lots of weird oohs that are probably sounding much more dramatic than what they actually are. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. We cannot wait for another season. We're coming to you live on talkSPORT's wonderful YouTube channel and, of course, as well on your smart TVs. Delighted to say, back with us to my left-hand side, Kwaku Afari. So good to have you with us, Kwaku. Newcastle playing in the early kickoff, so obviously we had to get in Jack Cunningham because Steve Harmison wasn't available. And also to my left-hand side, probably the most important man with us on talkSPORT Goals throughout the season, it is Lee Phelps from William Hill. Lee, good afternoon.
Yeah, that's some build-up. I'm not sure why I'm the most important, but I'm happy to take it on board.
Well, just take the compliment, Lee. Right? I mean, goodness me.
No problem.
So anyway, Aston Villa versus Newcastle has just got underway then in the Premier League. Aston Villa are unbeaten in their last 21 home games in all competitions, winning 15 of those. As for Newcastle, they have lost 5 of their last 6 Premier League away games against Aston Villa, with the exception being a 3-1 victory in January 2024. I'll run you through the teams. And playing for a minute, still goalless. There's Bizzo in goal for Aston Villa. Emi Martinez suspended, of course, because he got sent off, didn't he, in that final game of the season against Manchester United, to the game that cost Aston Villa Champions League football. The back four looks pretty familiar. In fact, the whole team looks pretty familiar. Cash, Konza, Mings, Dean, Kamara and Onana will sit. It's Rodgers, Tillemans, McGinn. Ollie Watkins leads the line. As for Newcastle United, in goal for them is Nick Pope. No Aaron Ramsdale today. Trippier, Cher, Burn, Livramento, the back four. Bruno Guimaraes, Tonale, Joe Linton, the midfield 3. Then the front 3, Barnes from the left. Gordon will play as the 9 because, of course, there's no Alexander Isak, and Anthony Elanga will be on the right-hand side. So Villa Newcastle just underway, goalless at the moment. There are also 3 games just kicked off in the Championship. Goalless at the moment, Derby versus Coventry. Derby last weekend losing to Stoke on the opening weekend of the season. Coventry, of course, under Frank Lampard, coming very close to promotion last term, losing in the playoff semi-finals by Sunderland. Also Portsmouth 0, Norwich 0 after finishing 16th last term. Portsmouth made a positive start to their second straight Championship season, picking up a narrow win in last Saturday's away clash against Oxford. And a chance for Newcastle. Elanga's in. Elanga! It's a save by Bizzo. Anthony Elanga raced through on goal. Harvey Barnes still has it. Harvey Barnes wants a penalty. The referee says no. Just to confirm, Portsmouth 0, Norwich 0, Wrexham 0, West Brom 0. Anthony Gordon curls the ball over. Jack Cunningham coming straight to you. I just thought there immediately, as Anthony Elanga went through on goal, I thought to myself, if that was Isak, it's 1-0 to Newcastle. No. Jack, take it away. Welcome to the show.
Well, I don't know what happened. The defender just sort of fell over, and then Elanga was in, 2 minutes into his Newcastle debut. Golden chance to get his first goal. And he sort of maybe took too long to get the shot away, and in the end, it's a brilliant save by the goalkeeper, Bizzo, who's standing in for Martinez. He dives to his right, he tips it away, and then from the rebound, Gordon has a shot's deflected over and we got a corner. But what an opportunity for Elanga to have the dream start to his Newcastle debut, because I'm really excited about Elanga's signing, to be honest.
Yeah, let's bring in Lee Phelps. Lee, very good afternoon. Villa Newcastle, I thought to myself, I see these teams being very evenly matched. I like the draw in this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think unlucky there, because if it's just ricocheted towards Gordon, that's a goal as well, isn't it? And I think he was screaming for it to be squared as the corner comes in.
Yeah, corner does come in. Villa win the initial header. Comes to Anthony Gordon, now left-hand side, just outside the box. He comes back into midfield, gives it to Bruno Guimaraes. Will he try and stand it up to the back post? He does, but he slips.
Yeah. In terms of the betting, Villa were the favourites for this at the start of the match. Newcastle the outsiders, and the draw. I know you like the draw. It's a decent enough price. For me, I just think, it doesn't look like it from the opening few minutes. But I just think Villa will have a bit too much in the end for Newcastle. I just think they've got more goals in them. I think that might have improved the point. I mean, I thought Alanga looked like he was running in treacle as he went closing on goal. It looked like the weight of the world was steadily going on his shoulders, and he got closer and closer.
It seemed like he didn't know whether to go for near post or far post, and in the end, he sort of hit it towards the goalkeeper. It's still a good save by the goalkeeper, in fairness.
Villa still favourites, 5-4 in play. Newcastle 13-8, the draw 12-5, just gone 29-20 Villa. It won't change much until we get a few minutes into this, obviously, unless there's a goal. But yeah, you can bet on next goal scorer and all the rest. We're just seeing pictures of Cher there. We said before the game, this guy has got a weird thing going on with this fixture at Villa Park. He either gets booked or scores, or both. So don't be surprised if he gets on the score sheet and gets booked in this match. I'm keeping a close eye, but I think we had an epic boost before the game on Ollie Watkins to have a shot on target. All eyes, on this Villa team, and I just think once they settle down, I think we'll start to see them getting forward.
Yeah, here comes Yuri Tillemans there, but Joel Linton does really well to come back in. Ollie Watkins here, in down the right hand side.
Get in, Tino.
Reads it very, very well. Quaker, a question for you on Aston Villa. We know Aston Villa are in a tricky position in terms of FFP. With the crippling wage bill and vultures circling for their star man. Here's why this season is make or break for Villa. Good piece by Tom Colomossi in the Mail yesterday. It's been a quiet window, hasn't it, for Aston Villa in terms of players coming in. I mean, you look at the team today. The only new name in the team is the goalkeeper because Martinez is not available. So I'll just talk you through Aston Villa's corner here. It's going to be John McGinn, left foot. It's going to be an in-swinger. Rodgers and Kamara are near the goalkeeper. Nick Pope starting today, not Ramsdale. John McGinn whips in, maybe a little bit too much on that. Aston Villa don't win the initial header, but Ollie Watkins and it's going to be cleared. Unai Emery's done so well to take them away from the relegation zone into the Champions League, into the quarterfinals. But the financial restrictions are really limiting Aston Villa to push on and kick on. What are you expecting from Villa this season?
It's a difficult one. They're one of the most difficult teams to read in the Premier League this year. Like you mentioned, not enough business really so far in the window. Of course, we've got a couple of weeks left in there. Brought in Evan Gasson, striker from Nice. We'll see how much football
is he just plays. There, do you think, to be back up to Ollie Watkins, or can you really push him?
I think so. And if you look at the outgoings for Aston Villa, I know they were only loan players, but they've lost the goals of Asensio and Marcus Rashford, who did well for them when they came in January. Obviously, John Duran left in January, and so they are a little bit short up top. So we'll see how he fares. The only other player is a young centre back that they brought in, but he's one for the future. And if you're Villa, unfortunately, they suffer from the fact that they got too good too quickly. And the way the PSR works is that commercially you have to catch up to where their on-field performances are. And so when Unai Emery took over, they were fighting relegation. And then within a season or two, they were in the Champions League. And unfortunately, by not getting into the Champions League for this season, it means that they're restricted when it comes to PSR and spending on players. And I feel like in terms of matchups this weekend, this is probably the most even matchup in my mind. And two teams that are in similar positions, right? Two teams that have got owners that are ambitious, but because of PSR restrictions, can't go out there and do the business they want to do to catch up with the establishment in the Premier League.
I was literally about to read a bit from Tom Colomossi's piece. He writes about this, Quakey, but I don't need to because you summed it up so beautifully well then. What can Villa's expectations be then this season? When you look at the team they've got at the moment, and of course, we're giving predictions when there's still a few weeks to go in the window. Can they break into the top four?
Well, Gabby Agbonlahor was talking on breakfast, and he's talked about the need for them to win a trophy. It's been 30 years since Aston Villa last won a trophy. I think if you look at the Premier League and the makeup of the top teams, the Villa have a defined right to finish ahead of Arsenal, ahead of Chelsea, ahead of Man City, ahead of Liverpool, who can spend so much more money than them. And again, we probably think it's going to extend to the top 5 in terms of Champions League places. But I think for Villa, going on a good run in Europe, going on good runs in the domestic cups and doing what Unai Emery does best, right? Winning trophies.
Winning trophies.
Because I think finishing the top 4, top 5 this season is probably going to be the most difficult it's been in a while.
And I guess being in the Europa League next season does give them a really good chance, doesn't it, to go on and win that. A couple of early goals going on in the Championship. Derby 0, Coventry 1. Coventry kicking off last weekend with a 0-0 draw at home to Hull. But it's Bobby Thomas who's given Frank Lampard's side the lead away at Coventry. Also Norwich leading 1-0 at Portsmouth. Norwich losing at home to Millwall on the opening weekend of the season. Liam Manning is in the early stages of his Norwich tenure after leaving Bristol City. And also a goal as well. Swindon leading 1-0 away at Oldham. That is a game that is in League One. So it's Oldham 0, Swindon 1 in that game. Joe Snowden giving Swindon the lead in that game. Sorry, that game I should say is in League 2. Lee, just if I can just bring you some into the three games in the Championship. Portsmouth 0, Norwich 1, Derby 0, Coventry 1. Also goalless as well in the other early game between Wrexham and West Brom. Any odds jumping out at you?
Yeah, just interested in that Wrexham-West Brom game. There was not much between them at the start of the game in terms of the odds. They were pretty much a pick 'em in terms of the outrights. West Brom 6-4, 19-10 the draw. Wrexham are 15-8, just under 2-1. It's very, very quiet early on. I was concerned for Wrexham that West Brom might just bore them to death in this game and restrict them from playing. It looks like that so far early on. I know only in 10 minutes, but possession's very equal. No shots on goal at all in that game, so it seems pretty quiet. Norwich came out firing with shots on target, shots on goal. No surprise to see them take the lead against Portsmouth. They're now odds on to win that game. The other game, which I think is interesting, is Coventry. Looked like they're taking that lead against the run of play. 66% possession for Derby, so had the ball and had a couple of shots on goal, but it was Coventry who took the lead there. So Coventry now a very short price to go on and win that game in 90 minutes, 2-5. But Derby are not out of this game by any stretch, and they're 6-1 in 90-minute live market. Yeah, whether they can get back into it is another matter. A couple of interesting price boosts on the Premier League game. Ollie Watkins to score a header, been boosted to 17-2. So if you don't just want to go for him to score in the game, but to score a header has been boosted. His record, obviously in the Premier League's fantastic.
What a ball!
Really, good dangerous ball. Left-hand side, Harvey Barnes cutting in, whipping in a dangerous ball. Anthony Gordon playing as the 9 today. Times his run really, really well. He's unmarked. And I think there, Jack, he probably should. In fact, he should do better. He gets in between both centre-backs. I just wondered, maybe did he get up a little bit?
I wonder who would have
early?
Scored that. Actually, he's actually not very good in the air, to be fair. But someone else would have certainly scored that. But that's why I love Harvey Barnes in this Newcastle team, though, because whenever he plays, he has an impact on the game in the front three, in the forward area, either goals or assists. For his minutes per game, he's very good for goals.
And here's Morgan Rogers coming in down the left-hand side. He goes down under a challenge from Tonali in the box. And I think you can tell by the player's reaction, the fact he got up immediately, no penalty. Lee, you're not watching the game, but your analysis already is spot on because Derby have equalised at home to Coventry. As a Coventry lead only lasting a couple of minutes. Derby 1, Coventry 1. Callum Elder equalising for Derby, who have lost just one of their last 6 home games. John Eustace's Derby surviving by the skin of their teeth last season, finishing just 1 point above Luton in the Championship relegation zone.
Just going back to that point about Watkins, quarter of his goals came from his head in the Premier League last season. So if you're looking at that, then it wouldn't be unlikely. And I think going back to Newcastle's attacking, there's so much on Anthony Gordon's shoulders, isn't there here?
I think Barnes is our biggest goal threat on the team. Yeah. I think genuinely, the way we're playing with Gordon up front, it's to facilitate Barnes being the biggest goal threat on the team. Because Gordon as a striker, his finishing's not good enough, but he's there to create opportunities for Harvey Barnes, really. That's how I see it.
Jack, so much has been made this season, obviously, about Alexander Isak. I really don't want to watch the 2-hour game with you. Talking about Alexander Isak. But just aside from him, what have you made elsewhere of your business? There's been a centre-half coming in. Aaron Ramsdale's come in. Anthony Langer's come in. And Jacob Ramsey as well.
And then
right?
Ramsey's a done deal.
He's not playing today,
he's not playing today. And then hopefully Johan Visser as well. But I think Newcastle's transfer business has been almost overhyped for how bad it is. Obviously, we've had all this rejected FC stuff, rejection 11s. Yes, Newcastle have missed out on some players that they went in for. Equally, the only players made bids for were João Pedro. Langer.
It's another good chance. It comes down the left-hand side. Harvey Barnes this time cross, stands the ball up to the back post. It falls to Langer on the right-hand side. First time volley, just scuffs it, goes across goal. Villa clear, 12 gone. Still Villa 0, Newcastle 0.
Yeah, so I think ultimately, as I said, I think, again, there's been a few players we missed out on, 100%. Obviously, Shesko's disappointing, Ekitike is disappointing. The James Trafford deal is probably the only one I'm really annoyed at because that was kind of there for Newcastle to do. But I actually think Newcastle have improved the squad big time. Langer's a massive upgrade on Almiron. I think Ramsdale's doing one where it's a bit like, we've probably got a temporary solution there.
Surprised Pope starting today?
No, I'm not surprised Pope's starting.
Pope is number one.
I think they're two very different goalkeepers. Pope's a better shot stopper and maybe better at sweeping up. Ramsdale's better from playing out from the back. I think it's almost a case of Pope's probably got a couple of mistakes and then Ramsdale comes in. Because I don't think Ramsdale would have joined thinking that he's going to be on the bench for the whole season. He wants to get back in the England team. So he's obviously been told that there's going to be a chance for him to be the number one. But Eddie Howe's loyal to his players and he's going to give Nick Pope the chance, which is absolutely fair enough. And then obviously Chow, again, we've tracked him for a few years, tried to sign him last summer as well, so I'm looking forward to him. I think it's Fabian Schär's long-term replacement. And then Jacob Ramsey is like the perfect Eddie Howe midfielder. Like, for the certain games where Newcastle played last season where you don't need Joe Linton in the midfield because he's not that good on the ball, so you don't need him against like Fulham at home, for example, where they're going to maybe sit everyone behind the ball. But if you get Ramsey, who I think it was like received the ball in between the lines only less than Kevin De Bruyne last season, like, that's a player who's going to start creating opportunities. And the way he works off the ball, the way he works on the ball as well, I'm really excited about Jacob Ramsey. I think it'd be brilliant. And Alanga as well. Should have scored twice already, by the way.
Yeah, he should.
But equally, I think he'll be a great signing as well. So I do think Newcastle's transfer business has actually been good. And I'm still feeling good about the season.
You mentioned Johan Visa.
Yes.
And I don't know, I don't want to call hypocrisy, but the way that Newcastle fans are reacting to Alexander Isak sitting out and not wanting to play for the club or refusing to play for the club in the future. And I can understand it from both points of view, but I don't like the way the players acting. Would you hold that same view in terms of what Johan Visa's doing to Brentford?
100%.
Okay.
I think it's an absolute disgrace what he's doing. They're both disgracefully throwing, all the respect, all the trust that have been given into them back into the club's face. Like, if you look at Visa, they just picked him up from the French league. They give him this chance in the Premier League. And, like, Brentford have made him what he is. Thomas Frank has made him what he is. And the way he's gone on is an absolute disgrace. Like, we need to get away from this idea that players can just go on strike and knock money off their transfer value and refuse to play for their clubs because it's not the way it works. You've got a contract. Yes, you want to go to Newcastle, and it's great that he wants to go to Newcastle. Yeah. Could easily go about it a different way. Because when he gets here, by the way, he's not going to be remotely fit. He's not played a minute of pre-season.
Yeah.
Same with Isak. If he does leave, he's not playing a minute of pre-season. He's not going to be fit for ages.
Conversely, though, do you not think that when you look at football clubs, I'll use Man United as an example, my club Chelsea, when they're
Anthony Gordon has a shot from outside the box, tries to beat the goalkeeper at his near post, but Bizzo does well to get down low to his right
in the team,
and pushes it away. That's the first hot take of the season.
But the way that Manchester United, for example, are dealing with their bomb squad, right?
Yeah.
And you look at a player like Anthony. His only crime at Manchester United is being a poor footballer.
Yeah.
Done very well at Betis on loan, but is now being forced to train away from the team, didn't go on the pre-season tour, and he might still want to play for Manchester United. When the team's done with you, they're done with you. Look at Trevor Chalobah last summer with Chelsea and Conor Gallagher. Do you not think that sometimes there's teams that they cry when the players are doing it and players are holding out, but conversely, when they're done with you as a player, they'll let you know they're done with you. You've got no chance of getting back into the team, even if you're training well or playing well.
No, that is a fair point, and I think we should also get away from that. Like, the way that Manchester United are treating them is a disgrace as well. Like, why they can still be you can still train. Oh, they're not in your teams, but they can still train with the first team, and then they can get their move away. But I just think going back to the the Visser and Isak thing, just think there's a way to go about it. If I look at like Eberechi Eze, right, Arsenal and Tottenham are in for him. What has he done? Just been a consummate professional. He's turned up, he's trained, he's playing for Crystal Palace because he respects Palace for what they give him the chance. They put him in the Premier League. They give him his opportunity to shine. And now, yes, he does want to go to a Champions League club, but equally, he's not going to kick up a fuss and just essentially, with Isak, like, he could have been a club legend. Now he's not, and I know that might not matter. But
is there any way back? Do you think? If he doesn't get this move and he does play first game after the international break when the window closes, is there a way back?
I think I'll never see him in the same light, and I don't think many Newcastle fans will. But equally, what's more important, hating Alexander Isak or Newcastle having a good season? Newcastle having a good season is more important. Newcastle are more likely to have a good season.
Have a bit of both.
Yeah, true. No, but Newcastle are more likely to have a good season with Alexander Isak up front.
Yeah. I also think if I'm a Liverpool fan, I'd be thinking, do we want this kind of guy?
If Real Madrid come in 2 years,
he's gone.
He's going to do the same thing.
What do you think? Unless he's like, lifelong Liverpool fan and all that stuff. You're Robbie Keane.
That was a Robbie Keane. I posted my bedroom wall when I was a kid. Yeah.
Interestingly, on just looking at the attacking prowess from Newcastle, while we're talking about Isak, Anthony Gordon scores a goal once every 6.5 shots. Anthony Alanga scores a goal once every 7 shots. They've had one each so far, so we've only got about 6-7
All
shots
right, we're getting there.
before we get a goal. But that's an average, isn't it? But they're having shots on target at least, and they're having shots on goal. I thought that Anthony Gordon effort was decent, and I think that's what they need to do in this game. Yeah. If they can get a goal up early on, that'll really bring Villa out, and they'll have to play. But that's my worry. Without Isak, without that absolute prolific goal scorer at this level, then you're going to struggle. Yeah. And Villa have got Watkins, maybe not prolific, but he's he's on that way.
He gets
isn't
over 10 goals every Premier League season. Since he's moved to the Premier League, over 10 goals every season.
Got another question for you on Isak. How do you think Isak should have gone about this summer? Do you think he should have just trained as normal?
I think he should have just trained as normal.
Do you think he should
and I think what should have actually
and
happened,
be playing today?
And he should be playing today. And
Contracted
equally,
Newcastle,
I think that Newcastle and Liverpool totally messed it up. I don't know why. Newcastle could have had Ekitike and Liverpool could have had Isak. That could have been a thing. That could have easily been a thing. Newcastle came in for Ekitike. Isak was, at that point, he hadn't made any noises about leaving. Then they sign Ekitike and suddenly wants to leave. And so that's not handball.
It's a mess. But is there anything in the idea that just waiting for the game for the Newcastle-Liverpool game to happen? Then
I've heard that theory
afterwards.
I think that's mental from Newcastle to do that. Like leaving us 6 days to try and find a replacement. It's just not. That's not. If Newcastle are going to do that, then a lot of people will start having different ideas about what the club want to be. And
unless behind the scenes they're preparing another bid for another player.
Well, there's no one out there. Yeah. That's the issue. Like Newcastle went all in for Benjamin Sesko. I mean, bid more. Apparently offered more money as well. He just chose Manchester United. And I understand that because Manchester United are a bigger club than Newcastle. I'm not sitting here and saying they're not. From a team point of view, I think Newcastle are obviously better. But players don't grow up, certainly players of that age of Sesko, don't grow up dreaming of playing for Newcastle. They grow up dreaming of playing for Man United.
Gonzalo Ramos, the latest centre forward.
That's the latest one. He's probably the only one, but even he's a step down.
What, step down from?
From Sesko, I think. For Sesko's potential is the reason you get him.
Potential for sure. Gonzalo Ramos, in terms of I think it was 19 goals last season or 18 goals for PSG off the bench.
Yeah,
when he was at Benfica, he was an absolute gunman in front of goal. I think
you think Ramos would be a good sign for Newcastle?
I think you could do a lot worse than getting Gonzalo Ramos.
I think he's the only one.
Obviously, we saw him score a goal in the Super Cup against Spurs the other day.
Yeah.
Like, whenever he's given an opportunity, which is not many opportunities in this PSG team that is arguably the most talented team we've seen in a little while, I think you could do a lot worse than him. And he reminds me of a number 9 that could lead the line for Newcastle.
Lead the line, yeah.
I think you could do a lot worse than him, but it has to be him +1. It can't just be him.
No.
Or it can't just be Visa. You need to bring in 2 because obviously you lost Callum Wilson as well.
Yeah, that's what people are going about the Visa. Like, I've seen Liverpool fans saying, Newcastle are going to get Visa, that means we're going to get Isak. Do you actually think...
That obviously isn't the replacement, is it? No.
Do you actually think that's his replacement? Like, it's Callum Wilson's replacement. That's who Visa is. It's Callum Wilson's replacement. Simple as that.
Couple of goals going in elsewhere in the Championship. Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2. Josh Sargent has doubled Norwich's lead away at Portsmouth. Norwich poor away from home last season. Just 4 wins in 23 games. Swindon have doubled their lead in League 2 away at Oldham. They're 2 up. Tom Nichols with the goal there. And West Brom have taken the lead away at Wrexham. Isaac Price scoring after 20 minutes. Wrexham losing away 2-1 to Southampton despite leading until the 90th minute last Saturday. Welcome to the Championship. As for... What happened there?
Just pressing.
It was a good press. It was a good press. I mean, you're going to say...
Sorry, can you explain the press? Because that must have been a really good press for it to be a
very good
go on.
press. We properly boxed him in, to be fair.
And you won a... Okay. So
What it was is a fan appreciating the effort and desire to close the ball down. That's what that was.
This is what I love. This is why I love this.
That's all we want.
For the fans, by
For the fans, literally done by the fans.
all we want.
I love this Newcastle team, though. That intensity, that aggression. That's what I want to see.
You could lose week in, week out, but as long as they put a bit of effort in.
As long as there's a good press to win a throw in the opposition half, right? It's all good. One ball into the box there from the right-hand side. Goalkeeper does well. He looks pretty comfortable with his goalkeeper, doesn't he, by the way? He looks like he's got... Yeah, I think you might be right. Martinez might be struggling here, right?
Well, we thought Martinez was done.
Goal.
Yeah. We watched the final game of the season. It almost seemed like he was waving goodbye to...
Final home game of the season.
He was in tears at the end of the game.
And again, he's still at the club, and I think it tells you what Villa's business has been. It doesn't feel like everything's great at Villa in terms of the feeling around the football club, in terms of the business that they've done or lack of business. And I think this might be a season...
It feels like a bit of frustration, doesn't it? Because it feels like, as you rightly said earlier, it's a football team that have done so much so quickly in a short space of time. They break into the Champions League, and then you think, right, can we now look to really try and close the gap on the big 3, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City? And, they go into the season with pretty much the same 11, right, apart from the goalkeeper, and they'll be frustrated because they've done so well. And as you rightly said, the FFP restrictions are restricting them literally from being able to go out there, be ambitious, and close the gap on the big team. So, but one thing we should say, it's still a seriously talented Aston Villa team, isn't it, on paper? And they've got some absolute ballers, haven't they, in that team?
Morgan Rogers.
So still Villa 0, Newcastle 0. You'd have to say there's been Newcastle pretty much have dominated, Jack. The majority possession in the opening 23 minutes. They've had had the best opportunity of the game very, very early on when Anthony Elanga went through on goal. His shot lacked conviction, and Coventry City are back in front away at Derby. A penalty from Hadji Wright, so Derby 1, Coventry 2. Coventry lost 4 of their last 5 regular games on the road at the end of last season, but in the early kick-off, they are leading away at Derby by 2-1, Lee.
Newcastle have gone favourites in play in this game. Aston Villa just under 2-1, the draw just over 2-1. But that's we're watching it, aren't we? And that's not unfair, is it?
We've got reflection.
Yeah, shots on target 2-0, shots on goal 6-0. This is in Newcastle's favour. Touches in the opposition box, 13 for Newcastle, 2 for Aston Villa. They're just not able to. Newcastle are playing really well. They're attacking well, and look at them now. Literally every man behind the ball. And Villa.
Jack won't like this press at the moment. There's not.
I like the 4-5-1 Eddie Howe mid block as well.
This is a very, very sort of mid to low block, isn't it? But they're almost just.
Would do that very well, though. To be fair,
maybe just waiting for the right moment to press. But yeah, this is a. Oh goodness me!
And are Villa good enough to break that down? I mean, that's the question.
That touch there was a pretty simple ball out to Luca Digne on the left-hand side. His first touch was absolutely appalling, but I think Villa got to try and get Morgan Rogers on the ball a little bit more from April until the end of the 24-25 season. Rogers assisted more Premier League goals than any player across the full season. Rogers assisted 10 goals in open play, with only Salah and Murphy having more. Good news, Kwaku, for Aston Villa to keep hold of Morgan Rogers, because we thought going into the summer that maybe they might have to sell one of their best players. Potentially Martinez, as we discussed. It could have been Rogers, but he last season, I thought, was one of the most exciting players to watch in the league.
Yeah, he was an absolute monster on the ball. He's just so physical and so technical and so talented. And we saw him just come into his own, really. And he's one of the players that you expect maybe next summer big teams would be having a look at him, but it was crucial for Villa to keep him this year. He's so important. I saw him linked with Chelsea at the beginning of the window and just didn't seem very realistic, especially the business that we had already done. But there's no doubt about it. If he has a season that he had last year, he'll be on the plane to the World Cup.
He'll be on the plane. I also think
he should be starting. He should be in the 11.
I think it's unfortunate, right? He plays in such a competitive position. There are so many players that occupy those spaces for England, and so he's going to have an outstanding season to really trouble the first 11. But if he can take a step forward in his career and maybe add more goals to his game, then there's no reason why he can't be pushing that first 11.
So 25 minutes gone then in the first 12:30 game of the Premier League season. Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. In the Championship, lots of early goals. West Ham leading 1-0 away at Wrexham. Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2. Derby 1, Coventry 2. In League 1, goalless in both the early games. Burton 0, Port Vale 0. Exeter 0, Mansfield 0. And in League 2, Chesterfield 0. Bristol Rovers 0. And Swindon 2-up away at Oldham. So while there's a slight lull in the game away at Villa Park between Villa and Newcastle, Kwaku, I am desperate to talk Chelsea with you, and I think we can do that now. You've had a very busy summer. Everyone here is proud of you, going away at the Club World Cup, working for DAZN, covering Chelsea. It's been a busy window, hasn't it, for Chelsea, in particular in attack. Gittins, Anthony Gordon here breaking for Newcastle, left-hand side, inside the box, tries to curl the ball into the far corner, but Matty Cash did well to come in and block. Ball is back with Gordon now on the left-hand side. He comes back to Tino Livramento, still goalless. Busy summer for Chelsea, in particular in attack. Gittins, Pedro, Delap, Esteval, all coming into the football club. Chelsea looking perhaps a little bit short at the back, in particular at centre-back, with Levi Cole out injured for the rest of the season. Cross into the box, it's cleared away. Tino Livramento, and again Villa looking at the moment pretty compact with 11 pound ball, but Cher has a shot, and the just goes over.
We know we can score from there.
A rice smile from Lee over there.
I'm just waiting. Waiting for a card or a goal.
No card yet. Kwaku, going into this season, Maresca's first season, he got Champions League football.
Yes.
He won not one trophy, but he won 2 trophies, didn't he? Where are you at going into this new season with Chelsea? What can they achieve?
It's interesting, right? There's so much expectation on the top teams this year. Look at the pressure on Arsenal. Everyone's saying it's do or die for Arsenal, Mikel Arteta. Look at Liverpool, who are trying to defend their title for the first time since the 80s. And you look at Man City, who are trying to bounce back from a disastrous season last year where they won no trophies. Chelsea are not going under the radar because it's Chelsea. They never go under the radar. They're very active in the transfer window. But I don't think anyone expects them to win the league. I think everyone has them in the top 4, but not winning the league. But you look at Chelsea's first few fixtures, and there's a possibility that after 5 games, Chelsea could be on maximum points.
Yeah.
And then at that stage, you then are in a conversation for the title race. I don't think Chelsea's defence is strong enough. I think the centre-backs have been an issue even before Levi Colwill's injury. Now he's out for the season, or the majority of the season. I think Chelsea have really shortened that area. And Enzo Maresca's not been shy about making his feelings known about that position group at Chelsea. In his press conferences, in his post-match interviews, he's made it clear to the board he wants reinforcements in that left centre-back position. And I think Chelsea will go out and do that business. Who that player is, what that player costs, remains to be seen. But I don't think, as things currently stand, Chelsea have got a strong enough squad, especially defensively, to win the Premier League, but definitely got a strong enough team to ruffle the feathers of the big boys. And I think this might be the first year in a long time that a team outside the established top three of Man City, Liverpool and Arsenal breaks into it, and I think that team will be Chelsea.
So you think Chelsea could finish in the top three this season?
Chelsea can finish in the top
Who
three.
do you think's most at risk then?
I think Man City are the wild card. We don't know what Man City are going to look like.
I think that's quite the fun thing about City this season is I don't think any of us really know. No. Are they going to be really, really good, or are they going to completely flop again? It feels quite unpredictable.
Well, that Rodri injury.
Rodri injury, yeah, but I'm excited to see Reinders. I'm excited to see Cherky. These are players who, whenever I've seen them, are absolute ballers. Like Cherky is a pure footballing talent.
Okay.
But then is Pep going to ruin him?
That's exactly it. You see a pure footballing talent and Jack Grealish now make the move to Everton on loan. And I wouldn't say that Pep ruined him because he did win a treble. He won multiple trophies. But in terms of the excitement in Jack Grealish's game, it took it out of it. And Cherky is one of those players that plays off the cuff. We saw him in the Europa League against Manchester United, some big performances. And
Nations League as well, he was unbelievable as well for France.
I can't see him and Pep Guardiola meshing in terms of him playing the style of football. Maybe it does work. Maybe he refines the game, becomes as good as a Riyad Mahrez, who was maybe a bit more exciting before he came to Man City. But I just can't see that one working. Reinders is a good signing, but you're right to point out that Man City are really fun because we don't know how good they're going to all ball over the top.
Well done, Nick.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see how it pans out for them. But if you're talking about a team that drops out, I think
you think Man City most at risk.
Liverpool are favourites. I think Arsenal finished in the top two. I think Man City could drop out.
In terms of the attacking players that have come in, who are you most excited about, and what do you think will be Enzo Maresca's kind of go-to kind of first choice attack? Because I was looking at a lot of predicted teams for the weekend in the papers, and lots of people have got João Pedro playing as the 9.
Yes.
Whereas I just thought Liam Delap would kind of go straight in as the first choice number 9. You're not so sure?
João Pedro has
been unbelievable, hasn't he?
Unbelievable in this pre-season. So made his debut in the quarterfinals of the Club World Cup. Came off the bench, was really good. Didn't score a goal. In the semi-final, scored a brace, an incredible brace against Fluminense. 2 amazing finishes again, his former club. And
did both not play? Could he not come from the left? Delap as the 9, Palmer playing off him?
I think the front three that Chelsea will go with is the front three that started against AC Milan. So you have Gittins on the left-hand side, you have Palmer in the 10, and on the right-hand side you have Pedro Neto.
Really?
And up top you have João Pedro. And then you have Esteval Willian coming in to maybe rotate, a player that's really excited in pre-season. Here we go.
Ollie Watkins down the left-hand side. Tries to put it back. Nobody's in the box, Quaku. Back to you.
Yeah, so I think that'll be the front three. Again, not to name drop. I spoke to Cole Palmer at the club.
Oh, here we go.
I'll pick that up for you.
It
took 30 minutes.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Quaku's even turned up today. I thought, like, well, if it's not walking through New York City with Cole Palmer, I'm not interested.
Palms.
Yeah. But I did do a walk and talk with him in Central Park in America, and one of the most stark things that he said was the position that he wants to play. I said, what's your best position? And he goes, not necessarily in a 10, but just a little bit like off the right in that half space, not as an out-and-out winger, but off the right-hand side. But I don't know if there's space for him. It's weird to say, space for Cole Palmer in that position for Chelsea, but I don't think that's what Maresca...
If he's playing as a 10, though, he can almost just drop into that position.
He popped up there in the final. I felt he found that position quite often.
Yeah, he did.
In the Club World Cup final.
He did.
He was in that spot, and that was kind of how he thread the ball through for João Pedro.
Well, he's one of the few players in world football that has a free role, right? Cole Palmer can go where he wants in this Chelsea team, and he's not going to be reprimanded by the manager. But Esteval Willian is a player that I think his ceiling is one of the highest I've seen for a Chelsea player in a very long time.
Wow.
Scored against us for Palmeiras at the Club World Cup with an incredible goal. He's still a teenager. If you talk to people who follow Brazilian football, Tim Vickery, they wax lyrical about this kid and compare him to the likes of Neymar. And again, I'm not saying he's going to reach those levels. It's very rare for a Brazilian to come to the Premier League at that age and succeed. But from what I've seen, the mentality of the kid and how he's performed just in the brief cameos in pre-season, I think he can go right to the very top. And I think by January time, we'll see him starting in the Chelsea team.
Who do you think scores the most goals for the club this season, Premier League?
Cole Palmer. Penalties is a huge thing, right? And as good as João Pedro is, the bulk of his goals for Brighton last season came from the penalty spot. There is no way in hell that he comes to Chelsea and takes them off Cole Palmer, who last season, in a bad season, scored 15 league goals. In his first season at the club, scored 22 league goals. I think this season you'll see him around about the 17, 18 goal mark.
It's really close. We're betting on team top goal scorer for every team in the Premier League. It's really close. Palmer is the favourite, but João Pedro is right behind him in terms of the odds. Then there's a jump up to Liam Delap at 11-2, and then Esteban 10-1. So yeah, it's between them. But I was surprised to see João Pedro quite as close to Cole Palmer in the betting. It's a pick 'em between the two, really.
I think that's a reflection of his pre-season, how good he's looked and how clinical he's looked. And I think he's one of these players that, obviously, at Watford he was raw and young, and he took the step up to Brighton. And again, he upped his goal output, but we want to see a little bit more. I think at Chelsea, surrounded by better players, and with the idea of maybe leading the line for Brazil at the World Cup in 2026, I think we're going to see a jump from João Pedro yet again. I think hell be a very effective Chelsea player this season.
Ollie Watkins in this game, by the way, just starting to get hold of the ball a little bit more. He had that opportunity down the left-hand side, didn't he? When I think we had that epic boost before the game started, a shot on target, even money from Ollie Watkins, and there have been people all over. I won't say the figure, but we've got a hefty liability on that landing now. You won't be surprised to know. And I think there'll be people all over the place screaming for him to have a shot when he squared it. But I think Watkins just started to come into this game a little bit more.
Quaker, we did lots and lots of shows together last season, watching Chelsea together. And really, the debate throughout the whole season was, Enzo Maresca, did Chelsea fans fancy him or not? And it felt like it was quite up and down throughout the season. Has that turned now? Because ultimately last season he did what was required of him. He got Champions League football and he won, 2 trophies, right?
Yeah, he's fully backed by Chelsea fans now. And you're right. Last season the fan base was split, but you can't deny the job he's done, finishing in the top 4. And if you look at Chelsea's running towards the back end of the season, it was the toughest running. They had Newcastle away, they had Manchester United, they had Nottingham Forest away.
Final game, yeah.
They had some difficult games.
You actually had a good end of the season, didn't you? Really?
100%.
Really?
Chelsea, in terms of competitive games, in their last 16 competitive games, they've won 14 of them.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
The only games that they've lost, Newcastle away.
When Nicholas Jackson got sent off.
Flamengo in the Club World Cup, Nicholas Jackson gets sent off. When Chelsea keep 11 men on the pitch, they generally win games.
Oh, Nicholas Jackson's not playing.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just look at this Chelsea team and I've seen them develop. And you're right to bring up how people felt about Enzo Maresca last season, because I was in that camp. We talked so many times about it, and I wasn't too sure on him. But having won the Club World Cup, having won the Conference League, and having finished in the top 4, what more can you ask from the man? This year's about taking on to the next step and maybe challenging the establishment in the Premier League.
What do you make of the link to Alejandro Garnacho? Because we touched on, lots of good attacking options, not so strong defensively. I find it remarkable that people in that Chelsea boardroom will look at the balance of this Chelsea team and think, I know what we need, another winger. And that winger is obviously a winger that kind of divides opinion. I just find that Alejandro Garnacho, Xavi Simons, Ellie comes with a bit more of a higher reputation. Yeah. I find the Garnacho one absolutely bizarre that Chelsea would even be sniffing around him.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I think the PR around Garnacho has damaged his reputation. Yeah. I think if you're looking at it objectively, a couple of seasons ago, this is a kid that scored a goal in the FA Cup final for Manchester United, got to double figures in goals in the league as a teenager, by the way, and scored one of the best goals in Premier League history, that overhead kick against Everton. Based on that on paper, you think, okay, £35 million for that player is a very, very good deal. But having seen him last season in terms of on-the-pitch performances and off-the-pitch incidents, I can understand why people have soured on him. I think Chelsea are looking at this as a market opportunity. Chelsea paid £40 million for Cole Palmer, and there is not one person on earth that can convince me that they thought that was a great deal when they signed him. No one thought he was going to start.
No, but Chelsea, that was an Nkunku job, wasn't it? So it was, and then Nkunku got injured.
Exactly. Yeah. And so you look at Cole Palmer and the way he developed, and I think Chelsea are looking around and thinking that this is a Garnacho that a year ago people were very, very high on. Maybe he's lost his way at Manchester United to a very poor. If we bring him in and give him the things that he needs, maybe he can flourish into a player, not the same level as Cole Palmer, but maybe he can become the player that we thought he was going to become a couple of seasons ago.
Final word then on Chelsea from you, Kwaku. What represents a good season and what is achievable?
Top 3 finish and better performances in the domestic trophies. Last season went out with a limp against Newcastle in the League Cup. That's nice from Elanga.
Yeah, really good play there. Elanga, he does well. He beats the first man, but then Villa do really well to get bodies across, and they manage to win the ball back off him.
Yeah, better in the domestic trophies. So went out early doors in the League Cup against Newcastle. Went out with
when you rested players that day, wasn't it? Lots of players.
It was rubbish. Pathetic performance against Brighton in the FA Cup. Chelsea's recent heritage has been pushing in those domestic trophies. We take them very seriously, and where trophies are scarce, right? There's so many good teams in the Premier League. It's hard to win silverware. Go and play your best teams in those cups, and go and put a good performances in the Champions League, and I'll be happy. But top 3 finish in the cup.
Yeah, I've got to say Chelsea, one of the teams I'm most excited about watching this season, because I look at that attack. I think Chelsea this season can win lots of games 4-2, 5-3. Remember the Liverpool team under Brendan Rodgers that finished second?
Yes.
That was the Liverpool team that led for lots of the season, but there were many teams in the bottom half that conceded less goals than Liverpool in the league. We were simply outscoring teams. You score 2, we'll score 3. You get 3, we get 4. I think Chelsea this season could be quite similar. I think you're going to be fun to watch, lots of good attacking players. I just think any sort of aim of pushing for the league title or getting close maybe in the Champions League won't happen as things stand with the goalkeeper in goal. I know Enzo Maresca really liked him. He worries me. I know he had a good Club World Cup final. I don't think he's good enough. I think he makes way too many mistakes. And the reasons you mentioned as well. Go out and sign a commanding centre-half. Go out and get Mike Gakey. I think if you can do that, Chelsea could be dark horses. But at the moment, with that defence, I'm just not sure. Lee, interested in terms of William Hill and the betting on Chelsea? Has there been much interest in Chelsea winning the league?
Yeah, second most popular team to win the title. I mean, a lot of that is to do with the price. You know, you've got Liverpool, obviously a short price, 7-4 to win. They're the most popular pick in the Premier League, obviously as reigning champions. Then Chelsea second in that because they were a decent price to win it. No one wants Arsenal.
Get your flag up.
No one wants Arsenal.
It's a waste of time. Sorry.
Get your flag up, Lee.
Sorry.
I've got it here. It's an imaginary flag.
What? Like, he's miles offside. Come on, man. Just get the flag up straight away.
Is he miles offside?
It wasn't miles offside.
To be honest, he wasn't as far offside as I thought he was, to be fair.
No one wants anything to do with Arsenal because they're too short a price and you can't trust them. City, for all the reasons that we've been discussing, no one really knows what to do with City at the minute. So Chelsea have been backed. And the thing about Chelsea now is that we're talking about them in the same breath as Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester City, not Aston Villa, Newcastle, Tottenham, and the likes. And the fourth favourites for every competition. You know, so the FA Cup, League Cup, Premier League, they've got to win and go really far in one of those, haven't they? And I think and there's still decent prices to get really far in the League Cup and the FA Cup. So I totally agree with you, but it's just whether they can last the season for me. Whether the Club World Cup took so much out of them that they can't, when we get into January, February time, do they start to get a bit leggy?
Well, that's so interesting, right? Because it's a great point you make. They're kind of broken away, and there's now a clear and established top 4 in people's minds, and also in the reality as well, what we saw last season. And the fact that Chelsea have now ascended to that group of Man City, of Liverpool, of Arsenal, I think speaks to the progress that the club have made.
Yeah, definitely. But the Arsenal, there's a match bet between Chelsea and Arsenal. I think Arsenal are just a few years further on in their story, in their journey, their development than Chelsea are. But you could see Chelsea going the right way. When people start comparing Arsenal and Chelsea, I think it's unfair to think that Chelsea can go above Arsenal this season. They may well do, by the way. But if Gyökeres starts scoring goals, then they're a genuine title challenger. But I think Chelsea are a couple of years behind that.
You mentioned the price on Arsenal. It's a difficult one to back with Arsenal, right? Because I think this is the year that people say it's do or die. They have to go and win one of the big trophies, ideally the Premier League. But you look at the competition, you look at how good Liverpool are, and it's clear why Liverpool are clear favourites. But I think Arsenal, maybe 3 or 4 years into this process of trying to be league champions, the fact they're going to this season not as favourites, I don't know, it speaks to the fact that maybe they're not where they should be in terms of Arteta's process.
Yeah, well, none of us are that confident that they'll start with a win. I mean, I know they should win at Manchester United. If they're genuine title contenders, they're the games that you've got to go. You know, if we class Man United as not being a top 6 side at the moment because of what they did last season, despite the signings during the summer. But no one's, Arsenal are a very backable price to beat Manchester United. They really should be odds on if they're genuine title contenders. Liverpool would be odds on going to Manchester United. Arsenal aren't.
Yeah. I feel like Arsenal fans in the position as well. I've seen it a lot more over the summer where I think they're almost something this is Arteta's last year. He's got to do something because if you do look at what's happened and how they've been doing and stuff, we are at the point where it's how many times can you just keep finishing second? And it's that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You've got to win the league at some point. But I found them last season. I thought they went backwards, to be honest. Genuinely, I thought they went backwards because I felt like he became too obsessed with he was playing 4 centre-backs, 2 defensive midfielders. It was almost like it was all about the control. And then obviously Saka got injured. And as soon as Saka got injured, they had nothing.
I think it'd be really interesting to see how we kind of sets the teams up this season. Yeah. Is there a little bit more onus on being attacking, going out there and winning games, as opposed to prioritising defensive, which is what he did last season, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because exactly that. Because it's the goals scored was the difference, wasn't it? Last year? I know Liverpool conceded more than Arsenal and City, but in the end, it's goals scored. Because we're not seeing it right now because it's 0-0. But you'd expect like most goals in the Premier League to have goals in them because of the quality in the attacking lineups.
Oh, well, lads.
I tell you what, so we've got a couple of minutes to go until half time here. Still Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. You have to say, Jack, based on the first 43 minutes, Newcastle have had the better chances and probably dominated play.
No, I've been really, really happy with this performance. You could think with all the Isak stuff, maybe the lads would be a bit off it or, I don't know, distracted or anything, but it's almost like galvanised them instead, and it's almost kind of like us against everyone else because, there has been so much talk about Isak and the fact that he's not involved in the team, but I think we've been absolutely brilliant so far. We should definitely have the lead. Elanga should have scored. Gordon was a bit unlucky. He definitely should have scored the header as well, but the midfield three have been absolutely magnificent. I think the fullbacks, Trippier, has rolled back the years over the last few months. There was a year or so where he looked absolutely finished. And then sort of from the League Cup final onwards,
Lewis Hall injured?
Unbelievable. Lewis Hall is back fit now, but again, on the bench. And it's going to be a case for Lewis Hall that he's now going to have to earn his place back because Trippier's playing so well. No, I'm sure he will, but at the moment Trippier's playing so well, it's hard to drop Kieran Trippier.
A goal in the Championship just before half-time. Wrexham have equalised at home to West Brom. Lewis O'Brien scoring there for Wrexham. Wrexham losing away to Southampton on their first game in the Championship. They did, though, go back to winning ways in midweek with a penalty shootout victory over fellow Championship club Hull in the Cup, thanks to a pair of stoppage time strikes from Ollie Palmer that levelled the scores at 3-1. So we're approaching half-time then in the early game in the Premier League. Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Aston Villa beat Newcastle 4-1 in April, but haven't won consecutive Premier League games against the Magpies since completing the double over them in the 04-05 season. Newcastle have won their opening league match in each of their last 3 seasons, more times than they had in their previous 14 campaigns combined. 3 games at 3 o'clock today in the Premier League. Brighton versus Fulham, Sunderland and West Ham, Spurs, Burnley. The half-5 game is Wolves versus Man City. Approaching half-time in the 3 early kickoffs in the Championship. Coventry are leading 2-1 away at Derby. Frank Lampard's Coventry, of course, coming so close last season to promotion, losing the playoffs to Sunderland. John Eustace's Derby surviving by the skin of their teeth, finishing just 1 point above Luton in the relegation zone. It's Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2. In that game, Norwich absolutely flying at Fratton Park. And West Brom have equalised away at Wrexham. So it was Wrexham 1, West Brom 1. Wrexham unbeaten in their last 7 home games. West Brom under a new manager, Ryan Mason. They beat Blackburn in their first game. And it is half-time in the early game in the Premier League. Confirmation then, Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Very briefly, Jack, your half-time thoughts?
Yeah, really pleased with that half. I think Newcastle have totally dominated. In fact, the standing goalkeeper for Martinez has probably been the man of the match for Aston Villa. He's made 2 really good saves. But look, the issue we've got here now is the fact we don't have a striker and we haven't took these chances. I can't see Villa being this bad in the second half. I feel like they're going to come out and, they're going to be up for it. And again, we'll have to see what happens. But ultimately, I am extremely pleased with that first half of Newcastle. What about Joe Linton there getting booked? What was that for odds-wise? Surely that was pretty low.
Yeah, I think he'd have been in bet builders. He'd have been in there alongside the obvious ones like Watkins. Interesting for the second half. The draw, by the way, has just gone 5 in the 3-way market.
Could be off to a good start to the season here, right?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Welcome to talkSPORT Goals. We're here with our very good friends, William Hill was 18+, GambleAware.org. talkSPORT Goals with you until around 5:30 this evening, keeping you across all of the action on a busy Saturday afternoon. The Premier League is back. We absolutely love it. talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes' time. Yeah, very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also as well on your smart TVs on the first Premier League weekend of the season. We are back, and talkSPORT Goals is with William Hill. It's 18+. GambleAware.org. It's Samuel Kweki Wafari, Jack Cunningham and Lee Phelps with you until around 5:30 this evening. I think you know the drill by now. We simply watch the football and bring you everything as it unfolds. So it's half-time then in our 12:30 kickoffs in the game in the Premier League. Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. A half pretty much dominated by Newcastle, certainly in terms of chances created, and also as well in terms of the stats as well. Newcastle have had the better of possession and the best chances as well. Probably their best opportunity was very early on when the new signing Anthony Elanga went through on goal, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, tried to whip it across him. Good save though. Apart from that, not too many clear-cut chances. Villa pretty poor in possession, haven't managed to create any chances. 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Brighton versus Fulham. We've also got Sunderland versus West Ham. Of course, Sunderland back in the Premier League, and Spurs versus Burnley. Burnley also back in the Premier League. The first Premier League game in charge of Tottenham for Thomas Frank. The 5:30 kick-off this evening in the Premier League is Wolves versus Man City. No goals then in the Premier League, but plenty of goals in the Championship. Carlton Morris equalised for Derby just before half-time against Coventry. So Derby 2, Coventry 2. Plenty of goals in that game at Fratton Park. Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2. Norwich losing at home to Millwall at home on the opening weekend. Liam Manning in the early stages of his Norwich tenure after leaving Bristol City would be a big result for them to go to Portsmouth and win. Portsmouth finishing 16th last term. Did though get their first win on the opening day, winning away at Oxford. Also a tasty game between Wrexham and West Brom. It was indeed West Brom who took the lead. Price scoring after 20 minutes. Then O'Brien just before half-time equalising for Wrexham. West Brom have a really poor away record, and their current winless run across all competitions away from home, this is, stretches back to November 2024. West Brom, they have got Championship playoff ambitions, will have to improve on the road. 2 games in League 1 at half-time. Burton 0, Port Vale 0, Exeter 0, Mansfield 1. And down in League 2, Oldham 1, Swindon 2, Chesterfield 1, Bristol Rovers 0. Lee Phelps, what's catching a ride then in terms of prices at half-time with William Hill?
Yeah, in that Premier League game, I think I agree. I can't see this finishing 0-0. This game, head-to-head, averages just over 4 goals a game, doesn't it? We've seen some really high scores. I think Villa have to improve. There's no way they can play like that again in the second half. I think Newcastle have been really good. Loads of half-time price boosts here. Each team over 1 card, 6-4. I can see it getting a little bit spicier. 9-4 for Anthony Elanga to score or assist. We've seen him had chances. We talked earlier on that he does need a lot of opportunities to score, but I think that, I've been more impressed with his general play and his attacking play. Yeah. They've kept a lid on him, but I think he could well, those crosses into the box. We've seen a lot of crosses so far in that first half, and we've been talking about the header. First goal method, header, 7-1. Wouldn't be against that at all, especially if Villa don't find a way through and they're having to go down the wings to get the ball in. As I said just before half-time, the draw has now gone favourite in the 3-way market, 6-4. Newcastle 13-8, and Aston Villa over 2-1 at 23-10. Watkins, like I said, was the subject of the epic boost before the match. Hasn't really had a sniff, has he? I thought he was just starting to come into
one opportunity, didn't he, late in the half when he got the ball inside the box on the left-hand side, tried to go on the outside and ended up crossing it. So that's the early game. We'll do in a bit more detail before 3 o'clock, but just interestedly, Brighton, Fulham, Sunderland and West Ham, Spurs, Burnley, the 3 games kicking off at 3 o'clock today in the Premier League. Are there any prices that jump out at you?
Well, I like Brighton to beat Fulham.
You love Brighton to beat Fulham, don't you?
I've got them in final one standing, so I'm hoping. By the way, in this game, in final one standing, went live at 12:30, round 1. There's 25,000 people have picked either Newcastle or Villa, so someone's going to go out. We had nearly 300,000 people in the game, so someone, this is where it gets. You've got to pick a team to win. If they draw or lose, you go out. So if this is a draw, all the people who've picked Newcastle or Villa are all out of the game in week 1.
I can't imagine that many people are picking Villa or Newcastle.
That's what I'm thinking.
For this game, surely not. I even think, Lee, I think I think Brighton may be just favourites to beat Fulham.
Yes.
For me, I went so simple. First game of the season, Man City to beat Wolves. I like Man City away at Wolves, yeah.
Tottenham, Burnley, maybe.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest pick. Yeah, 30% of all entrants have gone for that. So if Tottenham draw, there's a chunk of people going out. Tottenham are 8-15. They've got a bit bigger, to be honest, in the betting. City are 8-15, same price. Sunderland, Not sure about that game, really. I think it looks a draw to me.
That's a hard one to
Just
call,
over
yeah.
2-1. I could see a score draw there. And I do like Brighton. I like Brighton at home to Fulham, just because I think Fulham, they've not made any signings. I think Brighton have made some, not loads of signings, but I think they're at home, they've got a chance. Incidentally, nice little stat. The next goal that Fulham conceded is their 1,000th in the Premier League. So I'm expecting Brighton to get that, get a pub league question in the future, and just win that one 2-1. Both of those teams were top and second in the both teams to score.
Yeah, and
last year.
they finished off last season really strongly, didn't they, as well? I mean, since they lost that game, remember that 7-0 away to Nottingham Forest in February, they scored more Premier League goals than any other side, 31, while only Man City and Villa picked up more points than Brighton in that time. Quaker, what do you... It feels like this summer, the top four that we're all expecting have been very busy, have been very active. Then lots of the other teams haven't been that busy. Like the next two most active teams in the market have been Sunderland and Leeds. So I'm not sure if we are predicting an outside bet to maybe gatecrash the top four. Yeah. I'm not too sure who to go for, though I have seen a few people maybe go for Brighton.
It's a tough one, right? And Brighton finished the season really strongly. They won their 3 final league games. I think if they win the game against Fulham, that's their 4th in a row, and I think that matches their record in the Premier League in terms of winning consecutive games. And so they're a team that I always want to look out for. The fact they're going to keep Belaber as well this summer, it looks like, is huge for them.
Reports that Man United aren't going to go back in.
But Brighton went huge last summer, right? They spent over 100 mil. And so this is the summer for those type of clubs where maybe they're seeing how things go, seeing if there's market opportunities. But if you're looking beyond the established top 6, I think Brighton is not a bad shout, because every year they give the best teams competitive games, and they are a very, very good team on their day.
Yeah, Hurstler impressed in his first season, didn't he?
I think he had a good first season.
He did a really good first year. For a young manager, you don't even ever managed in Bundesliga 2. Do you know what I mean? He did well.
This is talkSPORT Goal, was brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill. It's 18+. Gamble aware dog. Terms and conditions apply. We'll take a very, very quick break. Then when we come back, we'll be keeping you across the second halves of all of our 12:30 kickoffs. Yeah, very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are very much live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and coming to you as well on your smart TVs. It's just gone 1:30 and talkSPORT Goals is with William Hill. Is 18 plus at gambleaware.org. The first Premier League weekend of the season. Last night we had a thriller, didn't we, at Anfield? Liverpool winning that game by 4-2. The 12:30 game there in the Premier League at half-time, not so much a thriller. It's Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Newcastle, the better of the two sides, having the best chance of that first half. Anthony Langer going through, clear on goal, couldn't convert. You just thought what would happen if Alexander Isak was playing. He probably would score. 3 games kicking off at 3 o'clock in the Premier League will keep you across that. Brighton, Fulham, Sunderland, West Ham and Spurs, Burnley. 3 early games in the Championship as well. Lots of goals in those games. It's Derby 2, Coventry 2, Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2. Liam Manning looking set to pick up his first win as the new Norwich boss. And also Wrexham 1, West Brom 1. Been a lively start to Wrexham this season. They lost that game against Southampton. They were leading 1-0 in the 90th minute, went on to lose that game by 2-1. And then in the Cup in the week, they were losing 3-1 to Hull, going into stoppage time, ended up drawing 3-3 and winning on penalties. West Brom under Ryan Mason, new manager there. Good luck to Ryan Mason, young English manager. We wish him the best. They started last weekend with a victory at home to Blackburn in League 1. Burton 0, Port Vale 0, Mansfield 1 up at Exeter in League 2. Chesterfield beating Bristol Rovers at home by a 0-0. Oldham 1, Swindon 2. Tom Barkley, who is our colleague here at News UK working for The Sun, he's just put out a tweet saying, understand Eberechi Eze is expecting not to play for Crystal Palace v Chelsea tomorrow, with a move to Spurs looking close. As far as I understand it, deal not been agreed yet, but Spurs are pushing for it. Obviously need new 10 after Maddison injury. Once Wanyeri signed a new deal, Arsenal called their interest, and so a move to the Emirates looks less likely now. Kwaku Afari, what's your reaction to that news from Tom Barkley?
That's huge, and I think people maybe question Spurs' lack of activity in this transfer window, especially with Thomas Frank going in there. We'd like the idea of him bringing in some of his own people, which he did.
Oh, sorry, John McGinn there does really well. Play a corner shot, whips a dangerous ball into the box. Kamara free header, straight into the hands of Nick Pope. 46 minutes gone, still Villa 0, Newcastle 0.
Oh, if still 7-1, first goal method header by the way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice. That was a good ball.
That was a very good ball.
I think he'd done better with the header. But back to Spurs, I think if they can get their hands on an Eberechi Eze who'd been chased by Arsenal for the majority of this transfer window, and you add that to Mohamed Kudus, who I think is a very good signing, a Paulinho, who I think is an astute signing.
Yeah. My shout for the season, that's going to be the best pound-for-pound signing of the summer, on a loan signing. I think people forget just how good
he was brilliant.
He was for Fulham in front of their back four for a couple of seasons.
For sure, and in a Thomas Frank system, I think that would be, I think he'd be a great signing. Obviously linked with Savinho. If they can get a couple of these deals over the line, all of a sudden you look at this Spurs team who did give PSG a very good game up until the final 10 minutes. Yeah. Under Thomas Frank, who we all agree is a good manager, probably the best manager Spurs could have gone on.
Completely agree.
Then you're looking at the Spurs team being like, you can maybe break back into the top 6.
Yeah.
But in terms of Eze, that would be a huge
Are you surprised? I mean, Tom there in that tweet mentioned that once Wanyeri signed the new deal, their interest called. Are you surprised, though, that Arsenal are almost walking away from the deal, as Tom puts it, letting Spurs kind of go in and take him?
I am surprised, because Eberechi Eze is not a player that strictly plays off the left-hand side, but he plays in that left half space.
He's versatile, isn't he?
Yeah, he's versatile, and we've seen it, right? When he's on the ball, he's a joy to watch. He's now at this age where he's no longer a young player. He's 27 years old, I think, and he's ready to make the move to a top club. We saw what his mate Marco Lise did when he moved to Bayern Munich, and when they're both at Crystal Palace, I don't think there was too much difference in terms of their ability. Obviously, Elise is a few years younger than him. And so if Spurs can get their hands on him under Thomas Frank, I think he's going to be a very, very good player. And there's a perception that Thomas Frank is a pragmatic manager. He's not. In the Championship, when he had more expressive players like a Ben Rama, look at the style of football that Brentford played in the Championship. I think if you give him top players, he'll play good football.
He just adapts to what he's got.
Exactly.
The sign of a good manager.
I was literally, obviously, not pragmatic. He's an adaptable manager. I think you saw, having covered a lot of Brentford last season, if they played one of the top teams,
he goes to the back
more
five.
Than happy to go to a back five, sit and play on the counter attack. But then if he's playing a team at home where they can have a lot more possession,
do a 4-2-3,
then he play a 4-3-3, and his team will look to press a little bit more up the pitch. So adaptable was the word that I used to describe Thomas.
Well, remember, we sat in here so many times, and I think it was like a streak of 3 or 4 games in a row where they scored in the first minute or two.
Yeah,
and
that was last season. Yeah, that was like three games in a row.
At the beginning of the season, they were an expressive team, and it was a team that did have 2 goal scorers. One of them got 20 goals, and the other one got 19 goals.
Yeah.
I
So he's a very good manager.
Again, Fabrizio Romano's also all across this. Just said Eberechi Eze has informed Palace earlier this week about the desire to join Tottenham. Talks progressing as Eze has already said yes to Spurs project, ready to make it this month. So I have to say as well, if this deal gets done,
I think it's a great
I think this is an unbelievable signing for Spurs. I think Eze's adaptable. He's proven himself in the Premier League over the last couple of seasons. Technically so good. You know, he's got good feet, can go in and out of players. There's goals, assists. I think this for Spurs, I'm almost a little bit more surprised that there aren't kind of other teams, more of the big boys sniffing around Eze. I think for Spurs, this will be an unbelievable signing.
Yeah, I agree. Game changer. The heavy odds on that Eze ends up at Spurs by the end of the transfer window already. So, I totally agree. I think it's a real signal from Tottenham that they mean business. And I think, we were talking, the other night when you watched them against PSG and they played really well, but and I know Solanke didn't start, I know Johnson didn't start, but where is that threat?
No, it's a midfield. With Maddison injured, with Kulusevski injured, there's no creativity. That's why they went all out in for Gibbs White.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So this Eze deal makes so much sense.
I also feel a little bit for Palace as well, because Oliver Glasner there has gone in and he's done such a good job in terms of winning them a trophy, getting them to Europe. There was that obviously blow with dropping down. So I'm upset for Palace, but I'm happy for Eze because he's a player that I think is at an age now where entering his prime, entering his peak years, deserves to be playing in the Champions League. Interested, Quaker. I can't see any sort of fee being mentioned, but there was that release clause, which we believe has
now expired. Yeah.
So I'm interested to kind of what sort of fee and price do you think Palace would be looking for here for Eberechi?
It should be the exact same as the release clause.
Around that, the £60 million mark,
65 million.
Which I think is fair. We live in a market where Dango Ouattara is going for north of 40 million. Not to downplay his abilities, not to downplay the season he had last year for Bournemouth, but if a player like that is going for 40-odd million, I can understand why Crystal Palace are asking for close to 70 million for one of their prized assets.
Producer Jamie is well and truly back. He's just said to me in my ear, say to Jack, Eberechi Eze, he's done the same sort of thing here as Alexander Isak. I'm sort of thinking, I'm not entirely sure, Jamie, that you can quite relate. Maybe one thing informing a club. Because if Eberechi Eze played last weekend, didn't he? He's trained, he's worked. Whereas Alexander Isak has maybe thrown his toys out the pram a little bit more.
Isak literally hasn't got on pre-season. Toys up played a minute of pre-season.
It was a tough thigh injury though.
It was a really tricky thigh injury.
Do you worry for Crystal Palace next season?
Crystal Palace.
I'm not worried for them. Maybe that's the wrong word.
You know what? But I feel sorry for Glasner just here because what a manager. Genuinely, he's come in, won their first trophy.
Must he be
ever.
thinking?
Their first ever trophy ever. Then the Community Shield. And you know what? Have you seen his interviews this summer as well? He's been speaking and he's been really annoyed at the transfer business because from what I can tell,
they've had a quiet window.
They've signed Borna Sosa, a backup left back, because Tyreek Mitchell's the left wing back, and they've signed Walter Benitez, a backup goalkeeper, because Dean Henderson's the goalkeeper. So from winning your first trophy and then winning the Community Shield to then losing Eze, and it looks like Gay's going to stay, which is a weird one because Parish was saying, look, we need
to get some money for him.
We need to get some money for him. But Glasner, obviously, as the manager, saying, well, no, I want to keep Gay because if I'm Glasner, I wouldn't even trust Palace to be able to replace him. What have they done since he's been there to prove that they'll be able to get someone in?
Maxime Lacroix was a good signing.
That is a good signing, but I meant like this summer.
Was a really good signing.
Yeah.
But this summer, this summer, like Gay, if he goes, where's the evidence you've shown me so far that you can do these deals? You can't.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a little bit harsh, right? Because in January, Chelsea recalled Trevor Chalobah. I think that was a very astute loan sign. And I think maybe not this summer, but last summer they did make a few.
They did, but Glasner was also annoyed, rightfully so, that all the moves came so late. And that's why Palace had such a bad start of the season. I think if you take out, I think it was something like the first 9 games, Palace would have easily finished top 10, top 8 or something, because they did so well. And he was annoyed at how badly the transfer window went.
Possibly, if we're talking about who's going to replace David Ornstein a short while ago said Palace approached Leicester to explore a move for Bilal El Khanous. No bid yet, not guaranteed.
He's quality.
Again, not on the same level of Eze.
No, but
he had a really good season for Palace for Leicester last season. In a bad team.
In a terrible team.
Yeah.
I mean, a genuinely awful team. What I really liked about El Khanous every time I saw him, really good at sort of receiving the ball in between the lines, and he was just sort of
technically very good. A bit like Eze in that respect.
Creator, he was just knocking the ball around, threading balls through.
Just is betting on transfers. Is that a popular market? Do people like having a? Because I've never thought to have to go. I like to have an Acca on a Saturday afternoon. It's a bit of fun for me. But
it's become a lot more. It's become a lot more popular the last few years. Yeah, and it's like we've got. You can go on there now and look at. You got every notable player who's been talked about is in that market. Obviously, it's a nightmare for the traders, though, because, you know, that they're not, on a Saturday afternoon, busy Saturday afternoon, you know, they're not monitoring all the transfer feeds on X, you know, so they're kind of having to make sure, you know, that they're on top of it, because, you know, you can get caught out pretty quickly with any transfer market. But yeah, become really popular. I think with the advent of, you know, social media being such a kind of hotbed for transfer activity as well, it's become really popular. Incidentally, on this game, as we're watching Villa-Newcastle, nearly 55 on the clock, and the momentum is all with Villa in this second half.
Starting much better,
much farther
which I knew would happen. That's the thing, you know. Villa were not going to be as bad in the second half. It's as simple as that. Like,
Ollie Watkins to score live is 3-1. I think he's obviously your main man in that market.
Yeah, John McGinn here with the ball on the right-hand side, but that's midfield. That midfield three is so energetic, isn't it? I mean, they all complement each other so well. Oh, that's not a free kick, is it? Goodness me, referee. Yeah, Morgan Rogers had a really, really quiet game. In terms of off the bench then, Jack, for Newcastle, we're looking at the people that can come on. I guess Jacob Murphy would probably be the obvious one that could come off the bench.
Sung-Soo Park, new signing.
Okay, tell me about him.
Looked pretty good in pre-season, was signed as like an under-21s sort of player, no expectation at all. Went on pre-season tour, played against Tottenham, played in the 2 friendlies last week against Espanyol and Atletico Madrid, and looks really lively, like just a winger, sort of takes people on. So I wouldn't be surprised if we'll maybe see him. Got Lewis Miley on the bench as well. You know, a midfielder who had very high expectations of when he first broke through. Of course, played the Champions League, looked born for Champions League football in many senses. Then last year, bit of a backwards year for him, got injured. But again, Miley will play a big part this season because Newcastle only have 4 or 5 centre midfielders, with Joe Willock injured as well. So Miley on the bench as well. And then Asula as well. But again, you know, Asula still, you know, the fact that he's the one striker we've got at the club and Gordon is playing up front kind of tells you how far Asula's got to go in his development before he can be a Premier League player.
Doesn't sound like there's a lot to come off the bench realistically that can change.
Jacob Murphy, probably the one. Yeah. If you go off last season, you know what, 12 assists in the Premier League, you know, his best year he's ever had, Jacob Murphy, was brilliant. So a lot of his assists were admittedly for Alexander Isak. They were the deadliest duo in Europe, but yeah, like, unfortunately, that's not the case.
So 56 minutes gone then in the early game in the Premier League. It is Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. No goals yet in the second half in the Championship. Still Derby 2, Coventry 2, Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2, Wrexham 1, West Brom 1. Watkins with a good cross into the box. But yeah, once again, Tino Livramento has done really, really well to read where the cross is going to be. Got himself into a really good position and won the defensive header. Morgan Rogers, great touch outside the box into Yuri Tielemans.
Well done, Joel Linton. Brilliant.
Yeah, really good tracking back there from Joel Linton. The game just looking like it's opening up maybe a little bit more, where in the first half it was just Newcastle dominating possessions. Bruno Guimaraes has plenty of space in midfield, plays the Trippier. He's got Elanga now to his right-hand side. A couple of plays in the box. Elanga now cuts in. Will he win the free kick? No. I think he was looking for that free kick. No free kick. 57 gone, still goalless. Fascinated to talk about the bottom of the Premier League. A goal, though, in the Championship. Derby now leading Coventry by 3 goals to 2. So Derby lost to Stoke 3-1 last weekend, now leading Coventry by 3 goals to 2. Coventry were leading 1-0. They were leading 2-1. But Frank Lampard's Coventry now losing by 3 goals to 2. It spanned also 2 games as well on paper, where Hull at home, struggling last season. Derby away, struggling last season.
Like 0-0 last week against Hull as well. They created nothing from what I saw.
Yeah, they really, really struggled. So yeah, Derby 3, Coventry 2. Ibu Adam scoring after 50 minutes. Let's talk, shall we, about the bottom of the Premier League, because we know the last 2 seasons in the Premier League, the 3 that have come up have gone back down.
Man.
Lee, in terms of odds for relegation this season from the Premier League, do the bookies think that it will be once again another season where the 3 go up, go back down?
Yeah, we've had a relegation treble market out, 5-2 that the 3 who came up go back down. That's the favourite by a long way. Okay. The next to that is
5-2.
5-2 for those 3 to go down. Next closest 10-1 if you put Brentford in,
right,
and take Leeds out. So that's going to Leeds. So basically, you've got Burnley as the favourites. You've got Sunderland next, then Leeds. Leeds is close to being odds on. They're about even money to stay up. So, you know, there's not quite decided on that.
Sunderland not really been, even despite all their transfer business.
Yeah, they're still. I think when you look at Sunderland, transfer business great. You've got to mould them together, haven't you? I know Forest got away with it, didn't they, in the end? But I just think when you look at their
smile on his face there, Lee, by the way, when you told him that about Sunderland. I haven't seen him smile that much since you won the Carabao Cup, pal.
I just wonder if they've got enough here. Their performances in the Championship, great, they got up. But when you actually start to look and delve into their defensive ability and their goal-scoring ability, I don't think they'll be able to cope with the Premier League, even with the signings.
Oh, you just got in each other's way. No.
They work free kick Newcastle really short. A ball gets whipped into the back post. And Cher and Burn both end up going for the same ball.
Cher trying to get booked by... You're trying to get booked by tackling your own player.
By tackling your own player? I don't know if it's right?
What a great idea that is as well. But what's Burn doing? Oh, it's out of the way. That's all for Cher. That's
you on the first day of the Premier League season, Quaker, right?
No, you don't.
Comical stuff.
On Sunderland as well, if you look at the outgoings, Joe Bellingham, Tom Watson, it's two players that...
To be fair, Watson didn't play that much for them. They rated him highly, but no, he scored the winner in the and he didn't play that much for them.
It's a loss that, and also it's on the team that for a long part of last season didn't have too much to fight for, perpetually fourth, right? If they won, if they lost, they was just sitting in that fourth position in the Championship for a long, long time. I just think it's a lot to do,
what tackle,
a lot to assimilate, and I just don't know if they've got it. But I do favour them over Leeds. If I'm picking a team to stay up, I would favour.
They've got to be the ones, yeah.
If you look at Leeds' recruitment, it's been players. I don't think there's been a player outside the age range of 26 to 28. They've gone for proven players that improve the spine of their team. They've improved the goalkeeper department as well. Mellier's not good enough.
Mellier's not good
and they've brought in a goalkeeper that will be good enough. But I just don't know if I fancy Farker as a Premier League manager.
Quakey, I think Lee mentioned there 5-2 for the 3 to go up, to go back down. There has over the last few weeks something Sunderland, something Leeds, one to stay up. Yeah. So I think that price, Lee, of 2 promoted teams to go down and 1 other to join goes up to 10-1.
Yeah.
Who do you think is most at risk?
What of
the other teams coming? Yeah, being relegated.
It's easy to say Brentford, right? Because of the Keith Andrews factor, because of the fact they've lost Norgard, they've lost Mbuemo, they're probably going to lose Visa as well. And Thomas Frank is the biggest loss because he took the backroom staff with him. The only person he didn't take was Keith Andrews. And so, I do worry for them. They have still got really good players. I think Sharda's a great player. I think there's still talent in that squad. But if I have to pick one, it's going to be Brentford, just because I think you can't lose that many of your star players over a short period of time. Not just in this window, but in previous windows. Think about Ivan Toney leaving the club and David Raya leaving the club. I think they've been stripped of their best players, and I think they're
kind of core of that team.
Eventually it catches up.
It does catch up. You look at Southampton a few years ago, and maybe people looked at the Brighton and said, "Would that happen?" But their recruitment's always been great. Not too sure about Brentford's recruitment.
Keller's a good signing.
But then you bring in Dango Ouattara for north of 40 million.
That is, I
it's weird.
I mean, I feel like I haven't seen him play that much football.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I feel like he never really started at Bournemouth.
He started. He was started the games when Ivan Nielsen got injured, and he went on a decent goal scoring run when he was up front. But apart from that, he was a bench player, really. Yeah. So
the one that I possibly think is, I don't think many people are speaking about this team because they did do well when the new manager came in last season. I think it could be Wolves.
Yeah,
because I think Vitor Pereira came in and did really, really well. But they've lost their best player, Mateus Cunha. They've also lost Aït-Nouri at left back as well.
Semedo's gone.
And and he's a key part of that team. He's captain, leader, experienced player. And I do think with Wolves, I think this manager, from what I've read about him, that if they get off to a tricky start, I think things could go from bad to worse quite quickly with him, and things could go wrong quite quickly. And I just maybe think for me, Lee, the maybe Wolves, what odds are Wolves to go down? Is there value in that bet?
You're looking at around the 3-1 mark to go down. I mean, I think there's a lot around that. You got Wolves, you got Brentford, you've got West Ham, who are kind of around the 5-1 mark.
I was going to ask about West Ham. Because I look at West Ham and I'm like, their midfield is awful. Genuinely, it's so bad. There's no mobility in there. Souček scores goals, which is obviously great, but apart from that, I think he's quite a limited footballer. But I think their midfield's a massive struggle. I think obviously you've lost Kudus, they haven't replaced him. Goal scoring wise, Full Crew's got a terrible injury record. Callum Wilson has a terrible injury record. They both probably score goals when they're fit, but equally, I'm looking at it and saying how fit are they going to be over the course of the season. And I just think Graham Potter, I saw nothing from him last season. He had quite a bit of time in charge, and there was no signs of improvement from any of them.
Do you fear, Kwaku, for Graham Potter at West Ham? Does it feel as if he's got to get off to a good start this season, otherwise he could be in trouble, things could turn quite quickly? Yeah,
you look at the hot seats in the Premier League, and his is one of the warmest. I think Graham Potter, he hasn't got a cult of personality that buys your time with fans, right? And so when things don't go right for you, like they did in Chelsea, and I experienced it firsthand, you don't buy into the manager, you don't buy into him. And if you talk to Brighton fans, They say, yeah, he was decent, but you look at where De Zerbi took him, and it was to higher heights than Graham Potter.
Yeah.
And so he's got a lot of positive PR around him because he's a young, progressive British manager, and you want to see them do well in the Premier League. But I think if West Ham don't get off to a good start, he could be gone by the first or second international break. I think it's going to be very tough.
That quickly.
They've
First international break.
They've lost Mohamed Kudus, right? And he was
Still got Bowen though, Paqueta.
Yeah, for
if
sure.
they can get full crew fit, could he?
I know, but
score
that's
goals?
the issue.
I know it's a big if.
That's the issue.
Yeah, I worry. I worry for them. And West Ham fans, they are not shy in making their feelings known when it comes to managers they don't want at the football club anymore. This was a fan base that was done with David Moyes, who gave
Watkins, there's your shot on target.
Good.
Watkins shot on target. There'll be lots of people around the country celebrating that little snapshot. Who cares if it goes into the keeper's arms? As long as you get that
Pretty
shot
bad
on target.
snapshot, wasn't it? But yeah,
it's a
Morgan
shot on
Rogers for the
target.
first time kind of found space in between midfield and defence. Played it to Watkins, who shifted it onto his left foot. It was a weak shot though.
Fair play for
And it
getting
went
the
straight
shot
into the
away.
hands of Nick Pope.
Yeah, customers celebrating. The traders will be head in hands. Like, oh, we thought we might get away with that.
That's a bad one for William Hill, is it?
Yeah, after last night as well, obviously Liverpool winning, both teams to score, Salah scoring, Ekitike getting on the score sheet. It was a pretty bad night to start off the. I'm not asking anyone to get any violins out for us, by the way. I'm just telling you the facts.
Our viewers are in arms. I'm so upset.
Come on, Anthony.
But yeah, well done.
Come on, Gordon's in. Gordon's in on goal.
He's off.
He's off. Goal.
He's
Konza
off.
put him down, and he has been sent off.
Goodbye. Get off.
Put his hand on his shoulder. Was that?
It's a blatant red card.
Yes, red card.
It's a blatant red card. What are you complaining about? Get off the pitch.
It looks soft to me, but
Really?
maybe I'm from a different.
You're old school.
Think of the
Yeah, I
speed.
mean, look,
Think of the speed Gordon's running at here.
If you put your hand on someone, you've got every right to go down.
I mean, it's a red card. It's just a red card.
Anthony Elanga finds space in the middle of the park. It comes from an Aston Villa corner. He takes a really good first touch. He plays a beautiful ball through to Anthony Gordon, who is about to go through on goal. Ezri Konsa does clearly bring him down. Only thing I would ask you guys, Tyrone Mings, no, it's definitely a foul. There's no doubt about that. Tyrone Mings is a miles behind Ezri Konsa. But do you think, Quaker, with Gordon going through in his pace, he would be going through one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and therefore he would be denying a clear goal scoring opportunity?
Mings is not catching him.
Yeah. I think that's a red card. A great ball from Elanga. He found the angle because the angle's not a conventional angle to play the pass, but he relied on Gordon's pace to outpace the defender.
It's a good ball and it's a good run.
Gordon coming in from like left to inside, and then Elanga with the ball straight through the middle.
Konsa had to make. I don't think he had to make the foul, but he made the foul.
I don't think he did have to make it because Gordon had to wait. He had a way to go to goal still.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Gordon probably still would like to take 2-3 touches before getting the shot away. But
So is he denying a clear goal scoring opportunity then?
it's a one-on-one, isn't it? That is a goal scoring opportunity.
Not too sure about the Alice band from Anthony Gordon.
He's a haircut, doesn't he, for the new season, right? I mean,
I know he used to have it pretty sharp. I don't know what's happened to it now.
most of the players have a fresh trim. And Quaker's gone for the fresh. Is it fresh trim?
No, I need to do something with it, mate.
Only for DAZN you do fresh trims, isn't it? When you only have fresh trims and you walk around Times Square with Cole Palmer for DAZN, right? talkSPORT Gold. We don't deserve a fresh Quaker Afari trim, do we?
Don't worry, if I'm invited back next week, I'll have a fresh trim for you.
Oh, I've heard rumours he might have something else. Anyway, 66 minutes gone. Aston Villa then down to 10 men. Ezri Konsa has been sent off. Anthony Gordon racing through on goal. We pulled him down, denying a clear goal scoring opportunity. And I think it'd have to be fair. Now Lee Phelps, I'm guessing, Villa down to 10 men. They're lengthening. Newcastle is shortening.
The draw is shortening as well, but that's the favourite in the three-way market. So your draw pre-match, even money now, 7-5 Newcastle, Aston Villa 5-1. I guess the thinking being that if they don't score from this free kick, then Aston Villa solidify a little bit. It's harder for Newcastle to break them down.
Okay.
Oh, that is. Talk us through that. That felt like a really, really overly ambitious short free kick routine.
I think that's obviously one they've tried on the training ground, but I don't really. Why didn't Trippier just have a goal there? What, he's 30 yards out. We've seen Trippier score from there before. Just have a dig. I don't know why they've done that, but anyway.
I feel like Kieran Trippier is more likely to score.
I think
then
then playing it to
play two
Chet,
passes
try and
a layoff.
have
Absolutely,
a dig from
yeah.
like 25 yards.
Yeah, I think Quaker's right, by the way. Anthony Elanga does really, really well in that midfield to show composure, get the ball out of his feet. He plays in a really, really good ball to Anthony Gordon, who, to be fair, made a really, really good run. And I think Ezri Konsa there, I'm surprised the player of his experience, put his arm on Anthony Gordon. As soon as you put your arm on Anthony Gordon, he's going down, you're getting sent off. He still had a way to go through on goal. I think Konsa could have backed himself to maybe push him away from goal. And then he still, when he goes through on goal, he's still got to try and find the finish.
Do you think it's just pure panic and instinct?
A little bit. It's instinct, isn't
it?
Well, I think when he runs across you, I think it's instinct to panic and put your arm on him. But I think if you do it all again, he'd have gone, you go through, because he's still got to run towards the goalkeeper from potentially a tight angle if he can push him away and then he's still got to beat the goalkeeper. But yeah, as we can see here now, I think the next 22 minutes, this pattern will be the pattern for the rest of the game with Aston Villa with 10 men behind the ball, Newcastle dominating possession. And now, really, Jack, is where the Newcastle have got that creativity to try and break down this Villa low block.
This is the kind of thing where I'd want Jacob Ramsey, because Joe Linton's not going to thrive in this sort of position against like a low block.
I think possibly Jacob Murphy's come off the bench or hug that touch.
Maybe, but I think, you know what, I know Langer should have scored, but I think he's had a really good debut. I've been really impressed. Sharp, bright, direct, exactly what I thought.
You go Shah or Cher?
What?
You go Shah?
Cher.
Oh, you said Shah there.
I was on about Elanga.
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about Shah's pronunciation.
It's Cher.
Oh, it is Cher?
Yeah, it is Cher.
You just said Shah.
Did I? Oh, well, apologies.
Oh, no, I'm just curious.
No, it is Cher.
It is Cher. Okay, cool. No, sorry, carry on.
It was Shah for the first 10 years, wasn't it? And then he just do Shah.
Yeah, Cher.
No, I'm just curious because you're a resident Geordie, Steve Harmison, so there we go.
No, yeah, but I think I'm very impressed with Elanga, to be fair, so far. And look, I would have took a draw before the game, but now with 20 minutes to go, you know, I'd be disappointed with
John McGinn on the rise. Touches poor. Don't give her a penalty.
Well done. Get in, son. What a player. I love that guy.
How much is he going to celebrate a goal if he celebrates tackles like that, right? That's unbelievable.
Livermento is so good. I mean, we're talking about a definite England international.
Has he got a chance to go into the World Cup?
I think 100% he should be the starting right back.
Not
for me.
That is absolutely insane.
Well, not over.
Give him this season. Come on, give him this season.
He's not better than Trent, and he's not better than a fit Reece James.
Oh, Tino's brilliant. He really is.
He's better than Trent.
No, not in certain ways. He's definitely better defensively.
Anthony Gordon! Oh, he tried to get a shot away. Tonali outside the box. He comes back to Livramento. Villa here, 10 men on the edge of their box. Out to Harvey Barnes on the left-hand side. Whips in the cross to Bruno Guimaraes. Just misses his header. Digne heads it out for a Newcastle corner.
Just to come back to the Livramento thing. I really love him, right? Obviously came through at Chelsea. Yeah. Reminds me of Aspilicueta, though. He's adept at playing at either side in terms of fullback. Not the best going forward, but defensively one of the best fullbacks.
Defensively, absolutely.
But I think in modern football, your fullbacks have to be able to give you something going forward.
But
doesn't do it.
No one does that better than Trent.
I do think at left back last season, Livramento showed numerous signs that he was getting better going forward. So when he does switch over to the right, we'll have to see how he does. But, you know, we also got Lewis Hall as well to come back into the team. So
another player that I really like.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate for him.
Another Chelsea boy.
Yeah, another Chelsea boy. I think Lewis Skelly's maybe ahead of him in the pecking order when it comes to England.
Oh, why not have a dig from 40 yards? Why not?
Yeah, we're running out of ideas.
Lads, we've got 20 minutes left.
Bruno Guimaraes, that's really good keeping there from the goalkeeper.
The keeper's been really good.
Has he signed this summer? Or was he? He has. Yeah, I have to say he's looked. Because even towards the end of last season, there were moments where Emi looked a little bit shaky and not best in the world as Aston Villa fans. Dan Bardell, good evening if you're watching.
You've got something against Emi Martinez. I remember I brought him up last season.
Do you know what? I think he's one of the most overrated players in the Premier League. I think
he's either amazing when he's amazing.
He won the World Cup with Argentina and obviously did great things in that final. The idea that there's like half a dozen goalkeepers better than him in the Premier League. He's just
personality wins over, isn't it?
He is a character.
Everyone loves a character. That's what it is.
No, that's great. That's great. But towards the end of last season, he just
do you think it's one of those that in the big games he turns up? Like I find in the big
in the biggest games last season he did.
Well, I know he didn't know
the Champions League he was really poor.
But he blew it in the Old Trafford.
Then he did the most ridiculous foul when Rasmus Højlund gets sent off.
But I feel like when he's amazing, he's actually unstoppable.
I actually thought if Villa were going to, if Villa had to cash in on somebody,
it would have been him.
I actually thought he would maybe be the one to do.
Yeah.
What are you looking at me like that for, Craig?
Out of here.
I'm not saying you want to cash in, but I'm saying if they had to sell, I think Emi Martinez would have been the one that I would have done from a Villa point of view.
Name me 3 better keepers in the Premier League than Emi Martinez.
Right, let me get the league table. Alisson,
of course.
Raya.
Yes.
And I think based on current, I think Pickford's been outstanding.
Pickford's.
No, I'm not. I mean, Sells last season was better than him.
Go on, Gordon! Get out of the way! What a block!
Ball crossed in from the right-hand side. Harvey Barnes' first-time volley, and I think that might have hit catch in a part of his body that I think is going to cause him a lot of pain. Maybe a little bit above that. What do you reckon, Jack? Are you confident?
What, of winning? Well, hopefully.
We're not losing.
Yeah, well, I know, but you never know still. I mean, they'll have a counter-attack. Oh, that was a brilliant block, by the way. What a block that is. But no, Newcastle playing well here now. Yeah. It'd been lovely to get the 3 points. It really would be after, especially
a nice way to start the season, wouldn't it?
The summer we've had, it would be brilliant. And we have been the better team by a long way for basically all of the game.
Tonali corner, but Andre Onana wins the header. Another ball comes back into the box, and that goes out for a goal kick.
One thing you do say about Aston Villa is you saw the subs in the corner there just watching the play. Donyell Marlon, a player that's very talented on the bench. Obviously, he's not going to bring on attacking substitutes.
Apparently, he's had a brilliant pre-season, so I think loads of Villa fans are surprised he couldn't start this game.
I just think that Villa, I know they haven't done the most business, but they've still got a very strong team. And I think that if they can just figure out the areas of improvement and bring in those players, I think they can still have an okay season, but it's just, there doesn't feel like a good feeling around the football club.
Of them, the four that we think are a lot stronger than everybody else in City, Liverpool, Arsenal and Chelsea, if fifth place does go to another Champions League team from England, who do you think's best positioned?
Let's look at the business Spurs will do, right? Because the business that they're reported to get done, if they manage
if they get Eze,
then you're looking at a team that took PSG, I know it was a PSG team that had come off holidays and they weren't at their best, but there's no argument why they can't ruffle the feathers of the top six. So you look at Newcastle, obviously going to be in and around it. You look at Manchester United, who you expect to be a lot better this season. I don't have a definitive answer until the transfer window closes, but I like what Spurs are doing, man. I like the way they're going about their business.
Yeah, and again,
depends on the Isak situation for me. I think if
Isak stays,
I think if it stays, if he stays, I'd think Newcastle finish fifth. Yeah,
he can't stay. He can't stay now, can he?
He can, of course he can. Suarez and Kane did the same thing. Said they're not playing again.
I think people are.
He's going to have to move back into the area, though, isn't he?
Oh, that's the thing about his house. Yeah, I think we found out that his lease was up, and that's actually why his house was.
I think people would be surprised at how, if he does end up staying, how that time he scores his first goal. I think people would be surprised at how quickly football fans are fickle. Everyone's fickle.
Goals,
a goal like
that. He does that.
Newcastle fans are going to celebrate the goal.
There's a celebration.
They love their football team, and I think you'd be surprised at how quickly everything will be forgotten.
I think there's a lot of things he needs to do. I think he'll have to sack his agent, because if you look at his agent, it's quite interesting. So Isak's his biggest client by a long, long way. So it's kind of like he's just jumped on him to try and obviously maybe get a big payday. And then also, I think would need some sort of apology from Isak, a public apology or something, because you can't do this the way he's gone about it, to just basically be on strike. He's getting paid £120,000 a week. Yeah. And since he last kicked the ball, he's earned about £1 million. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. The odds to finish, if you look at like top, say, there's top 4, top 5, top 6 now, but let's look at top 6. They're still ahead of Aston Villa, Tottenham, Brighton.
What?
To finish in the top 6. Interestingly, Man United are ahead of them in the betting, just Newcastle. But obviously, if Isak goes, those odds will change. He's still on the books at the minute, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you've got to count that he's still there. But I think if Isak goes, that would change, because he's proven in the Premier League, and signing another player who's proven to score that many goals in the Premier League, it's gold dust, isn't it?
Yeah. So 76 minutes gone. Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Villa down to 10 men. Ezri Konsa been sent off. Newcastle dominating possession. Villa with pretty much everybody apart from the goalkeeper on the edge of their box as Anthony Elanga cuts in on his left foot from the right-hand side. His cross, though, is overhit. Big goal in the Championship. Wrexham 1, West Brom 2. Jed Wallace scoring for West Brom. Some bad goalkeeping there, Quaker, from the Wrexham goalkeeper. Jed Wallace from the left-hand side. A pretty tame shot that beat the Wrexham goalkeeper at his near post. So West Brom beating Blackburn in their first game under a new manager in Ryan Mason. West Brom falling just short of the playoff last season, but as things stand, looking to make it back-to-back victories in the Championship. A shockingly poor away record. Their current winless record away from home across all competitions stretches back to November 2024. 75 on the clock. Wrexham 1, West Brom 2. Derby still leading Coventry by a 0-0. Derby looking for their first points of the season. Coventry drawing with Hull goalless last weekend. Of course, Coventry losing in the Championship playoff semi-finals last season, losing to Sunderland, who ended up getting promoted. Still Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2. Liam Manning, therefore, looking set to pick up his first victory as the Norwich boss, moving in the summer from Bristol City. In League One, still Burton 0, Port Vale 0, Exeter 0, Mansfield 1. And in League Two, it is still Chesterfield 1, Bristol Rovers 1, and Oldham 1, Swindon 2 in that game. Anthony Elanga substituted for Newcastle. Lee Phelps, what have you got for us?
Yeah, that Derby-Coventry game, I don't think this is finished yet. 3-2 to Derby, as you just said. Momentum with Coventry, though, at the minute. They're 19-10 to win the game, Coventry, despite trailing. Oh, just equalised, I think, Coventry 3-3. Just gone 19-10. Yeah, so 3-3 Coventry. The momentum has been with them. They're now 21-10 to win that match. The draw is odds on. Derby 4-1.
What tackle, fair play.
Derby 4-1.
Derby 4-1, yeah, just conceded the equaliser there, 3-3 currently. But yeah, it's been all Coventry for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, confirmation there, absolutely spot on. It is Derby 3, Coventry 3, not me. Thomas Asante equalising after 72 minutes. So 6 goals in that game. We'll also be keeping you all across the 3 o'clock games in the Championship. Blackburn, Birmingham, Bristol City, Charlton, Millwall, Borough, Preston, Leicester, Sheffield Wednesday, Stoke, Swansea, Sheffield United and Watford versus QPR. How would you sum up Anthony Langer's debut, Jack?
Thought obviously should have scored within 2 minutes of it, but apart from that, it was exactly what I thought Anthony Langer would bring when he joined Newcastle, which is that directness, that skill, that ability to take on a man and beat him. I mean, Luca Digne had a pretty tough afternoon against Elanga. He went past him about 4 or 5 times. And, you know, we're looking at a player last season, Elanga got 9 assists, I think, in the Premier League. So I'm really confident that Elanga will turn out to be an excellent signing for Newcastle. I think when I was looking at right wingers this summer for Newcastle to sign, I think I said on here, I said Semenyo was my top choice, and I mean, pretty obvious why, but again, obviously in the end he stayed at Bournemouth. And then it probably would have been in Wemo, and then I think Elanga would have been probably third. I think, but we'll look at the end of the season, I think we'll look at it and say Newcastle got a really good deal on Elanga.
You know, the manager will be saying they want more end product from them, don't they?
Yeah.
If it gets into good positions, then you need more end product. Whether I'm not just saying goals, but you know, quality. It says more quality crosses into the box, and that's transformative for a player like him because the positions he gets in are fantastic.
What? Oh! Ball gets played across the face of goal. Anthony Gordon just couldn't get on the end of it. Still Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Eddie Howe with his head in his hands.
Yeah,
I know we've discussed the hairband and the hair, but I can't have this Jimmy Bullard kind of Anthony Gordon haircut.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think you're on here to give the odds, not fashion, not fashion advice. I'll be honest with you.
It's no problem.
But yeah, no, I'm joking. You're a suave man, aren't you? Yeah, no, his hair's an absolute stinker, isn't it? I mean, one of those maybe if he doesn't score today, you know, footballers are quite superstitious types of people.
No,
potentially might get.
He had it for quite a lot last season. To be fair,
not like this though.
Not that long, but he had that sort of style.
Yeah.
You
gone for a little short back in size, a little top combed over, Jack.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're getting a lot of TV time nowadays, aren't you?
Getting a little bit more, yeah.
10 minutes to go in normal time. What do we think happens in this game? Is it staying 0-0?
Yeah, I went for the draw at the start of the game. I'm going to stick with the draw.
Odds on
I think despite what Villa were down to 10 men for 10 minutes, they look, as things stand, pretty compact. And I think Newcastle in these sort of positions, outside the box, dominating possession, just lacking for that kind of number 10. Although Barnes cuts in to Tonali, and again, Villa are going to clear. And I just think, Kwaku, Newcastle just lacking
Well done,
that little bit,
Yeah.
that sort of technical play to get on the ball and play that pass,
100%.
play that cross.
100%. And that's what, like, I love the composition of Newcastle's midfield. I have, like, last season.
A goal in the Championship. What a game. Derby 3, Coventry 4. Mason Clark scoring after 75 minutes. Still 15 minutes to go in that game. Derby 3, Coventry 4. A short while ago, Derby were leading by 3-2. Thomas Asante equalised after 72 minutes. And after 75 minutes, Mason Clark scoring for Coventry. Derby 3, Coventry 4. Frank Lampard's Coventry could be set for their first victory of the season, Kwaku. Back to you.
Yeah, we balked at when you said it was 4-1 for Derby to win.
I did. I thought it looked big given they were leading a few minutes ago.
It seems like it was all Coventry, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Coventry were 9-1 when they were trailing 3-2. They were 9-1 to win that match with 12 minutes left or something. Amazing how quick it turns around.
Boys. We are so back on.
It's
so good to have the Premier League, have the EFL back. We absolutely love it. Derby 3, Coventry 4. Still 15 minutes to go in that game. Can I throw some Championship odds at you, Lee? I think we all know that kind of the 3 that went down have probably been tipped to go up. I think Birmingham as well. I'm guessing some money have come in for them, but maybe possibly outside of kind of the obvious teams. I'm thinking maybe Millwall finished off last season really well under Gary Rowett. Producer Jamie shouting at me. Bristol City under a new manager. Any sort of outside bets, value bets in the Championship?
Yeah, but he's already tried that Bristol City thing with me, and I said there's nothing happening there. There's no friendliness in the market. We'll keep trying.
You're not getting booked next weekend, mate.
Ipswich the favourites, and most money is coming for Ipswich 3-1, 9-2 Southampton, Birmingham 13-2, Sheffield United 10s, Leicester 10s. Just in terms of promotion, Coventry sneaking it around the 3-1 mark as well for promotion. Millwall 13-2.
Which I like Millwall. They
to be promoted
last season really, really well.
Yeah, they're just ahead of Wrexham before this game was played. The Wrexham West Brom losing 3-1. Wrexham are currently to West Brom as the third goes in just on the 82nd minute there. In terms of relegation,
Isaac Price again, second goal of the afternoon for him.
Sheffield Wednesday 1-4 relegation. Oxford 9-4. Hull 3-1.
Are they that short because we're possibly expecting a
Charlton 7-2, Preston 7-2. It's difficult to kind of price up teams when we looked at the odds last season when Man City, all the rumours around Man City, and they were a ridiculously short price to be relegated. It's kind of trying to take into account a deduction that might not happen. But we started to see a lot of money because people are thinking, well, just in case, you've got to change the price. So it's a difficult situation with football these days.
Trying to predict, I suppose.
You're almost trying to predict, or just in case. A little unfair. But yeah, I think Millwall 13-2. I mean, they've got to do it for the full season. That's the issue really for Millwall is it's that longevity, isn't it? It's that consistency of doing it for a full season. But if they can maintain that kind of form throughout, then yeah.
So just in confirmation, West Brom are 3-1 up away at Wrexham. Isaac Price scoring after 81 minutes. Only 3 games back for Wrexham this season. But goodness me, they've been involved in plenty of drama already. So those 3 games in the Championship. Still Derby 3, Coventry 4, Portsmouth 0, Norwich 2, Wrexham 1, West Brom 3 in the Premier League. 84 minutes gone. 10-man Aston Villa so far doing okay against Newcastle. Still goalless. Kwaku, you're expecting a breakthrough here?
Do you know what? I think there's going to be a chance for Villa. They brought on Daniel Marlon. Newcastle brought on Lewis Miley. I just think there's a little bit of guile missing from that midfield of Newcastle.
Maybe as well.
And I love the composition of Tonali, of Guimaraes, and of Joe Linton. But I think sometimes when you're playing against sides that are a bit more pragmatic and play a lower block, especially in this circumstance right now, you need a midfielder who can get on the ball and make things happen. Jacob Ramsey is that. But currently, I just think that's what this team's missing. And I do think there's going to be a chance on the break for Aston Villa. Whether they take that chance remains to be seen.
Harvey Barnes, left-hand side, outside the box. Again, Matty Cash comes out, does well, closes him down, wins the challenge. Can Watkins hold the ball up, gives it to Morgan Rogers.
Well done, Trippier.
Trippier does well. Newcastle win the ball back. Bruno Guimaraes now approaching the edge of the box. Out to Harvey Barnes. Can he get the cross in? Is he going to cut back in? Gordon!
Poor touch.
Bad first touch. And Luca Dean does well.
No.
And Aston Villa are going to clear. So really, goodness me, Coventry now 5-3 up away at Derby. Victor Torp scoring after 79 minutes. Derby were leading 3-2 about 6 minutes ago. It's now Derby 3, Coventry 5.
Wow, that's huge result for Frank Lampard against his former side.
Happy to see him doing well.
Yeah,
obviously, he's a Chelsea man.
Of course. I think Frank Lampard, there's been a referendum on his career. If you look at it, at Derby, he did very well. I know they didn't go up, but he did very, very well there. And obviously got the Chelsea job in the second year of management. At Chelsea in his first season on a transfer ban without Eden Hazard.
Tammy Abraham.
A core of the team that were playing in the Championship the season prior in Mason Mount, Tammy Abraham, Tomori, Reece James, all on loan in the Championship the year before. They finished 4th that year. Obviously next season it was difficult, but if we use the adage that it was Unai Emery's team that won the FA Cup for Mikel Arteta, then it's Frank Lampard's team that won the Champions League for Thomas Tuchel. And so he wasn't doing a terrible job when he got sacked. I think Chelsea was 7th or 8th. And so I know that subsequent to that at Everton and at Chelsea for a second stint, he hasn't been great. But Frank Lampard's a very good manager, and he's shown in the Championship he can make teams very competitive, like he did last season at Coventry when he came in and replaced a very popular Mark Robbins, and they went on the best run towards the end of the year. But
they were fuming. Yeah. That was hard for him to go into a club.
Exactly.
Because normally a manager gets sacked, it's not met with discourse, is it?
No. Oh, here we go. That's in
trouble here.
Daniel Marlon on the right-hand side, into the box. He goes across goal. Nick Pope does really well there to get down low and hold the ball, most importantly.
That's the key thing.
So often you see goalkeepers here. See, that for me there, I don't want to get Ramso out.
No, he might palm it out.
He's a pusher there in that position. No. And possibly somebody comes in. Now Anthony Gordon's got the ball on the left-hand side. End-to-end game. He goes up against Matty Cash. Can he come back in? Is he going to go on the outside? He gets to the byline. Short of ideas. Comes back to Harvey Barnes.
Oh, that's the position.
Really poor shot.
That's the position.
Lack of composure. Goes way over the bar. 88 gone. Still Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Reminder, Aston Villa down to 10 men. Can Newcastle find a breakthrough? It's the second time in the last 3 seasons Villa and Newcastle met in their opening league match of the season. The Magpies winning 5-1 at St James's Park in the 23-24 season. Newcastle have won, though, their opening league match in each of their last 3 seasons, more times than they had done in their previous 14 campaigns combined. Lee Phelps.
Yeah, both teams to score. Looked like a really good bet pre-match. We expected goals. 0-0 with a couple of minutes left of normal time. 45,000 final one standing players will be out if it stays like this.
How many, Lee, say that again?
45,000 players will be out. But
I have to say,
how many is there? 300,000?
Yeah, just under 300,000 in total.
45,000 out of 300,000.
Went for
gone with one.
I know, why would you pick this game to be fair?
Bournemouth,
Yeah.
City away to Wolves,
Yeah.
Spurs are home to Burnley. You think first game, keep it simple, get through the first game.
Yeah.
The draw. What you forget is the draw. The draw's a killer.
Yeah, the draw
because you pick a team to win. As Newcastle on the attack again.
Yeah, out left-hand side once again, Harvey Barnes. Can he... I have to say, I think Harvey Barnes in this second half has been really, really poor. Many occasions, Kwaku, he's found himself in that position, outside the box, on the left-hand side. There's been no end product. He's just lacked a bit of quality in that position.
Or when he has found that quality, Anthony Gordon hasn't been on the end of it to read his mind or kind of.
Yeah, there was that one ball, wasn't there, from the byline, cut right across, which was a good ball. Gordon just let it slide a little bit.
Osula looks set to come on for the last couple of minutes. Portsmouth, by the way, have pulled a goal back at home to Norwich. Portsmouth 1, Norwich 2 as we enter the final couple of minutes. After finishing in 16th place last term, Portsmouth made a positive start to their second straight championship season, picking up a narrow win in last Saturday's away clash against Oxford. They did lose, though, to Reading in the Cup in midweek. Osula's on for Newcastle, Jack.
Yeah, Barnes off. As you said, Barnes was really good in the first half. Second half, he has dropped off a little bit. Look, let's see what Osula can do. It means Gordon will go out onto the left, which is obviously Gordon's favourite position, and that's sort of the problem with Barnes and Gordon. They both play in that position. And
Were you surprised Osula didn't start today?
No, I wasn't. He had a pretty poor pre-season. It's a shame. You know, he had his chance to impress in pre-season and get that starting role, but it was always going to be Gordon starting up front today. He's just a better player than Osula is at the moment, but look, he's going to come on and he's going to try his best. Hopefully we can give him an opportunity. Look, I feel like it's going to end in a draw now. It's what we're saying, like that midfield is brilliant. The Joelinton, Ali, Guimaraes midfield, we talk about it all the time, but it needs another creative player there, and that's why I'm excited to see Jacob Ramsey, who could really do with him playing today.
Interesting move, that Kwaku, for Jacob Ramsey.
Yeah. It's
a good move for him?
I think so, yeah. If it comes with guarantees of starting a lot of games.
Which I think he will in certain games. I think there's other games where we will not start Joelinton and we will start Jacob Ramsey instead.
He was
6 minutes added on.
He was the flavour of the month for a long time at Aston Villa. I think Morgan Rogers is coming. They don't play in the same positions.
No.
But I feel like he kind of lost his way a little bit and lost his place in the team. And this is a Newcastle team that playing Champions League football, Aston Villa or not. He gets to play under the lights on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, and he can really put himself, not necessarily in the shop window, but put himself back on the stage where you're considering him for international.
For England, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So, yeah, good move for him, but it does seem a little bit... The two teams are so close, right? Aston Villa and Newcastle, they're in similar positions. Ooh.
Immediately there from Anthony Gordon from the left-hand side. He beat a couple of players, got a shot away from distance, saved by the goalkeeper. But just that already, getting in between a couple of players is why Anthony Gordon's much better from the left-hand side, clearly.
It's where he's best as well, but it's where they're both at their best, and it's a shame that is the way it is. It's a shame, but it's also good because it's nice to have two top-quality left-wing options.
You're a big fan of Harvey Barnes. I do think that Anthony Gordon's just a better player than him when he plays off the left-hand side.
I agree. I think Gordon's a better player. However, what I would say is Gordon had a poor season last year.
Yeah.
For me, if Isak had played this game, Barnes would have started over Gordon because Barnes actually had a better end of the season than Anthony Gordon. And it's got to be a position, Newcastle have got to be in the position where you've got to earn your place back. Just because you're the better player doesn't mean necessarily you're going to start that game. You're going to have to earn that place back. Gordon was awful for about most of the season, apart from 3 months of the season.
Morgan Rogers nearly got in there down the right-hand side. Good defending, though, from Dan Burn into the second minute of 6 added on, Lee.
Yeah, one for future with Gordon. I think, expecting him to score goals is maybe a bit much, but 2 shots on target in the game.
Yeah.
He's always willing to have a pop, isn't he? And if he gets himself into those positions, whilst Newcastle haven't got an Isak up front and they're relying on him, I think that's one for the notebook, really. Just keep an eye on, Gordon playing. He'll get you shots on target. He might just not deliver the goals.
He's improved his goal record massively, though. I mean, if we're talking about when Newcastle signed him from Everton, it was
Morgan
like
Rogers coming through here. Oh, sorry to cut you off there, Jack.
No,
that looked a real promising breakthrough. He had a player to his right, a player to his left. Newcastle pushed bodies forward, but he almost tripped over the ball. Newcastle win back possession.
Come on.
Bruno
Come on.
Perez outside the box.
He tried to slip it through.
He tried to play in Osula, and he didn't pick the pass. I just wondered, left foot outside the box. Could he have tried to test the goalkeeper?
To be fair, no, not on his left foot. Bruno can't shoot. Not on his left foot.
No,
He barely shoot with his right
He thought
foot.
the same as you.
To be fair, I really like the idea. He clearly disguised it. And it's just, it's great. You know what? Kamara is a brilliant defensive midfielder, and he's intercepted so many balls today, like that are destined for being in behind. So fair
Talking
play.
of Barnett, has Bruno gone grey hair this season?
No, it's the blonde. Yeah, it's the blonde duo, Joelinton and Bruno.
Oh, they match it up, don't they, together?
Match it up together, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Are we going to comment on hair on every game?
Well, I don't know. If you're doing a league table on Barnett's, Newcastle should be bottom at the moment, shouldn't they? I mean, it's a bit all over the gaff, isn't it, at the moment, no?
Nah, I love that.
The strong heads of hair in this room. There are, I'm looking around and, FIFA's balance.
All right, we'll take it.
There we go. Happy days. Good, mate. Coming from a suave guy like you, Quake, that means a lot. Let me just bring you the scores in League One, League Two. Mansfield scored a late winner away at Exeter. Exeter 1, Mansfield 2. Still goalless between Burton and Port Vale in League Two. Chesterfield 3, Bristol Rovers 1, and it's Oldham 1, Swindon 2.
Come on, lad.
Now, down the right-hand side. No one's in the box.
Come on,
Where are
lad.
the bodies in the box. Osula has the ball. Can he get a shot away? He can. I tell you what,
I think
Mings
it was
didn't
going
get
in.
his head on that. We had a good angle that, didn't we? It was going to go top bins. Newcastle with another corner. We got 2 minutes left to play. What a defensive header that was from the captain, Tyrone Mings. Osula hit that ball well. I think that was going top bins, but Mings got himself into a good position. We've got exactly 2 minutes left on our first 12:30 kickoff in the Premier League. Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Corner for Newcastle.
Dan Burn here, won't you?
Yeah, got to be.
In swinger, keeper pushes. And Yuri Tillemans does well to clear.
Touch of the Martinez there, wasn't it? Just palming it away.
That was more Martinez than I think he's had a good.
He's been really good.
Game, the goalkeeper.
He'll probably get man of the match, I would think.
He's been pretty solid, hasn't he?
Yeah, first bit of flapping from him today, but he
had to come through bodies though, didn't he? On that one, to be fair.
Yeah, it's not a bad result for.
I think Villa were 10 men.
No,
I
it's
think
not.
they take that, wouldn't they?
Not at all.
I think for Newcastle, you probably think we could have done a bit more when they went down to 10,
Yep.
but haven't got that deftness in the midfield quite yet to break down a low block, but hopefully improve that.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm excited to see Ramsey. And look, I would have took a draw before the game. So I know it's different, obviously, when they're down to 10 men, but still, a draw at Villa Park is never a bad result. You know, under Emery, they're extremely hard. Was it 21 wins in a row at home?
21 unbeaten, 8 in a row.
Unbeaten, that's what it was, yeah. So, do you know what I mean? It's a really hard place to play for play.
I think both teams are probably ready for the final whistle as well. Starting to look a bit leggy. There's a few dodgy little touches here and there, aren't there? It's the first game, you know, kind of 5 minutes over the 90 now. I think it's just, you can just tell the last 5 minutes, it's just been a little bit loose, hasn't it, from both sides? I think they're both looking for that whistle, to be
Maybe
fair.
both sides just lacking a little bit of match sharpness and probably quality as well in that final third. But yeah, I mean, Villa unbeaten in the last 21 home games in all competitions, winning 15, drawing 6, winning the last 8 in a row. It's their longest run without defeat at Villa Park since a run of 24 between September 76 and 1977 when Wrexham have got a goal back against West Brom. Wrexham 2, West Brom 3. Now, they did this in the week, didn't they? They were losing 3-1 at home in the Cup, Wrexham against Hull, and they scored 2 goals in injury time to take it to penalties and win. We have played 4 minutes of added time in that game, but Wrexham have pulled a goal back against West Brom. Wrexham 2, West Brom 3. As things stand, West Brom will go back-to-back wins and Wrexham back-to-back defeats.
Oh, he's gone for goal.
Well, if you thought Newcastle was short of ideas, the last act just, we can't hear. Had the whistle gone before he shot? Or did he shoot?
He went for goal.
So therefore, it is all over. The first 12:30 game of the Premier League season finishes Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Aston Villa went down to 10 men after 66 minutes. Ezri Konsa being sent off. Quake, I sum that up as probably a fair result. Both sides just really lacking any quality in the final third throughout the game, really.
Yeah, no, there was a lack of quality. And I think that's, you're maybe going to have that at this stage of the season just because teams aren't necessarily
they're not at their
full
top
fitness.
level,
But I think on the balance of player draws a fair result. I think if you're Newcastle, you're asking yourself, could we have asked more questions when Villa went down to 10 men? If you're Aston Villa, you're happy that you've kept your what is it now 22 unbeaten at Villa Park after this game. So it's a fair result, and these two teams are evenly matched. I think they're going to be pretty close to each other in the Premier League table.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see these sides, 5th, 6th, 6th, 7th, maybe 4th, 5th, not being too much in it. From a Newcastle point of view, Jack, what did you like? What didn't you like?
Yeah, I was really pleased with the control of the game, especially even in the first half before they were down 10 men. Thought, if we're looking at half time, it was 8 shots to none, 2 shots on target to none. So thought really enjoyed the control. Thought defensively looked really, really good. Like Tino Livramento dealt with his man really well. Trippier was excellent. Byrne was top draw as well. So against an Aston Villa team who the last few times, well, certainly when we played there in March, they just played the ball over the top every time and we got exposed. But this time, defensively spot on. The midfield dominated the game for the majority of it. It was just a shame that we couldn't really clear that many clear-cut chances apart from that one Alanga shot.
So Villa 0, Newcastle 0 then, the full time in our first 12:30 game of the season. It's talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+. The gambleaware.org terms and conditions apply. We'll take a very, very quick break. Then when we come back, we'll round up everything that's happened in a busy 12:30 period of games, and we'll start building up to the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League and up and down the country in the EFL. This is talkSPORT Goals. A very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18+, gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs. I'm your host, Sam Ellard, Quakey Wafari, Jack Cunningham to my left-hand side. To my right-hand side is the brilliant Lee Phelps from William Hill, taking you through a busy afternoon of football up and down the country with you until 5 o'clock this evening. Then it's O'Hara and Cundy taking over with the phone-in show. One Premier League game already done. Villa 0, Newcastle 0. Not the best game of football. First half dominated by Newcastle. Villa were better in the opening 20 minutes of the second half before Ezri Konsa was sent off in the 66th minute. Then, as you'd imagine, Newcastle really dominated possession but just didn't find any really kind of cutting edge or quality in that final third. So in the first 12:30 game of the season, it finishes at Villa Park. Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. 3 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Brighton, Fulham, Sunderland and West Ham, Spurs, Burnley. The 5:30 game is Wolves versus Man City. In the Championship in the early games, lots and lots of goals. Derby 3, Coventry 5. Derby were winning at 1.32. The Coventry scored 3 goals in the space of 6 minutes to win that game. Their first victory of the season. Back-to-back defeats for Derby in the Championship. Portsmouth 1, Norwich 2, and it's Wrexham 2, West Brom 3. In League 1, 2 results. Burton 0, Port Vale 0, Exeter 1, Mansfield 2, and in League 2 it finished Chesterfield 3, Bristol Rovers 1, Oldham 1, Swindon 2. Jack Cunningham is a big Newcastle fan. How would you assess that performance from Newcastle?
Yeah, so I think if you look at going into this game, I think there was a lot of concern, obviously, over the Alexander Isak situation. How was it going to impact the players? Pre-season, Newcastle didn't win a single match. You know, I know pre-season's not the one that's be all and end all, and you don't really judge it on the results, but you like to win a game. Do you know what I mean? The first game we got beat 4-0 off Celtic, so do you know what I mean? It was pretty poor. So I think there was a lot of people concerned that, especially with our record at Villa Park, that we're going to turn up, Villa were probably going to score an early goal, and then maybe steamroller us. So the fact that we turned up with a better team by a long way in the first half, and I was really pleased to see the way the lads put everything in the game. I felt like it was a very much us against the world type performance in the sense of the aggression off the ball, the aggression on the ball as well. They were trying the right things the whole time. It just didn't quite come off. Obviously, Alanga should have scored in the first half. Yes, 100%. But I thought it was a good debut from him. He's exactly what I thought he would bring to Newcastle. Direct, pacey, going to run at people. I mean, this cross here that we're seeing on the replay, that's a brilliant ball in for Harvey Barnes. That's what he's going to deliver. That sort of thing. So I like that. The midfield was rock solid once more. Again, probably lacking a little bit of creativity, which is absolutely fair enough, especially when it went down to 10 men. But that's what Jacob Ramsey's going to bring. So,
how much
a lot
did
of good
you need?
stuff.
Did you feel as if it was important with everything that's happened over the club with the Alexander Isak situation, some doom and gloom? How important was it to start with a positive result? Because did you feel going into today on a bit of a downer? Because it has been, 2 months of talk of, your best player, one of the best strikers in the world, just not wanting to be at the club. Were Newcastle fans feeling a bit negative?
I think somewhere I was not actually, because I always just loved the start of the season, and no matter what, even when Newcastle won to Steve Bruce, I still was up for the first game of the season. Well, until we consider, I think we played West Ham and then we considered for 3 minutes. I was like, we're back.
You've been through the Bruce era in Newcastle, and everything's fine, right?
So it was more a case of, so I'm always sort of looking forward to it. But I did look at it and thinking, Villa Park away, they're going to be right up for this. It's going to be a tough game. And we were just a better team. We totally quiet in the game.
I'm going to ask you one more question about Alexander Isak, then I promise you I won't do it
fine.
until probably next week's show.
Exactly.
If you had to guess, how does this play out now between now and the end of the window?
So,
how will we look come the first game after the international break?
I think the first game of international break, Isak will be in the squad. I don't think he will be playing, or I don't think he'll start, but I think he'll be a Newcastle player. I think he'll.
And you won't sign another striker as well?
I don't think so. I just don't see. I think we're getting too late, and I think we're in the position now where if Newcastle want a challenge again this season, they can't just sell Isak just because he's decided to throw it a huff, right? If there's not the option out there, and Newcastle have tried, by the way, desperately to get a top striker, haven't been able to do it. So let's move on.
There's the fee, right? And that's the thing about Alexander Isak. I know we want to move on and talk about Newcastle performance overall, but if you look at the fee that you want for him,
150 million.
150 million. I think there's some negotiations to be done there. But for a player that's given you 2 great seasons, right, in the Premier League, or 2.5 great seasons, he's giving you 2 seasons where he scored 20 plus goals, but he's injury prone. I think
the injury prone thing's massively overhyped. He missed 4 games last season.
Okay, cool. But he misses games through injuries, right? He does miss games, and when
I mean, he has, but if we look at his time at Newcastle, he had that season when we first joined, he had 3 months out, initially. But apart from that, it's been pretty fine. The season after the Champions League, I think he missed 9 games the whole season.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I think there's an idea that it's doom and gloom if you lose your best players, and it is, right? You never want to lose your best players, but you can reinvest that money and go again. I've seen Liverpool do it with the Coutinho money. Of course, you had Van Dijk lined up and Alisson lined up, and I don't know if Newcastle...
And they already had
all their options they could have bought into strengthen the squad.
Yeah.
Just aren't there anymore.
But I take my mind back to when Gareth Bale left Spurs in the 2013-14 season, right? And that was doom and gloom. And they became a better and more consistent team off the back of that. Granted, all the players they brought in didn't necessarily work. That's Chadley and Ericsson and the likes of those players. But Ericsson was a good signing. They went on to be a more consistent side. And there's an argument to be made. If a player doesn't want to be there, a huge thing of Newcastle is the camaraderie, the feeling around the squad, the players that want to be there. You see Joe Linton wearing old school replica Newcastle shirts. They've got players that want to be at the football club. There's an argument to be made. If you can get 130 mil for a player that doesn't want to be there, you can go and reinvest that money and be in a much healthier PSR position and hopefully bring in a striker that maybe doesn't replicate what Alexander Isak's given the team, but you can go again. It's not the be-all and end-all having a striker that gives you 22 league
Quite
goals.
important though, isn't it?
It is important, but I think you can go out and become a better team off the back of losing him. It's not a case of if Newcastle sell Isak, they're done. I think
you think they just let him go?
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I can't remember many teams.
They have to be absolutely certain, Kwaku.
Yeah.
That they have
It's
got
a dangerous
the right
precedent
player to come in.
Can you name
and I don't think at this moment in time, given all those players Newcastle missing out on, they have that player.
Outside of maybe Declan Rice going to Arsenal for 100 mil, there's not many teams that have sold players for 100 mil plus that have been disappointed with the outcome. Look at Ousmane Dembele when he left for 100 mil plus. Look at Griezmann. Look at João Felix. Look at these players that leave for big money. Most of the time, the clubs that sell them are pretty happy with the business. Look at Jack Grealish left Aston Villa for 100 mil plus.
Coutinho. No.
Like if you're the selling club, you normally end up on the better side of that deal. And so I think
Newcastle don't want to be known as a selling club, do they? Look at them. They're on a trajectory of getting into Champions League football and winning things. To be selling your main man to one of your rivals in the Premier League and losing 23 goals from a Premier League season. Yeah. Do we? The worry is that Newcastle end up being in games like the Villa game where it finishes 0-0. They haven't got the firepower to get past these teams. Now, I thought Newcastle played really well, first half especially. Trippier, Livramento, Schär, especially Dan Burn. Yeah. Defensively, really. Langer could have scored, some good delivery. So I think there's definitely some positives there from Newcastle's side but how much can you rely on your defensive stability to get you through? You need cut through. And if those guys aren't converting good opportunities and good shots on target into goals, that's going to tell eventually, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It is. I don't know.
No,
I feel like
I see your point. I do.
For example, I'll use my club as an example.
Yeah.
Sold Eden Hazard in 2019, the best player in the Premier League at the time, one of the best players in the world. And Chelsea the next season, granted under Sarri when we had Hazard, we finished third, but the next season under Lampard where we finished fourth, I'd argue was a better season. And that was the players that, like I said, Tammy Abraham was at Aston Villa in the Championship the year before. Mason Mount was at Derby in the Championship the year before. Reece James was at Wigan the year before. Tomori was at Derby the year before. But the team felt more connected. And I just think that losing Isak will be a blow, but I don't think it's the end of Newcastle's hopes of being a top team if you sell out.
No, I don't think that. But what I will say is if you sell him to Liverpool, and the thing is Newcastle do want to get to the point where they are competing with Liverpool, you can forget about that. There is not a chance that Newcastle are going to be competing with Liverpool for a long time if you decide to sell Alexander Isak to Liverpool. We're in the point where if Newcastle do sell him, it needs to be, my point of view now is he comes back for a season, gives us one more year, and then next summer you sell him to a European club because you will have some big European clubs in for him because they're getting to the point where these teams are probably looking at their next strikers. I mean, if I look at...
I think next season, Alexander Isak will go to Liverpool next summer.
So you think he'll go next summer?
I think from a Newcastle point of view, they'll know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And therefore, they'll be better prepared. And they'll be able to work out a better plan of Isak's going to go to Liverpool. We know roughly what sort of fee we're going to get. And they'll be able to have players lined up to replace him. I think right now, sitting here on what are we, August the 16th, Kwaku, I don't think Newcastle can sell Alexander Isak simply because
just getting too
all
late.
The other options they've looked at as bringing in to replace him, they haven't been able to get over the line. We're really now, I think we're in a position where Newcastle are looking around thinking we've got nobody else to bring in. So loads of people are saying, well, how can he come back? He can't come back. He can come back. He will come back. And when he does come back, I promise you, he's going to score goals. And the first time he hits the back of the net from a Newcastle point of view, all of this will be forgotten about, okay? So I think Newcastle, it's all well and good the player doing this, doing that, but Newcastle are in a position of strength in the sense of he has got 3 years left.
Yes, 3 years left on his contract.
And next summer, if he want, Alexander Isak is going to move, right? That's pretty obvious, okay? But it can happen next summer, and Newcastle do hold power here because he's got 3 years left on his contract, and nobody forced him to sign that contract. And I think people will be surprised that when this whole window closes, he'll be back.
He will be. No, he 100% will be.
You know,
and ultimately, it's the case of for example, if Newcastle sell Isak now, okay, and they don't have time in the end to invest the money, so Newcastle are left with, say, get Visser in, so Visser and Asula are the 2 strikers next season, right? Newcastle will not finish in the top 5, top 6, maybe not even top 7. So then you're going to be next summer where you got a Tonali or a Gordon thinking, where's this going? Because they're at the age where they're 24. They're sort of thinking about, they obviously enjoy being at Newcastle. They love being at Newcastle, but equally they want to win things. And if that happens, then you're going to get that. My issue with Isak now for Newcastle is, right, it's a dangerous precedent to set if we sell him after he's just thrown a huff. Because what you're saying then to any other player is, if you want to leave this club now, all you have to do is not play for a bit and we'll knock 30, 40 million out your
and give you what you want.
And give you what you want. It's player power over the club.
No, I don't get with this. If they keep Isak, right, they're not getting 23 goals out of him this season.
No, they will.
I don't think they will. Something is broken. Something's broken there.
Suarez had his best ever season after saying he would never play for Liverpool again.
Yeah.
Suarez had his best ever season.
But Coutinho had a similar position with Liverpool where he wanted to go to Barcelona in the summer, didn't get his move. Had a really good spot. This idea that because this has happened, he can't go back.
I agree with Lee because look at the summer of 21, right? That's the summer that Harry Kane wanted to move to Man City. Missed the first game of the season. Obviously, he went on strike. He was on the golf course, didn't come play. Harry Kane in that season, in his first 13 league games, scored 1 goal because he was unsettled. We can't argue against the fact that this is going to unsettle a player, and it does take Alexander Isak a little bit of time to warm up as well.
Oh no, well
it might do. But I still think Alexander Isak scored 20 goals this season for Newcastle.
Harry Kane scored 17 goals in that season.
So then Lee's point is wrong, right?
No, it's right because Harry Kane in his first 13 games in that season scored 1 goal. If Alexander Isak scores 1 in 13 coming back for Newcastle, everyone's like, we probably should have sold him.
Well, the key thing for Isak,
I would go with you head to head, saying if he stays at Newcastle, he doesn't score more than 20 goals.
I agree with that.
I think
you think he'll score more. I think he'll score around 20.
I just can't imagine a situation where the window closes and then what he all of a sudden is going to not try.
I know that's the thing. But equally, right? He will have to fight for his place back in the team. By the way. There is not a chance that Eddie Howe will just be like.
I disagree with that as well. Not in the first game when he's not fully fit. As soon as he's fit, he starts. We'll sell him then, mate.
No, because
keeping him on the bench. That is ridiculous.
No. You need to come back and earn your place.
A proper pre-season with his teammates.
I'm not saying he might get off to a slowish start, sure, but once he gets going and once he scores his first goal, he's going to score goals. He's one of the best strikers in the world.
He will score goals.
Of course he
will score goals, but I don't think. I think something is irreversible.
Kane got just short 20 that season.
Yeah, he got 17.
Which isn't bad, is it?
No, it's not
I think something irreversible's happened here. You're talking about a team who are together. What will they think about him, really? What are the lads in the dressing room think about him now going forward? There's something. Let's say Isak is a fantastic striker, and he needs to be operating at 100%.
But what did the Tottenham
He's not going to be operating at that level.
Exactly that. You're absolutely spot on with these comparisons. So I understand that, but can you then explain to me when it translates into a game of football? What are you? Is Kieran Trippier not going to cross to Isak because he doesn't like him? It'll all be forgotten about. They're professional footballers. They might be upset. They might not like it. One thing I also would say, I reckon if all those Newcastle players had a phone call from their agent saying, by the way, you'll never guess what, Liverpool want to sign you, I reckon there's a half-decent chance some of the other Newcastle players might have ended up doing the same thing as Alexander Isak.
Maybe not quite as vocally.
Maybe not, but they might understand it.
He's been terribly advised. I mean, shockingly advised. He needs to get rid of his agent immediately. But equally, I don't blame Alexander Isak for wanting to go to Liverpool. I don't. Liverpool are a bigger football club. Let's not be silly here. Newcastle as a team are trying to get there, but as a club, we're not. Again, it's what I said about with Benjamin Sesko. You don't dream of being a Newcastle player as a kid.
Sure.
You might do soon, but at the moment you don't, okay? But there's a way to go about it, and he's gone about it entirely the wrong way. However, still, if he's still a Newcastle player, once the transfer window closes, Alexander Isak will play for Newcastle again, he'll score goals for Newcastle again, and then he'll get his move next summer.
I think that's fair. Does anyone else have anything?
No, I don't know if he stays at Newcastle this summer.
That's fair.
I think that it's so hard now. There's so much that's happened. But if he does stay, I don't buy into the notion that he's going to score goals straight away. It takes players a little while to get up and running. He's had no pre-season.
I'm not disputing he might get off to a slowish start due to a lack of.
And that's why Vissa comes
And then
in.
what happens with the crowd on his back and all that sort of stuff? Those little bits that kind of start
The crowd,
to niggle away at a player.
the Newcastle fans will never see him in the same light. I'll never see him in the same light.
Yeah.
But however, as soon as that maybe that first game might be a little bit dodgy, but after that, score some goals. The St James's Park crowd is fully behind everyone in a Newcastle shirt. That's the point of it.
Because they want to watch their team win.
We want to see your team win football games.
Jack Cunningham, thank you very much for the last couple of hours. I'm sure you'll be with us throughout the course of the season on talkSPORT Goals. Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. 3 games in the Premier League starting at 3 o'clock. Brighton, Fulham, Sunderland, West Ham, Spurs, Burnley. Marcus Speller will be substituted in for Jack Cunningham in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18+. GambleAware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It is talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, and also we're coming to you on your smart TVs as well. On the first Saturday of the Premier League season and the first game of the first Saturday of the Premier League season finished Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. 3 results in the Championship. Coventry picking up their first victory of the season, winning 5-3 at Derby. Have now lost back-to-back games games this season. Liam Manning has his first win as Norwich manager, winning 2-1 away at Portsmouth. Back-to-back defeats now for Wrexham, losing 3-2 at home to West Brom under Ryan Mason. They've won their first 2 games of the Championship season. In League 1, Burton 0, Port Vale 0, Exeter 1, Mansfield 2. In League 2, Chesterfield 3, Bristol Rovers 1, and it finished Oldham 1, Swindon 2. Now our attention turns to the Premier League. 3 games at 3 o'clock. It is Brighton versus Fulham. Brighton in pretty decent form since that big defeat to Forest 7-0 in February. They've scored more Premier League goals than any other side, while only Man City and Villa have picked up more points than Brighton in that time. None of Fulham's last 18 Premier League games have been drawn. Sunderland versus West Ham is also a 3 o'clock kickoff in Newcastle. Both sides go in probably pretty different moves. Sunderland on a high, promotion back to the Premier League, whereas West Ham not finishing off last season in decent form. But they have lost just one of their last 17 Premier League games against promoted sides. And it's also Tottenham versus Burnley. Spurs have won 8 of their 9 Premier League home games against Burnley. Burnley, of course, last season in the Championship, so good defensively. They didn't concede more than 1 goal in any of their 46 league games last season. However, in the Premier League, though, they're without a clean sheet in 20 games. So we will take you through all of the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League and keep you across everything happening in the EFL. I'm Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps and William Hill still alongside me, as is Quakey Wafari, and Marcus Speller from the Football Ramble is in for Jack Cunningham. Marcus, how are you?
Very well. Good to be with you, chaps.
You looking forward to it, mate?
I am looking forward to it. The start of the season, of course, Fulham's first game.
You're a Fulham fan as well, of course.
I am a Fulham fan. I should state that at this early stage in recording. Might not be in a couple of hours' time, but we'll see.
How are you feeling as a Fulham fan?
I'm feeling pretty positive, funnily enough. They've not really signed anybody of note, and a lot of people say, well, does that concern you? And I would say, well, I think it's a statement of intent because the squad is that settled and it's that good, that cohesive. They don't need anybody else.
Glass half full way of looking at your team signing nobody in the window.
Your manager doesn't seem to agree with that sentiment, but it's like,
he'll come round. He always does. He'll come round.
He's got this idea of players being more important than like the ground redevelopment. It's weird, isn't it? Why managers think
have you seen some of the new ground though?
It's lovely.
Isn't there like an Arsenal player that isn't playing that much that you should be signing or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, Reece Nelson. Last I heard, am I right in saying he said that he wanted it to be a loan because he wanted to have a chance to go back to Arsenal, and from a bit like, all right, cheers. Yeah. You know.
Have you got your Fulham stat again about 1,000?
I understand the next goal they concede is their 1,000th they've conceded in the Premier League.
Well, what an occasion this may turn out to be.
We can celebrate that, can't we?
Have you got top 5 that hurt you most?
I think I could come up with them. Certainly. But here's something for you. I was once in the Azteca Stadium in Mexico City. Very famous ground, of course, home of the game of the century for the 20th century. Maradona against England, all that. It'll be featured in next summer's World Cup. And unbeknown to me, that game would unleash fireworks and much fanfare because I witnessed the 10,000th goal at the Azteca Stadium in Mexico. Lucky it was a bullet header from the home from the home team because it could have been a squirmy own goal minutes earlier at the other end, which would have been quite a damn scrim. So let's hope that it stays on 999 Fulham goals today. But maybe if they do concede the 1,000th, will we have indoor fireworks?
If they do, I'm honoured to be with you while that monumental moment goes in. So we are 9 minutes away then from our game starting in the Premier League. And talkSPORT Goals is with William Hill, 18+, gambleware.org. So Lee Phelps, 3 o'clock, Brighton, Fulham, Sunderland and West Ham, Spurs, Burnley. Where do you want to start with the odds?
Yeah, let's go Brighton, Fulham. I've said a couple of times already, Brighton are my pick for final one standing. We started the game proper for £500,000 at 12:30. We've already said 46,000 players have gone with that draw between Aston Villa and Newcastle. And with Brighton, I think Brighton win here. The reason being that I think Fulham have got a decent record against Brighton, to be fair, but the lack of movement in the window, and I think Brighton will impress this season. They usually do impress, and I just think at home they've got the edge. These two teams finished top and second. Fulham were top in the both teams to score charts in the Premier League last season, and I think Brighton win with both teams score. Wouldn't be surprised to see a.
What odds have you got on a Fulham win? If you don't
Fulham win. Fulham are 3-1 to win, which I just don't think is quite big enough for me. For Fulham to win at Brighton, I think it'd be a surprise. I'd want a bit bigger than that personally.
I'd go the other way.
Yeah.
Fulham were good last season, I thought, for a lot of the season.
I thought they were.
I'm surprised that you guys think there's that much between Brighton and Fulham, that Fulham was big as 3. So I think that's a big price for Fulham.
I think Get your bets in, everybody.
17
to a lovely old afternoon.
17 to 20 Brighton, but 14 to 5, just under 3 to 1 for Brighton to win with both teams scoring. Jorginho Rutter's attracted quite a bit of money in terms of goals this afternoon. 13 to 2 to score first. Harry Wilson had a good pre-season to score any time. Is priced up at 9 to 2. So yeah, for me, Brighton win, both teams to score. Apologies, thousandth and first goal going in.
You fancy a couple? I mean, it's interesting you mentioned Harry Wilson there, because Marcus Silva loves to use his subs. I think his Fulham made more substitutes, or certainly were one of the teams that used the most substitutes in the Premier League last season. And if Wilson is not starting, I haven't seen the starting lineups just yet, but I would imagine he'd feature. And loves to come on, as he did against Brentford, of course, towards the end of the season and get something. So I'd like to see Harry Wilson feature at some point.
I think it's going to be a cracking game. I think it'll be a decent game. It looks like he does start actually. Let's see how they got on. But I think Brighton, as I said, Sunderland, West Ham.
Yep. Hard to call this one.
Yeah, well, draw 21 to 10, quite like that. Both teams to score. Draw is 100 to 30, so score draw. I wouldn't be surprised, would we? Jarrett Bowen to score, West Ham to win, both teams to score 8 to 1. I think Jarrett Bowen, wherever he's playing, you have to give him a chance. Sunderland, home stadium, absolutely banging out the rafters, won't it be absolutely unbelievable? So I don't think either team should be, that confident of winning. I can't back West Ham at 5 to 4, to be honest. So 21 to 10, the draw there. Tottenham, Burnley. Tottenham are the most picked team in Final One standing.
Yeah, I thought so.
30% of them picked Tottenham today, so a lot will be hoping that happens. 11 to 20 they are. They've been getting slightly bigger, to be fair. Burnley are 5 to 1. Just don't think Burnley have got the goals to trouble a lot of teams this season, and it'll be interesting to see how they can carry that brilliant defensive record into the Premier League. Tottenham played really well against PSG. They're bringing other players on, of course. Mohamed Kudus to score and Tottenham to win 2-0, 2-1 or 3-1. It's priced up at 9 to 1. We've seen a bit of money for Kudus this afternoon to be on the score sheet.
Down to the Championship. Possibly two teams that I'm liking. Maybe I'm playing it safe with Bristol City, home to Charlton. Bristol City, great victory, 4-1 away at Sheffield United. First day of the season, of course, in the playoffs last season. And I guess maybe Leicester away at Preston. I think Leicester should be pretty strong this season.
Yeah, Leicester, even money. I mean, we were talking about them earlier, weren't we? That we kind of half expected them to be odds on, but even money at Preston, they have attracted a bit of money today. I think obviously people thinking the odds against price was decent for Leicester, and Bristol City also odds on. So yeah, I think both of those on a day in the Championship where there's not a lot of odds on favourites. Watford have gone odds on at home to QPR in the last hour or so. But I think it's an interesting afternoon in the Championship. In terms of if you're looking for an acca, for me, Brighton, Tottenham, Man City. And I'll go Bristol City to also get involved in that. I think it's a good way in, and I think, like I say, Bristol City, decent enough price, but not too short at 17 to 20. So that activates your acca boost. You need 4 or more picks to get your acca boost going. So that's 4. You can add more and you get the bigger boost. That comes out which I think is a reasonable price, just under 7 to 1.
Okay, that seems good. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill. 18 plus, gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. We're taking one more very, very quick break. Then when we're back on talkSPORT Goals, the 3 o'clock kickoffs up and down the country are well and truly underway. Yeah, very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. I'm your host, Sam Millard, taking you through the 3 o'clock games alongside Quakey Wafari, Marcus Speller from the Rambles here, and Lee Phelps, as always, from William Hill. So one Premier League game has finished. Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0 in the early kickoff. 3 games at 3 o'clock. Brighton, Fulham, Sunderland, West Ham, Spurs, Burnley, Wolves, Man City is a 5:30 kickoff. So 3 o'clock games about to get underway then, up and down the country across the EFL. Quakey, what are you looking forward to most?
I want to see what Brighton look like again against your boys. I live in Brighton.
Brighton love this afternoon in the studio, isn't it?
No, but it's just, I want to see, because it's always difficult to assess Brighton, right? They see like year on year, they sell the best players. This year, they've managed to keep hold of Baleba. And I think
João Pedro has gone.
Yeah, João Pedro's gone. I think they expected that. Of course, he had a fallout with a few people at Brighton towards the back end of his time there. But I think this is a season for them to maybe push on. And you look at maybe the vulnerabilities of the teams that we saw in the 12:30 kickoff in Villa and in Newcastle. Maybe Brighton are a team to ruffle those feathers and qualify for Europe through their league position, because they are a good team. They've got talented players, and I like what Hurstler did in his first year at the club.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that the stats you read out before the break, Brighton have been very good for the last 6 months or whatever it's been. And with Brighton, there's always something bubbling away there. Yeah. They really have done remarkably well since they've come up to the Premier League, through manager changes, through players. But we've not seen them keep this amount of players, as you say. I mean, João Pedro went, it seems like a while ago now, where he was pinging them in at the Club World Cup for your lot, Chelsea.
Please remind me.
Yeah. Well, you're the world champion.
The reigning defending world champions, yeah. I'm surprised that Sam didn't use that in his intro. I've not been given enough respect when it comes to Chelsea being world champions. I think people were downplaying the fact that that's a very prestigious tournament.
Around Times Square with Cole Palmer unbelievable.
I only brought it up once.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think you'll find that Donald Trump has the trophy.
Yeah, well, he does.
He's the world champion.
We've got the replica, but that'll do. Ooh, Spurs,
a big chance for Spurs early on. Yeah, ball got played into Lucas Bergvall. First touch was good from close range. His shot was denied by Marcus Dubravka. Just get out of the way nice and early. A bit of a Jean Plin loving the other day in the studio between myself and Marcus. On the bench today, he could have made his debut in this game across his 2 seasons in the Premier League previously while at Fulham. Pellegrini and Marcus Speller made more tackles than any other player and picked up 5 more yellow cards than anyone else, and you absolutely loved it, didn't you?
A monster of a man. A glorious footballer. I mean, if you're a Spurs fan, you're thinking you shouldn't need João Pellegrini breaking up the Burnley midfield today. I think they're going to be a little bit more on the front foot, so perhaps maybe that's what they've gone for. But look, we saw Spurs in the Super Cup final, obviously, as most people will have done on Wednesday night, much improved against a better side. Now they're playing against a newly promoted side. A lot of people have got Burnley probably to finish bottom of the league this season. I think a lot of predictions have said that, certainly to be relegated. It would be amazing if Burnley could prove everybody wrong. But it's these games. How does Thomas Frank approach it? We know he likes to give better teams and bigger teams a bit of a bloody nose and whatnot, sets up brilliantly against them. How does Spurs then go into these games, show their dominance, show their quality? Immediately
from the game against Wednesday, there's a change in formation. He went to a back five, didn't he, against PSG?
Yeah.
Again, we used the word adaptable earlier, Quakey, when talking about Thomas Frank today. It's a back four, Vicario in goal, Spence and Porro the fullbacks, Romero van der Ven the 2 centre-halves, midfield 3 of Gray, Bergvall and Sarr, and then it's Kudus, Johnson and Richarlison that will be the front 3. Early goal in the Championship, by the way. Stoke City have taken the lead away at Sheffield Wednesday. Stoke kicking off their campaign with a home victory against Derby. This is Stoke's first full campaign under the management of Mark Robbins.
Going back to Burnley briefly, there's one player I'm really interested to see, Maxime de Kuyper, who's coming from Club Bruges, created 90 chances in the league last season. That's only behind the top players in the division. Scores goals, sets goals up, has shots on target as well. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on at Brighton, whether it's today or not, whether it takes a bit of time to get settled in. He was in the Champions League Team of the Week last season, did really well in the Champions League, so I think that'll be a really good addition for them.
Yeah,
look out for shots on target. You can back him to have at least one shot on target in the match at 13-10. He's 13-2 to score in the match, which might be a bit of an ask, but the shot on target might be interesting.
What about the sides that people are picking for relegation?
Oh,
what a finish that is! Brighton won. Oh, yeah, I think it went out. That's the real shame. Minter's put the ball in the back of the net for Brighton. It came down the left-hand side where a player got to the byline, put it back across goal. I thought it was out, but the referee obviously allowed the play to go on. And then the ball was smashed home from Minter. But Quaker, it did look like here that the ball had just gone out.
All day, I mean, they all stopped,
Yeah.
I think he should be booked, actually. No, I mean, it was quite clear what went on there. But yeah, Minter, I mean, it's
a great finish, though, from Minter when it comes to him, smashing the ball into the back of the net. But yeah, that is, good refereeing there. Clearly, it's gone out, and play will carry on still. Brighton 0, Fulham 0.
Yeah, what I was going to ask, Lee, was odds for teams going down, because we're potentially in this rut now, aren't we, of the promoted sides going straight back down. We've seen it 2 seasons in a row, which was unprecedented. And it's going to be very, very difficult for Sunderland, Burnley, and who's the other one that escaped? Leeds, thank you, to overhaul anybody in the league. I mean, who are the favourites to go down? Would it be Burnley?
Yeah, Burnley are favourites to go down, favourites, to finish bottom as well. Sunderland and Leeds are both in there. Then you've got the likes of Brentford, who, we were discussing a little bit earlier about Brentford, obviously, the difficult summer they've had, losing players, how can they cope in the division? Are they just going to find that it's just one season too many? Can they keep replacing? Because it's difficult, like we were talking about Brighton there, you're constantly going to lose your players and then constantly have to re-recruit. I think the value in that relegation market really is if you can make an argument to take one of the promoted teams out and put another one in that relegation trouble. So if you can go Burnley, Sunderland, Brentford, for instance, then that's where the value lies. But outside of that, the 3 that came up, I think it's going to be the case for the next few seasons, are always going to be the 3 favourites to go back down again. And you're right, it's going to be difficult. I mean, I think Sunderland today, you're going to have to rely on. I mean, you can just watch the pictures. The crowd's going absolutely crazy at all times. They're going to have to rely on that. It's a cliche, isn't it? That 12th man type idea where they just have to have good home performances.
That's why I think that's I think that's probably the most intriguing fixture for me today, actually, despite, it was Sport Fulham. But with Sunderland, West Ham, I mean, Sunderland, if you're a newly promoted side, you want to start off at home. Obviously get everybody up for it. And you want to play a side which you think you can beat. And West Ham have not had a good, however long it's been. I mean, last season was quite poor, quite frankly. Whereas West Ham, they're thinking, well, we're playing against a newly promoted side. That's a winnable game as well. If West Ham win today and they win fairly convincingly, it's pretty damning for Sunderland. I think, blimey, okay, we're in a real battle here. Whereas if the opposite were to happen, West Ham fans will be thinking, flipping Nora, we were concerned about this season. The summer's not been great. We know financially that club is not in a particularly brilliant position in terms of having to go and buy players. Have to sell before they buy and all that kind of thing. I think there'll be a fair few nervy. And I tell you what,
great
because as I'm saying, it nearly a Sunderland goal. Yeah. If you're a West Ham fan today, I think you want to make sure you get out there with something, because if they were to lose this game, that gloomy feeling that was there for so often last season, if that starts to extend and bleed into this season,
I think Graham Potter's got to get off to a good start this season. Otherwise, you really fear. I don't think you said earlier, Quake, you think it could be as early as the first or second international break that he could be in trouble.
He's on the hot seat, right? And I don't think we are that far away from seeing a West Ham fan invade the pitch and plant the flag in the centre circle, declaring the battle lines, really, in terms of
Danny Dyer kind of doing that.
His seat's hot because it's on fire.
It's on fire,
and he needs to put a lot of fires out.
Exactly. And the thing is, again, it's about the X's and O's when it comes to management, but he doesn't inspire you as a manager. He's a great tactical manager, and he's, again, mentioned it before, young, English, progressive. We want him to do well, but at West Ham, you need to have a little bit of something, a bit of personality, a bit of something for the fans to hold on to. And if you look at a manager that was very successful there, David Moyes, by the end of it, West Ham fans wanted him out. So Graham Potter not only has to get results, but play a certain type of football. I think as things currently stand...
chance for Fulham, Marcus!
Yeah.
Oh, who was that they got in there down the left-hand side? That was
Josh King.
Real mix-up in the back, wasn't there?
Josh King got in, and did he almost lose his footing, Marcus, as he was about to get a shot away?
It certainly wasn't a foul, and he didn't appeal for it at all. But I'll tell you something. I was biding my time before I mentioned Josh King. Pretty sure we were just talking about West Ham there. But 18 years old, hasn't played that much, and he's in the starting lineup today. He's got a couple of defensive midfielders behind him. He might rotate with Iwobi in midfield there, maybe sort of going out and coming back in, but he is by and large, a kind of a sort of more of a number 10.
Yeah, he did well there to get in front of Van Heck.
He is highly rated.
Yeah, but as he tried to take the ball away from the goalkeeper, his touch was a bit heavy, and maybe he just lost his footing. Preston have taken the lead at home to Leicester. Alfie Devine, alone from Tottenham, has given them the lead after 7 minutes. Preston drawing away to QPR last weekend. Paul Heckingbottom rescuing Preston from the brink of relegation last season, keeping them in the second tier for one more season by a single point. Leicester beating Sheffield Wednesday last weekend on the opening day. So just 2 early goals then in the Championship. Stoke City winning 1-0 away at Swansea City. And Preston beating Leicester as things stand by a 1-0.
Yeah, against the run of play that as well. Leicester 70% possession, shots on goal from Leicester. More touches in the opposition box, but it's Preston who've got the all-important goal. Brighton, Fulham, no goals in the Premier League as yet. Bit of momentum swinging from back to front for Brighton and Fulham. Started off really well, Brighton, but Fulham coming back into it as we watch the game right now. The Sunderland-West Ham game, shot on target from Jared Bowen, shot on target from Diarra as well. So, again, pretty open match, Sunderland versus West Ham. Sunderland over 2-1, the draw, the same price, and West Ham 13-10 currently. And Tottenham against Burnley, it's been all Tottenham pretty much, to be honest with you. We talked about Bergvall starting, already had a shot on target as well, so really started pretty well. Brennan Johnson's had a shot on goal as well, so Tottenham well on top against Burnley.
And a shot on goal for Richarlison! And Richarlison gives Spurs the lead after 9 minutes. And I tell you what, this is a beautiful, beautiful finish from the Brazilian striker. Cross in from the right-hand side. Richarlison almost had to manoeuvre away from goal. It's the first time finish with his right foot into the bottom corner. He had a really good game against PSG in the week, starting because Dominic Solanke not fully fit yet. And I'd almost associate Richarlison as probably not a clinical centre forward, but this is a wonderful first-time finish, Craig. Great ball in from the right-hand side. First-time shot, swivelling, scoring. Yeah. Spurs lead Burnley by 1-0.
Yeah, no, it's a great finish from Richarlison. And like you mentioned, against PSG in Super Cup, it was a battling striking performance from Richarlison. Didn't obviously get on the score sheet, but he played very well in terms of occupying PSG's defenders. There was the ball from Kudus there to Richarlison, who finishes it really well, who's not noted for his clinical finishing, but that's a great start for Spurs, and this is what they should be doing against a Burnley side that everybody has going down. And I think the optimism would have started to build in terms of Spurs this season off the back of their performance against PSG. If they can get off to a win and start in the Premier League, rattle off a couple of wins in a row, then all of a sudden they're looking at the top 6 and saying, yeah, that's achievable.
Spurs leading them by 1-0. Burnley will take optimism, though, from the fact that Spurs haven't kept the clean sheet in any of their last 13 Premier League games, last having a longer run between August and December back in 2010. Is this maybe Marcus Speller there? Because Richarlison's been at Spurs now for a few years, lots of injury problems, in and out of the team. I would have said that he's probably the sort of player that maybe Spurs this summer could have maybe moved on. But, hey, this could maybe be a new start for Richarlison under a new manager.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, starts the Super Cup final, as Quaker said, puts in a battling performance, gets an early goal. An early goal for a striker is exactly what they want. Settles the nerves, and suddenly you're away. Solanke is on the bench, and those two now are going to be duking out to see who's going to be starting for Spurs up top. Great start for Solanke if he can keep going, and here he is again, trying to get his head.
This could be a torrid afternoon for Burnley. That
really
if the first 11 minutes are anything to go by, it's going to be a long afternoon, because it's been all Spurs. They're dominating possession, and to be fair, Spurs, they're moving the ball with real pegs, real energy.
Yeah. They look really confident, don't they?
I mean, again, they look confident. They look bigger and more robust, as we noted in that game against PSG than they did in that last season under Ange. They know their jobs, and they're different. It's amazing what a few months on a manager change can do. Spurs are looking at this game and they're licking their lips, going, right, let's fill our boots, let's have a lovely old time, and let's remind Burnley you're in the big leagues now, boys. Last season, I know it's totally different, and Spurs fans will be going, would you stop going on about last season? But and we will do as the season goes on. But night and day. Absolutely night and day. One thing I did note, though, when that goal went in, you just saw a little glimpse of Kyle Walker's face there when the ball goes in.
Starting for Burnley, yeah.
And the look on his face, and you think, he is going to have to show all his quality and experience in that Burnley side, because he is in a very, very different team now. And, of course, he knows that, and fair play to him for going there. But he is one of those players that he's going to have to be a big personality among those Burnley players and keep them calm and keep them focused, because his experience is going to be vital.
Marcus, we touched talking in the top of the show about, I think Quaku put it quite well, that kind of the top four from last season feels like it's going to be hard to break into the season. Obviously, Liverpool, City, Arsenal and Chelsea finishing in the Champions League places last season, having really busy transfer windows. Of the rest of the teams, if fifth place does go to a Champions League team, which we think it will do this season, who do you think, as things stand, and there's still time in the window to go, is best placed?
Yeah, so I still think that the aforementioned teams, they'll be there. The two that played earlier. I think Villa have got a point to prove. They want to be back in the Champions League. They were brilliant last season in the Champions League. Lest we forget, they did beat PSG in a game. It wasn't
played really well in that game,
but they played really well, and they will be gutted that they missed out. They haven't done that much business in the window compared to what, maybe one or two other sides around them. So I think Villa are the ones who are going to be thinking, right, get us back in there. And who knows? I mean, Unai Emery knows how to win the Europa League. It could be through that route. You know what I mean, as well. So they may not be to do with the league position. Forest were one of the other sides who were kind of bothering those positions for a bit. I think that's the feeling, isn't it? The feeling this season is, with their distractions in Europe, with all that kind of stuff considered, will they get themselves back in there? So there is a chance for, dare I say, Spurs. Or even, I mean, as Lee was talking about Brighton, and it seems unlikely, but why not aim high? It's the start of the season. You can dream, for crying out loud.
Oh, if you're not dreaming, what's the point, right?
What is the point? Yeah.
Just running through some scores in League One. If you don't hear your team, it means it's goalless. Blackpool 1, Huddersfield 1, Lincoln 1, Plymouth 0, and Wigan 1, Peterborough 0. Same in League 2. If you don't hear your team, it's goalless. Barnet 0, Walsall 2. It's been a tricky start to the season for Barnet back in League 2. Bromley 0, Fleetwood 1, Grimsby 1, Newport County 0. MK Dons, many people's favourites to go up from League 2 at the start of the season, are 2 up at home to Cheltenham. And again, the only goal in the Premier League is Spurs leading Burnley by 1-0. Richarlison scoring a lovely first-time finish from a cross from the right-hand side. A goal for Richarlison, but also assist. A first assist in the Premier League for Mohamed Kudus at Tottenham. And again, the only goal was in the Championship. Struggling Sheffield Wednesday. We know Sheffield Wednesday have had a tricky couple of weeks, to put it lightly. They're losing at home to Stoke by 1-0. And maybe a surprise at the moment, Preston Leicester by 1-0.
In that Tottenham-Burnley game, just listen to these for stats. 87% possession to 13, 4 shots to 2, 2 shots on target to 0, obviously a goal to 0. Total passes, Spurs 97, 13 for Burnley. When you look at Burnley's, we're talking about them, not being able to score the goals. And
13 feels generous, by the way.
Burnley last season scored goals in the Championship, no doubt about that. 69 goals. They had an XG across the season of 57.5, so they over-delivered against their expected XG, so they scored more than they should have, and that's not going to happen in the Premier League. No, teams obviously come down from what they were in the Championship, so I think they're really going to struggle. And today, and if the thing that you built your promotion around, defence, is already crumbling, having conceded a goal against Tottenham, and they were cut open, really, then that's going to be a real worry for them. I think this could be good. 6-1 for Richarlison to get the second goal in this game live.
And if you look at Burnley as well last season, like, defence was their hallmark. Obviously lost James Trafford, lost CJ Egan-Riley. And it was a record-breaking season for them in the Championship in terms of the amount of goals they conceded. But they were able to soak up pressure if they were playing against maybe more footballing sides, and then score the goal that wins them the game. They don't have to score 1 or 2. But in the Premier League, it's going to be a lot different. And I think Scott Parker, again, you want to see him do well. But the last time we saw him in the Premier League with Bournemouth was losing 9-0 and losing his job against Liverpool. And I really worry for Burnley. But they've made some signings, some positive signings. Leslie Ukachukwu is a very good player. I know him from his time at Chelsea. You look at Armando Broja, who struggled with injury issues. But
chance for him this season.
It's a big chance for him, right?
But they're untested, aren't they? You look at the players who scored the goals from last season. They left, it's like you wonder why did they want to leave? And well, they obviously thought they could get to a bigger club, in inverted commas, than Burnley and do their business. But it's just untested at that level, aren't they?
And Marcus Edwards is a player that obviously was on loan there last season. The move's made permanent this summer. He's going to have to be the Marcus Edwards that we saw a couple of years ago in the Champions League, lighting up, and we thought the sky was the limit for him.
On the bench today, which is bizarre.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? And I think some of these starting 11s for the first game in the Premier League are going to be interesting because people at different stages of fitness because of pre-season. But for Burnley, it's a tough start at Spurs with a new manager, with players really with the bit between their teeth, right? And I can't see Burnley really making a dent in the Premier League. And I'll be surprised, again, I'm not calling for it, I'll be surprised to see Scott Parker last the full season.
Yeah, perhaps. Marcus, a question about Fulham. In terms of Fulham not signing anybody, is that because the money's not there? Is that because you think genuinely they're happy with what they've got? Or is it been one of those summers where they've been after play, but just haven't been able to get deals over the line? Still Brighton 0, Fulham 0.
Yeah, I think, it's a combination of all that and perhaps a little bit more. I mean, there was tentative talk that they may even, fancy bringing Harvey Elliott back to the club after the Euro.
Would you have been happy with that?
Yeah, I would have been, yeah. It's not very Fulhamish to hold a grudge. So I think that would have been fine. Reece Nelson was the one I think people wanted because he played well for the short period of time before he got that horrible injury when he was on loan at Fulham last season. So I think it's been a little bit of surprise. I thought they might go in for a striker, but they've obviously still believing in Raul Jimenez and
Muniz. But he's been with a move away, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, Atalanta have
and Leeds as well,
coming for a bid for him. Yeah, but Fulham seem to be standing firm and saying, well, actually, these two guys, who both of those players seem to go on little purple patches throughout the season. So when you catch him on that purple patch, you get him in the team, get him a handful of goals, and the two of them can lead the line. I think probably next summer they'd maybe look to get a striker in. So it's been a little bit surprising. But then, at the base of midfield, they've got some options there. That defensively, I think they're okay. They kept Kenny Tete at the club, who was looking to move. So you've got two options at right back, for example. Anthony Robinson was often linked with even Liverpool obviously went with Kirkus. So they've kept players, they've kept the managers, as I mentioned. It is more in the attacking areas, particularly out wide, where I think Fulham fans would have wanted that. That's where Reece Nelson came. There was even very, very tentative talk of Raheem Sterling, perhaps. Wow. The window hasn't shut yet, as we know. There's still a little bit of time left. So we shall see. But in terms of attacking midfielders, I thought they might try and that's why, it was not a number 10, but bring in, say, someone like a Harvey Elliott and restructure the midfield a little bit. Emile Smith-Rowe didn't quite work out in the way they wanted to.
Started well, didn't he? But just faded away.
It faded a little bit, but he's still there. He's still at the club, and there's still more of a tune that Fulham and Marcus Silva can get out of him. But Josh King, this 18-year-old kid who's come into the side, or man technically, now he's 18, he is very highly rated, and I'm intrigued the fact that he's starting today against Brighton. So it shows you what Silva thinks of him. And I think we could see a real, to use an American word, breakout season for Josh King at Fulham as well. But don't forget as well, there's still more to come from Sessegnon, who of course went back to the club from Spurs. And that's the thing. Some of the signings they made, few injuries and so on, you do feel like actually there's a little bit more to get out of some players. We know that other players, their ceiling's a little bit higher. So I'm not particularly concerned about the lack of signings, if I'm honest. But one or two more, Reece Nelson would be nice to get him in. So that's where they are at the moment. But to think of Fulham in a relegation battle this season, I think is very unlikely.
Oh, I say absolutely no chance there. Goal of Vicarage Road. Watford have taken the lead against QPR. Watford 1, QPR 0. Watford losing away to Charlton. First game of the season last weekend. QPR under a new manager and Julian Stefan taking over from Martí Cifuentes. They drew with Preston at home last weekend. They ended last season, QPR, by losing 10 of the final 18 matches in the Championship and parted ways with then boss Martí Cifuentes. Watford 1, QPR 0.
Sunderland West Ham, interesting bet here. Granit Xhaka and Lucas Paqueta both to be carded in the match, 9-1. 9-1.
That's a lovely one.
Paqueta had 10 yellows last season, 10 the season before. He's already put in one tackle already in the game. Xhaka hasn't tackled anyone as yet, and actually didn't have as many cards last season as you might have expected him to have. But 9-1 for both to be carded in the match between Sunderland and West Ham, 0-0 as it stands.
That's a lovely one.
I like that one. I do like that one.
The makeup of West Ham team, they've gone with the back five. The front three is Paqueta, Bowen and Fulkrug. We know the quality, Kwaku, of Bowen and Paqueta. What can we expect this season of Nicholas Fulkrug? Because we know before he joined West Ham last season, he came with a big reputation, kind of never really seemed to stay fit last season, was quite vocal in the media, but leads the line today.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's difficult to be a number 9 at West Ham.
It is, and obviously we're all
Allaire, Scamacca, probably the two best examples of good players.
And we're all delighted to see that, like, Mikel Antonio is now fit enough to play football. Of course, he's not at West Ham anymore. But I think the looming shadow of him, the fact that you're a West Ham striker comes in and, you know, if you go on a 3 or 4 game goalless run, inevitably the manager's going to go and rely on Mikel Antonio. That doesn't exist anymore at West Ham. And so the striker who does lead the line for them consistently will have more of a run at it. But unfortunately for West Ham, their 2 options are injury-prone options in Fulkrug and in Callum Wilson. So I don't know if they've solved that number 9 issue yet. The most interesting side of West Ham for me, though, Hermansen. Hermansen's a great signing. He's a player that I wanted at Chelsea, right? He was really, really good.
I have to say, I remember you said this right at the start of last season. Yeah, great shout from you.
And he's already made a great save today against Sunderland. I think he's a keeper that inspires confidence. Not only can he play with the ball at his feet, but he's also chance.
I think it was a cross from the left for Fulham, which was deflected off Van Heck. And you just saw the keeper scrambling to keep it out. But in the end, he goes on the top of the net. That'll be a corner for Fulham. Still Brighton 0, Fulham 0.
But yeah, this is the West Ham team it's hard to read, right? Because I think the expectation for fans is always, we want to play good football. We want to be challenging for European places. And I don't know if that's realistic for West Ham right now in terms of the composition of the squad, in terms of the business or lack of business they've done in this window. But again, if they get off to a good start, they manage to get some results on the board, they rely on the attacking exploits of proven goal scorers in the Premier League like Jared Bowen, then there's no reason why West Ham can't have a decent season. I just don't see it.
A bit more of a tune out of Somerville. Chance for him to, again.
I don't know where he plays. I don't know where he fits in. I don't know if he suits West Ham.
Especially Watford 2 up against QPR, Watford 2, QPR 0. Especially if, with the back 5-4. When you're playing a back 5, you pretty much need your 2 10s.
Yeah.
You play with 2 10s, don't you? The width, unless he plays wing back.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's one of those players that is kind of better hogging the touchline, quite direct on the left.
If he's that, you know, wedded to a back 3, Potter, you could always play a 3-4-3. You get the width in that way with Somerville. Sure. So I mean, it's early days, and this is the thing about Potter at West Ham. I'm looking at that team and I'm thinking, what does he do? I mean, you know, Wan-Bissaka was a bright spark last season. I tell you what, though, they've got a chance here with Bowen. It's been snuffed out. Good defending there, and that's Sunderland have got to do that. You know, when Bowen gets the ball, 2 or 3 on him, you know, he's the danger man. I really do think that there's a lot of people looking at West Ham and thinking, what are they going to come up with? And could they be, like they were last season, one of the teams that benefits from this gap that's become apparent between newly promoted sides and those who might have been relegated in another season in the Premier League?
Have they done enough in the window, Marcus, you think, to almost kind of quell some...
No, I don't, and I don't think they could because of their financial situation. Sure. You know, they had to sell to buy and all that kind of stuff. Paqueta being, you know, the verdict was innocent, of course, in that trial, is a big thing, and a chance for him now to play with a clear mind. I would have thought that's a big plus for them. But it's going to be, you know, Paqueta and Bowen, the obvious ones as well. You mentioned Fulkrug earlier. We know Fulkrug has got a bit of quality, hence they signed him. But the curse of the number 9 at West Ham has struck again. Yeah. But that doesn't mean to say that he can't break the curse. So, you know, his ethos and all that kind of stuff over to West Ham. Will he have time to do it? These are all the questions.
Yeah, he has to be impervious to the outside noise, though, because I'm seeing him...
A lot of pressure already.
There's a lot of pressure, but then in interviews or in press conferences, I'm like, be true to who you are. Yeah. Don't ignore the outside noise. Yeah. If what you do doesn't work, then at least you can live and die by your principles. But I'm seeing Graham Potter maybe play into the gallery.
West Ham there.
What happened there, Marcus?
Well, that was a lovely bit of play, and really West Ham should have scored. And when we're talking about, you know, the goals and so on, the lovely intricate play. Bowen was involved. Nice little flick. It might have been Fulkrug himself, and the chance goes begging. But I mean, if they can knock it about and play like that up front, then maybe they are listening to Potter.
Yeah, maybe they are. I just think it's going to be difficult for him, especially versus the expectations. But they're Burnley through. I tell you what, I've said in the last, we talk about Spurs' dominance in the first 15, 20 minutes in that game. In the last 5 or so minutes, we've seen a couple of moments where Burnley have been able to kind of find some space in Spurs' own half. Probably haven't managed to create any chances yet. Also, there was a chance, or half chance for Brighton. Ruta cutting in from the left-hand side, getting a shot away. Tried to beat the goalkeeper Leno at his near post, but it was a simple save for the goalkeeper. So 3 games in the Premier League. Spurs 1, Burnley 0, Brighton 0, Fulham 0, Sunderland 0, West Ham 0. We are approaching the half an hour mark, Lee.
Yeah, that was the first shot on target in that Brighton-Fulham game from Rutte. Brighton 11-10, draw 9-5. Fulham still 3-1. The Brighton to win and both teams to score is now 6-1.
And a chance from Mitoma at the back post. He heads just over the bar. Ball whipped in from the right-hand side. It found him at the back post. His header, though, just went over.
In terms of the other matches, so just going back into the Championship, it's been all Leicester since Preston took the lead early on.
Not a lot of goals in the Championship League.
No, not many at all. Leicester really pushing on. In terms of momentum, it's all with them, but realistically, possession, yeah, with them. Touches in the opposition box, but nothing really in terms of shots on target from Leicester. So a bit toothless up front at the minute. The Foxes at Preston, who lead by 1-0. In terms of Sunderland versus West Ham, the game that we've just been talking about, again, pretty even, really. I mean, West Ham just starting to make some inroads up front now. But not a lot going on in that one. And Tottenham kind of taking the foot off the pedal a little bit, haven't they?
Burnley a chance to cross. And, they get the head on it. They win the header. It's Esteve. Spurs don't clear from a corner. Burnley work it back out to the left-hand side. A dangerous ball gets whipped in, and it finds the header of the big centre-half, Esteve, from 6 yards out, and he just doesn't get the right connection on it. And in the end, it's a simple save from Vicario. Just running through then some scores in League One and League Two. If you don't hear your side, it means it's goalless. Huddersfield were winning 1-0 against Blackpool. They're now losing 3-1. Blackpool 3, Huddersfield 1 in that game in League One. Leyton Orient 0, Stockport 1. Huddersfield, by the way, have won both their opening games of the season. Lincoln 1, Plymouth 0. Wigan now 2 up against Peterborough. The same again in League Two. Barnet 0, Walsall 2. It's Bromley 0, Fleetwood 1. Fleetwood looking to make it 3 wins from 3 in the league this season. Cambridge 1, Harrogate 0. Crewe 1, Crawley 0, Grimsby 1, Newport 0. MK Dons 3 up already against Cheltenham at home, and Salford are leading Accrington Stanley by 2-0. Again, not too many goals in the Championship. Watford are 2-0 up against QPR. Stoke leading 1-0 at Sheffield Wednesday. Preston 1, Leicester 0. Another chance here for Burnley. The ball into the box, get a shot away.
Burnley have responded well.
They've had a decent 10-minute spell here, Marcus.
They really have, yeah. I mean, again, if they were to make an impression on this season's Premier League, it really would be to the contrary of what so many of us are already saying. I mean, Leeds already said that they're favourites to be relegated. They went behind early, but my goodness, they've responded. They'll take a bit of heart from that because you can't just turn up in the Premier League and say, well, we're just happy to make up the numbers. Nobody does. No. But there's a little bit more snap, a little bit more bite about them. And they desperately need that. Parker's perhaps said, right, lads, we need to be more on the front foot because, this Tottenham side, yes, they look better. They've got a better manager. Obviously, they've got a good squad of players, but it's still early days under Frank at Tottenham Hotspur.
I think at Burnley, Josh Cullen in midfield, he's a player that actually reminds me of Scott Parker in terms of the way that he's kind of industrious and he gets about, and he's their captain. When Burnley were last in the Premier League, couldn't really make an impression, but I think he's going to be very, very important in the heart of their midfield. But with Burnley, it's just a case of can they score the goals to keep them in the division, and I'm just not too sure they can. But they've made a great impression in this game since going behind, and let's see if they can get back into it.
And they're going to get a free kick just outside the box.
Question. There's been a lot of conversation about captains.
Here we go.
In North London, right? Tony Adams coming out and saying that he believes Declan Rice should be the Arsenal captain over Martin Odegaard. Romero was a man linked with a move away from Spurs for the majority of the summer, and all of a sudden you see him being named as Spurs captain. I think he's a very good player. I think he's a World Cup winner. He's vastly experienced, and maybe there's not too many obvious candidates at Spurs to be captain. But with a player who's so hot-headed, that makes so many rash decisions, I don't know if I want him to be the leader of my football team.
I was going to say, if you look at that Spurs team, it's basically Romero or Van der Ven, I think, really, who can be, in terms of players that are guaranteed to start, regulars in the team, settled. It's one of those two. So maybe it could have been Van der Ven. I thought the Tony Adams comments to Martin Odegaard, was completely unfair. There's a few reasons why Arsenal haven't won the league over the last couple of seasons. I don't think Martin Odegaard's captaincy has come down to that. No. And I maybe think that the Tony Adams captain, in his day, I think maybe there's a different expectation on what we expect from captains nowadays.
There is.
Martin Odegaard might be the one wearing the armband and might be the one that, does the coin toss before the start of the game. But, you hear a lot about leadership groups these days, and I think Arsenal will have a pretty strong leadership group, and I'm fairly certain Declan Rice will be part of that, and I'm fairly certain Declan Rice will be a pretty powerful voice in that Arsenal dressing room, even if he doesn't wear the armband. So it felt like a little bit of a cheap shot of Martin Odegaard, which I thought was a little bit unfair.
But I would say there is credence in the fact there are soft skills involved with being a Premier League captain, right? And I get it, there are leadership groups. But for example...
Just remind you, people haven't heard it. Tony Adams was speaking in the week, and he basically said Arsenal will win nothing with Martin Odegaard as captain. Declan Rice is more of a leader, and Arsenal basically, to cut a long story short, won't win anything with Martin Odegaard as captain.
Maybe big opinion there.
Yeah, maybe he's engaging in a little bit of hyperbole. And then from Arsenal's point of view, you wouldn't like your former captain to come and say that in a season where you've got the most pressure out of all Premier League teams, going to say you either win the title or you sack Arteta, which I think is a bit extreme as well. But I do think that if you look at a team like Liverpool that was super successful under Jurgen Klopp, you'd say technically in terms of ball ability or ball at your feet, Jordan Henderson might have been one of the worst players at Liverpool in terms of football
technical ability.
But his leadership, you
not
can't...
one of the strongest, not the worst. I don't like that.
Okay, wasn't one of the strongest. But you can't deny his leadership abilities were second to none. You noticed it most during COVID, right, where there was no fans in the stadium. You heard him shouting, you heard him organising, and there's a reason why Thomas Tuchel selected him for England sides. So I do think there is an importance of captains. I think that is understated or underutilised in the Premier League in recent years. And I do think that Declan Rice is probably a better fit as Arsenal captain.
Why though, Quakin?
Because I think Martin Odegaard is at his best is talismanic. He's a player that can make things happen. He's mercurial. And I think maybe last season where he couldn't find his best form, maybe the burden of being captain as well as having to try and find your best form as a player was a bit too much for him. I think Declan Rice, it just makes sense. He does all the talking. He does all the media. He feels like a captain. He's already captained West Ham. I think that...
To a trophy as well.
To a trophy. I think that he is ready-made. He's maybe the number one candidate to be England captain when Harry Kane finally hangs up his boots. Yeah. So it makes sense that if you've got somebody there who feels more like the captain, you ask Martin Odegaard to concentrate on trying to be the best number 10 in the world and ask Declan Rice to show that responsibility.
Can I ask you a question then? If, let's say Mikel Arteta, Marcus, agrees with Quaker and it thinks in his head, I like that idea. Do you think taking the captaincy off someone, though, one of your better players, is a bad idea because it then could potentially upset Martin Odegaard and could possibly impact his performances on the pitch?
Yeah, I mean, it would then become a thing, wouldn't it? If it, he took the captain's armband off him and so on and so forth. I mean, I think Quaker makes a point about leadership groups. They'll have had these chats. Also, as well, I mean, I think that when you think of a captain, you do think of someone who is quite vocal and is a leader. And you talk about Henderson, that kind of player, or Adams himself, John Terry, all these kind of. So we have an idea of a captain, and I understand that, and generally speaking, I would go with that kind of thing. But in this Arsenal side, Odegaard may not be the most vocal and the most sort of chest beaty, if you like, on the pitch. But for all he may well have a position in that squad, or a he may have a sort of the type of personality where actually he doesn't say too much, but when he does, they're real pearls of wisdom. And actually, if there's a dispute or there's not sure, get Martin over, just a few words and it sorts it all out. So perhaps the players look up to him in a certain way, and Arteta thinks, do you know what, that's worth channeling into a role of captain.
Talking about great captains, I mean, like Steven Gerrard obviously was one of the best. Do you think he was a shouter?
Yes.
Or do you think, because I always thought in that Liverpool team that Jamie Carragher was the shouter, and Steven Gerrard led by performances on the pitch, by taking the game by the scruff of the neck. So that was how Gerrard influenced the game. Yeah. And I remember going to Liverpool as a kid. Yeah. And the person, if you sat anywhere near the pitch, the person you heard always throughout the whole game was Jamie Carragher, not Steven Gerrard.
And I understand the point that maybe Odegaard is the metronome on the pitch that conveys Arteta's attacking message to the players on the pitch, and that is also a huge factor, right? That's massive. I think he maybe understands the idea and the philosophy of Mikel Arteta more than anybody on the Arsenal team on the pitch. But I do still, and maybe I'm old school with it, I still do believe that having that captain that has the soft skills, who pulls referees to one side and calls them by their first name, and all of a sudden you win a foul that you shouldn't have won. All of a sudden in the last 15 minutes, things start to happen and play in your favour. I can't deny that as a Chelsea fan, I saw it happen all the time.
Calling the ref by his first name.
John Terry was the best.
Was the best
At
at
just
it.
sauntering over to the ref, arm round the shoulder. Hey, Dino, what do you reckon here?
Yeah, exactly.
And all of a sudden you get a decision.
Going back to that point about Gerrard and Carragher, there were vice captains then as well in those days. You kind of now,
You still
it's
do have
you
that.
probably do have that, but it's more of a, like you say, kind of all done by committee now, I guess, as well. But also back then with Tony Adams, John Terry, they also led by getting stuck in and leveling people, and you can't do that anymore, can you? That idea of a captain being the one who puts the reducer in early on in the game, it's just not a thing anymore, and you're having to lead by performance rather than brute force.
Also, because VAR, talk about players influencing referee decisions.
Yeah.
Is that less of a thing now because VAR's in?
Yeah, a little bit in terms of the big decisions. But the tick-attack of like fouls here or there where the referee could give it or not give it, I still do think it plays a part. And I think Declan Rice, he just feels like an Arsenal captain. Again, you're probably creating more of a story by taking it off of Martin Ødegaard. And Arteta was keen to enforce that pre-season.
Do you think that when you watch Arsenal, though, they're lacking of that a leader?
This has always been. This has been levelled at Arsenal, perhaps fairly, a number of times over the years. But you do. I mean, look, when you're talking about these great Premier League sides, they clearly have leaders on the pitch and all that kind of thing. But I think this Arsenal team do. I think Gabriel's certainly one of those types, isn't he? You know what that man's thinking when he plays football. And Rice himself. I mean, Ødegaard. It could maybe more. I'm desperately trying to think of another, and I'm going to have to resort to England here with David Beckham when he was the captain. Maybe not the most shouty, but he certainly had a level of respect from his fellow players, and maybe that could be the case with Ødegaard. Sure
is.
I mean, it has to be. There's a reason why he's done it. So I don't get too het up with the captaincy. I understand why that one might query it, because you're looking for all these margins, all these little areas to improve. And you're right to mention Terry and all these types of captains who were very obvious in their leadership on the pitch. But that's what Arsenal have got to do. The criticism of Arsenal is, who are the leaders on the pitch? Well, Ødegaard must be some kind of a leader because he's been given the armband. Yes. You've mentioned Rice there. Perhaps in time Zubimendi will be. We'll see. But Gabriel is.
Bukayo Saka is the vice captain.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So it's a slightly different type of leadership, if you like. It's not old school, I would say. We will see, because the pressure is on them this season, and they've got to make it count.
Maybe club football shifted to where, because international football, the captain is more times than not your best player.
I mean, Messi is an example.
It's more of a symbolic thing, right?
Yes,
like it's more of who's the best player, and he's going to be the captain. And I feel like club football, because it's week in and week out, and the person who sets the standards, and the person who's first to training, again, these things may seem trivial, but they do matter in terms of incremental gains that kind of push you towards a title. In modern Premier League history, the last kind of bastion, the captain that we had with Vincent Kompany, where he led by example, but also he would stick a foot in. And you guys raise good points in terms of VAR maybe takes that out of it. But I do think there is, when Tony Adams speaks, I do think we should listen, because he's one of the greatest captains we've ever seen. Maybe it's ill-timed in terms of saying it before a very, very difficult season for Arsenal, but I do think there's some credence in it. Mikel Arteta was keen to point out that in pre-season they vote for the captain, and it was overwhelmingly in the favour of Ødegaard.
There you go.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, you want to revote, do you?
What you?
I don't know. Like the way he said it was like it was a landslide. Oh, is this a landslide? I don't know.
I don't think Mikel Arteta is going to lie about that, though, is he?
He might not know what a landslide means. He might be like, well, it's not like
it was 11-10, but he's gone. It was clear cut.
Exactly. I think there's maybe been a miscount there.
His grasp of democracy, maybe not.
Yeah,
it's like questioning his grasp of that.
Exactly,
going back to your original point about Romero as well, I think sometimes it's a tactic from the manager to try and quell that idea.
Yes.
Trying to put a bit of responsibility on the
that.
shoulders, so you're not going tearing about and putting rash challenges, and you think, I've got to stay on the pitch.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I can't wait for the Chris Romero red card, though, this season. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait for him to kick Scott Parker on the Burnley touchline.
There's going to be so many images of Romero taking his armband off, put it on Mickey van der Ven.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quaku. He is throwing it on the floor. He is not putting it on Mickey van der Ven.
Definitely.
But again, I think captains in football, maybe it's of yesteryear and maybe it doesn't matter as much, but you look at Sunderland, for example, their captain is Granit Xhaka, who was the previous Arsenal captain, obviously lost the captaincy after 10...
don't start that. Please, let's not do that.
And so there are different forms of captains, but for me, I kind of do agree with Tony Adams that I think Declan Rice would make a better Arsenal captain, but you probably make more of a story if you strip Martin Odegaard off it.
We are approaching half-time play. I've heard all this.
Go on.
Make or break with Arteta.
Yeah.
Got to win the league this season or he gets sacked. Are you telling me if Arsenal have a season where they get into the 19 points, they play good football, they score loads of good goals, they're an exciting team to watch, and they miss out on the league to Liverpool by a couple of points, are people really thinking they're going to sack Mikel Arteta?
There's only one circumstance.
I just don't see that. I don't see them thinking that there's a better manager out there. I'm just not sure if some people underplay the job he's done from what he inherited a few years ago.
There's only one circumstance, Sam, that I think that you should entertain that conversation, and it's if somebody outside of Man City or Liverpool win the league. If Chelsea win the league and all of a sudden it's like, okay, so Arsenal are fighting against Man City and it's almost impossible to overcome. But then Liverpool won last year, you go, okay, but they've got some established world-class players. If Chelsea go and win the league this season ahead of Arsenal, then you're asking yourself, why not us? What's the reason? There must be a reason why we can't get over the top, but these other teams have surpassed us. So that's the only circumstance I say.
I just do not see that happening though, by the way.
Okay, and
way.
That might not happen. From my point of view, I want it to happen. But I think that's the only circumstance. I think if Liverpool run away with it, or if Man City win it, then again, and Mikel Arteta has a decent season where his team's playing good football and they compete in the major trophies, then no, you don't get rid of him because he built such a great thing at Arsenal.
Completely agree.
But you do get to a point where it's like, we want to see some silverware. Say it's a second place finish, but you win the FA Cup. That's a good season. But what Mikel Arteta has shown us over recent seasons is he doesn't, I wouldn't say diminishes the importance of these domestic trophies, but he doesn't take them as seriously as I think an Arsenal manager should, especially with their history in the FA Cup. And so go on a good cup run, go on another deep Champions League run, and put forward your best performance in the league. And I'm sure Arsenal fans will be satisfied.
Let's now focus back on our games in the Premier League. 3 o'clock kickoffs. The 12:30 game finished 0-0 between Villa and Newcastle. Just the one goal in our 3 o'clock game. Spurs 1, Burnley 0. Richarlison scoring for Spurs very early on in that game after 10 minutes. Mohamed Kudus with the assist, his first assist in the Premier League for Spurs. Nice ball in from the right-hand side. Richarlison with a really good first-time finish. Spurs 1, Burnley 0. Spurs dominated the first 20 minutes where it looked like the Spurs were going to just go on and beat Burnley pretty comfortably, but fair play to Burnley. In the last 20 minutes or so, they've enjoyed a decent bit of possession, found some space in Spurs' half, but haven't yet managed to create any clear-cut chances. Brighton 0, Fulham 0. Marcus, you're a big Fulham fan. What have you made of Fulham's first half performance?
Not too bad. I mean, Harry Wilson went close with a header just a moment ago. I mean, bearing in mind, they are playing a side who, the odds suggest are, a little bit better than Fulham. They're away from home. It's early on. Oh, I tell you what, Burnley have really played well in this second half.
They play some really good one-touch football in midfield. Carl Walker playing at right centre-back had so much space down the right-hand side. And I think it was Foster who was in space in the box and a better ball. I don't think it was a tricky ball there from Walker across goal to Foster, but he overhits it. The centre-forward went down wanting a penalty, but I just think Walker overhits it. But that there is a really good chance for Burnley.
Yeah. I can really understand why Spurs fans get so annoyed at the team, though, because the Burnley are all about endeavour, pushing forward, making sure it happens. When you're watching Spurs, watching this match for the last 5 minutes while we've been chatting, and Spurs get forward, they had a bit of momentum, and it's just they loft the ball into the box. Yeah. There's no precision there. There's no drive to get it done. Spurs should be 2 up in this game. They should have pushed forward and really cemented that. Burnley have just come back into the game bit by bit by bit.
And half-time in that game, it is Spurs 1, Burnley 0. Quaker, have you been watching much of Sunderland, West Ham? I feel like Sunderland started well, but maybe West Ham have just, in the last 15 or 20 minutes, got their sort of foot on the ball and showing a bit of experience.
It's a very even game, and I think these teams, there won't be too much between them in terms of where they finish in the league. And for some of the fans, they'll be hoping they can stay in the division. For West Ham, probably similar things, but their fans are maybe a bit more ambitious. But they're pretty well matched. And if you look at the starting 11s, I quite like Sunderland. I really like Adingra. I think Adingra is a player that he can, if he can find a home. I watched him at AFCON, and I was like, when he played towards the end of that competition, it's like, you are very, very special when you've got minutes in your legs and you're fully fit. So hopefully you can find a home at Sunderland and really make a mark.
What do you think of the, would it be Spanish from Chelsea, Marc Guy?
Yeah.
Obviously a decent player.
Yeah.
He's at Sunderland. Because I was looking at him thinking, where might Sunderland's goals come? And I remember him being sort of fairly highly rated at Chelsea. Obviously, they've sold him. I mean, how would you rate him?
I really like him. He was unfortunate last season because Chelsea suffered with a bout of injuries to their strikers, and he came into the starting 11, played really well in the Conference League, and then got injured himself and was out for a few months.
Yeah.
So it was unfortunate timing, but he's a physical striker. He's he learned football the right way. Come from La Masia. He obviously can play football, and I really like his mentality. Despite the fact that he wasn't getting many minutes for Chelsea, he always seemed in good spirits. He's always cheering up the team. So I think that's important in the Premier League. I almost started him in my fantasy. Good job I didn't, because he's not starting this game for Sunderland.
You're trying to fit in Haaland and Salah.
Do you know what? I haven't got Haaland or Salah in my team.
Honestly, I went the other way and just got them both in, but then it was almost impossible to try and fit, to try and do the rest of the team.
And not Salah.
Oh, I've got both in. I just thought, I tried to be clever last season and do what you did and not put them both in. And it was just ridiculous, because they got all the goals and got all the assists, and I was just going to round up some halftime scores in the up and down the country. We'll take a quick break. In the Premier League, Brighton 0, Fulham 0, Sunderland 0, West Ham 0, Spurs 1, Burnley 0. In the Championship, half-times, Blackburn 0, Birmingham 0. Blackburn losing to West Brom in their first game. Birmingham 111 points. They cruised to League One title last season, drawing to Ipswich in their first game. It's Bristol City 0, Charlton 0. The Robins cruising to a 4-1 victory over Sheffield United on the first day of the season, looking to secure another top 6 placing this season after finishing 6th last season. Millwall 0, Borough 0. Lots of people may be tipping Millwall as an outside shout of top 6 football this season, beating Norwich 2-1 away last weekend. Preston 1, Leicester 0. Leicester, of course, back in the Championship after being relegated last season. Sheffield Wednesday, we know they got lots of problems going on at that football club, and this afternoon in some trouble on the pitch, losing at home to Stoke City by a goal to nil. Stoke City kicked off their league campaign last weekend with a home victory against Derby. This is their first full campaign under the management of Mark Robbins. They finished 18th last season. Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0. Sheffield United heading into this campaign under new boss Ruben Sellers, with Chris Wilder departing over the summer following a third place finish and losing in the playoff final to Sunderland. They lost their first game at home to Bristol City, being thumped by 4-1. And Watford are cruising at home to QPR, leading them 2-0 at half-time. In League One, the half-time scores: Barnsley 0, Bolton 0, Blackpool 3, Huddersfield 2. Good game there. Bradford 1, Luton 0. Cardiff, relegated from League One last season, leading Rotherham by a goal to nil. Doncaster 0, Wickham 0, Leyton Orient 0, Stockport 2. Lincoln being Plymouth at home by a goal to nil. Tough start to life for Tom Cleverley at Plymouth. Wimbledon leading away at Reading by a goal to nil. Stevenage 0, Northampton 0, Wickham 2, Peterborough 2. Half-time scores in League 2. Barnet pulled a goal back at home to Walsall, so at half-time it's 2-1 to Walsall. Barrow 1, Notts County 0, Bromley 1, Fleetwood 1. Cambridge are beating Harrogate by a goal to nil. MK Dons, many people's favourites to go up from League 2, cruising at home to Cheltenham at half-time, leading by 3-0. Salford 2, Accrington Stanley 0, Shrewsbury 0, Colchester 0, Tranmere 0, Gillingham 0. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill Waiting Plaza. Gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. We're taking a very quick break on talkSPORT Goals. Oh, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are very much live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and coming to you as well on your smart TVs. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by the final one standing. It is new from William Hill, 18 plus, speedgambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. 3 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League this Saturday afternoon. Just the one goal all day really in the Premier League, because Villa 0, Newcastle 0 was the early result at 12:30. Brighton 0, Fulham 0, Sunderland 0, West Ham 0, Spurs 1, Burnley 0 is the half-time score. And Kwaku Afari, Marcus Bella alongside myself, Sam Ellard and Lee Phelps from William Hill. Richarlison took his goal very nicely, Kwaku.
Very, very well. And it's a great start for Spurs, right? Kudus gets on the assist sheet, and Richarlison opens his account for the season. I'll just look at this Spurs team, and there's promise, right? Especially if they get some of the signings over the line in terms of
like Eze,
who might not be in the matchday squad for Palace tomorrow against Chelsea, which is great news for my boys because he always seems to turn up against Chelsea. But if they can get some of those signs over the line, they're linked with Savinho as well, then all of a sudden it looks like a good window. Paulinho, who I think we all believe is going to be a great signing for Spurs. He's on the bench today, but I think that'll be a very good signing. And I'm just looking at the Spurs team off the back of losing to PSG but putting forth a great performance. There's no reason why they can't get back into the top 6.
You know what? He went to the zone. He flourished. He went to the zone. He went to America. He flourished in America with the zone.
Felt
and
like
Kwaku
DAZN,
Afari is very much back on talkSPORT Goals. Marcus, though, first 15 minutes of that Spurs-Burnley game, we saw Spurs have possession, and you thought this could be 4s and 5s. Did Burnley almost surprise you that in those final 15 to 20 minutes, to be fair to them, they got their foot into the game and not creating any chances, but they had moments.
Yeah, they did, and they were far better in the second half of the first half. Yeah. And they'll take a lot of heart from that. And you know, we're talking up Spurs, and I think rightly so. They already look better under Thomas Frank. We expected that, but
It's fun though, isn't it?
But they're still Spurs. Yeah, but they're still a work in progress. It's the first game of the Premier League season, and Burnley and Scott Parker know that, and they're thinking, right, okay. Let's take a bit of heart now. They'll be saying to themselves in the dressing room at half time and think, right, we finished the stronger side there.
They did.
With a tiny bit more quality and with a slightly more measured pass from Kyle Walker, maybe, right at the end of the game. They might even be going in level. So all to play for in that second half. It didn't feel like that in the first 10 minutes when Richarlison, or Kwaku seems to be calling him Richarlison. Do you know something that we don't?
You know what? I was just surprised that you've given it as lads as Tottenham, 45 minutes into their Premier League campaign.
They don't like being called Tottenham. Do you not remember that?
They had it on Thursday morning after the all of that pages was Spursy.
No, look, I think Spurs. I think they're going to be in the league. They're going to be far improved. I predict them to finish in the top half, and not only that, finish in the European places, possibly even Europa League spots. They're a completely different beast under Thomas Frank. So I'm obviously being a little bit silly there, but you know, they're going to have to make sure. You've got to fight for every point in the Premier League. And Burnley, as I say, finished that half pretty well.
They did.
After all the criticism, well, not criticism, after all the predictions, really, and observations that people have made about them. Parker knows this. Yeah. He would absolutely love to be, after this game, reporters and presenters talking to him going, oh, yeah, we've predicted this, but I tell you what, that's a very good start for you. So there's a chance for him. But my concern would be, having watched Parker manage Fulham when they were in the Premier League, it was a similar approach, very tight at the back, don't concede many goals, but of course you are going to concede goals in the Premier League inevitably. It was the lack of goals. You know, when he had a striker like Mitrovic on the bench, and we saw what he could do, he put him on the bench. Yeah. Didn't play him, and very conservative. He won't. I mean, how much time will he have? I mean, how long's a piece of string? He will have to come up with something. They can't just do what they did in the Championship, as an incredibly effective as it was. Burnley right now are a yo-yo club. They're in that position, aren't they? You think about it. When they got promoted, would it be 3 or 4 seasons ago? My maths is failing me there. What was it, 101 points? Yeah. I think they got. They then go down. And they didn't put up too much of a fight in the
company. One eye on something else, though, I believe.
Well, and you're saying that if they get relegated, Parker's off to Bayern Munich. He's got a plum job in Germany waiting. Maybe that's it. Maybe the Dortmund job. So they get relegated again. Zoom up the table in the Championship. 100 points. Bang, they're back. They have a chance this year. I keep saying that about everything. Of course it's a chance. But they've got to break that mould somehow. Can they do it under Parker? A lot of people think not.
Well, we'll find out. They've started pretty well against Spurs, despite being 1-0 down at half-time. Spurs 1, Burnley 0, Sunderland 0, West Ham 0, Brighton 0, Fulham 0. This is supposed to be talkSPORT Goals. It's just talkSPORT Goal. come back in a couple of minutes' time for the second half of our 3 o'clock games, where hopefully talkSPORT Goal will become talkSPORT Goals. Come on, lads. And welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. I'm your host, Sam Maillard. Alongside me for the next hour or so is still Quakey Wafari, Marcus Speller and Lee Phelps from William Hill. talkSPORT Goals with you until around 5 o'clock this evening. Then from 5:30 it'll be the full-time phone-in show. Jeremy O'Hara, Jason Cundy taking your calls on basically absolutely anything that you've seen or heard or watched today up and down the country in the Premier League and the EFL. One result to bring you today in the Premier League: Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. 3 games just getting underway in the second half in the Premier League. Only 1 goal so far this afternoon. Spurs 1, Burnley 0. Richarlison scoring a lovely goal for Spurs early on to give them the lead. Spurs, though, not particularly great, though, in terms of keeping clean sheets. Haven't kept the clean sheet in any of their last 13 Premier League games. Last having a longer run between August and December in 2010. Brighton 0, Fulham 1. Fulham have won their opening league match in just 1 of their last 8 campaigns, winning 1-0 Everton in the 23-24 season. And also goalless between Sunderland and West Ham. Sunderland well and truly back in the Premier League. Jared Bowen has been, no surprise, West Ham's most dangerous player. He scored in each of his last 4 Premier League appearances in the 24-25 season. The last West Ham player to score 5 in a row. Do you remember Jesse Lingard? In April 2021. That little cameo from Lingard to West Ham was generational, wasn't it? Some results in the Championship. cracking game between Derby and Coventry. Derby were leading 3-2 going into the final 10 or 15 minutes. Ended up losing 5-3. Derby 3, Coventry 5. Portsmouth 1, Norwich 2 was a full-time result. Liam Manning getting his first victory as the new Norwich manager, leaving from Bristol City in the summer. And Wrexham lost back-to-back games in the Championship. West Brom have won back-to-back games. Wrexham 2, West Brom 3, a full-time. Latest scores in the Championship: Blackburn 0, Birmingham 0, Bristol City 0, Charlton 0. Bristol City cruising to a 4-1 victory over Sheffield United on the first day of the season. It's Millwall 0, Borough 0. Perhaps the surprise result so far is Preston 1, Leicester 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Stoke City 1, Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0, and it is Watford 2, QPR 1. QPR, by the way, pulling a goal back right before half-time. Morgan scoring there. Lee Phelps, in terms of odds going into the second half, what's catching your attention?
Yeah, I think it's interesting the way these are set up, and we're hoping for goals, aren't we? And I think that's kind of like, where are they going to come from? It's been very even in the Brighton Fulham game, hasn't it? I mean, I think they've had more shots on target, Brighton, but nothing really concrete. The chances have been pretty even. Tottenham, we expect them to kind of get on top and try and put Burnley to the sword, but again, Burnley have had some clear-cut chances here. Josh Lawrence had 2 shots on target in the game. In terms of the betting in the Tottenham game, Tottenham are 2-7, so much shorter than they were at the start, obviously, with the goal up. 12-1 Burnley. A few price boosts live here. Richarlison to score the second goal is priced up at 15-2. Christian Romero to be carded, as we were talking, 6-5. It's not the biggest price in the world, but I thought I'd chuck it in there as soon as we're talking. Mayenda or Bowen to score the first goal in the Sunderland West Ham game. Either or to score the first goal is 7-2. Sunderland are just under 3-1 to win that. West Ham 17-10. The draw, which we liked at the start of the game, is 6-5. Rutter to score or assist, 5-2 in that Brighton Fulham game. Incidentally, that's been price boosted.
Oh, there's a chance there for Fulham. They work it well down the left-hand side. There's an overlap. Is that Josh King, Marcus?
It is Josh King.
And yeah, Josh King got to the byline, tried to play a ball back across goal. Verbruggen does well to collect it. And Quaker, you gasp as well. Was that a big chance for Sunderland at the start of the second half?
Great chance for Sunderland. The ball gets played into Adingra, who I wouldn't say it's an open goal, but it's a great chance for a player of his quality. He misses, he puts it wide of the post, and you saw the reaction of his teammates. They believe he should have scored. You saw the reaction of the Sunderland manager. He thinks Adingra should have scored. They're still goalless in the game at Stadium of Light, but I think Sunderland should be one up against West Ham.
Yeah, in terms of the betting there, Sunderland just under 3-1, as I said. It's just kind of we need a breakthrough in one of these just to set the game apart, because I think Sunderland and West Ham both seem pretty intent just to kind of play it out in midfield, don't they? There's not an awful lot going on there. Injury at the minute, so there's a break in play. Tottenham have started the second half.
Big chance there for Mickey van der Ven. Corner from the right-hand side, whipped in swinging from Kudus. Goalkeeper Dubravka tries to come and collect, gets nowhere near it. Van der Ven from a close range, header goes over.
In terms of the games, though, I think we wouldn't be surprised to see Tottenham increase that lead, even though Burnley have played well. Obviously, from my point of view, for final one standing, I want Brighton to win.
Do you know who producer Jamie went for final one standing?
Burnley.
He went Burnley. And his logic was, well, if I just go for Liverpool, Man City all season, I'm never going to get away and win. And I kind of understand that logic. So I understand going for a gamble.
You've got to get through the first round, though.
But I just didn't think going for Burnley was the logical option today.
I'm not sure Brighton's the best pick in the world as it stands at the minute. But I mean, they're still, like I said, they're still favourites to win. But the draw is looking more and more likely as the longer this half goes on. We just need a bit of a break. You know, as we saw in the Villa-Newcastle game, as the game wore on, it became more and more open, and hopefully that's what we'll start to see on all three of these games, where legs maybe just get a bit tired. First game of the season proper. I know Tottenham played PSG in the week, but more or less first game of the season proper. Will we start to see a few more gaps appear in all three of these live Premier League games?
Looking forward, by the way, to some team news from Man City at 4:15, because I'm not, I'd love to know if Shirky, Reinders and Nate Norrie all going to come straight into the team. We know there's that injury to Rodri, so he possibly, obviously have to find somebody else. I mean, I'm also intrigued to see how he's going to shape up his team. Did you also think, Kwaku, with Man City, that we spoke a lot about last season about it being a new season, lots of players going to have to move on. I know some players have moved on, but I almost expected there to be even more of a turnover, even more of a clear out of Man City this summer.
Yeah, I probably expected a few more outgoings, but who would go though? Like,
I mean, players like Bernardo Silva, possibly players like...
He's the one player...
Gundogan stayed, didn't he?
Gundogan stayed as well.
So Bernardo Silva, felt like their legs went in the summer.
Gundogan, or not even Gundogan, Bernardo Silva is one player that Pep Guardiola, despite the fact he's got this policy of if you say you want to leave, we'll let you go. Bernardo Silva has tried to leave every other summer, and Pep Guardiola will not let him leave. I think he's so integral to the way that Pep wants to play football. He's so versatile as well. And where you've lost Kevin De Bruyne, who's one of the best midfielders this country's ever seen, I think losing him and Bernardo Silva in the same summer would be too much experience to lose from the City side. But they're the wild card, the X factor, right? Because we saw them in the Club World Cup, some really good performances, but then go out to Al Hilal in a really dramatic match. I think that's maybe not soured people towards City, but it's made people more uncertain. You look at Ryan Shirky, he was a great player. We saw him with amazing.
Think he'd be a good signing?
I don't know if he's a Pep Guardiola player. I don't know.
I did wonder that as well.
If you look at
Fulham were trying to get him for a while, which is ambitious.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Because there was, I think last summer or maybe in January, people saying he could go for 20 mil. I think he went for a little bit more.
Oh, chance for Richarlison. He's still got it. Richarlison!
Oh.
Off the line. He had 2 stabs at that. Cross in from the left. First time shot was blocked. Then his second time shot was cleared. And then Kudus from the right-hand side with a cross shot, which evades everyone and goes out for a goal kick. 51 minutes gone. It's still Spurs 1, Burnley 0.
Richarlison 15-2 to score the second goal as well. I just come back. I think he's going to get chances, I think, as this second half rolls on.
Couple of big goals in the Championship. Stoke City, a 2-0 up away at Sheffield Wednesday. Mubama scoring there right at the start of the second half. And then Millwall 0, Middlesbrough 1 is the score at the Den. Of course, Middlesbrough this season under Rob Edwards. They beat Swansea at home on the opening weekend before they were quickly brought down to earth, losing 4-0 at home to Doncaster. But yeah, Rob Edwards very much in the early stages of his Middlesbrough tenure after being appointed as Michael Carrick's successor, but beat Swansea at home last weekend. And now it's Millwall 0, Middlesbrough 1.
It's, I think Spurs should have scored there. All Brighton are on the attack, play the right ball.
That's going to be a penalty to Brighton, and it is. It looked a penalty. It's a really, really good run. I think it was Ruta who carried the ball a long, long way. He got into the box and he was brought down. And that, to me, Marcus, at first glance, looked a stonewall penalty, but really good direct play there from Jajana Ruta.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like it was Sander Berger who gave it away, and he didn't complain too much. We're going to have another look at it here. It
takes it from behind, doesn't it?
It's a clumsy one, and you can see what he's trying to do, and he's not trying to foul the player, obviously, but it's
clumsy.
It's clumsy, exactly, yeah, and the referee's not going to overturn that decision. So it's a great chance for Brighton here to break the deadlock.
And their penalty kick taker would be Ruta, I'm guessing.
Well, it's not João Pedro anymore.
Yeah, well,
it's not going to be João Pedro, no.
João Pedro last season. Welbeck took, I think, 1 or 2 last season. I don't think he's on the bench.
He's on the bench. Ruta leading the line. It's Minto, O'Reilly, and Matoma playing behind.
Before we talk about this penalty, Mohamed Kudus is enjoying himself.
He's having a good game, Quaker.
Oh man, some of the touches, the ball came over to him. There was an unnecessary touch where he kind of, a Rabona, but the touch is a Rabona. It was unbelievable, and he's really, really enjoying himself. There's a part of the game where he was juggling with the ball. I think that he's found a new lease of life. Right, at West Ham things got a little bit stale. Yeah. But I think at Spurs he can really. This is the touch. Watch it here. No need to make that touch. Yeah, he's really...
No need, other than the fact that he can do that, so he thought, why not? Looks like it's going to be Ayari then. Is that with the ball in his hand, unless he's going to give it to somebody else, but no. So Riley, who's going to take this penalty for Brighton. And yeah, Brighton have won their opening league match in each of the last 4 seasons, and they got a golden opportunity here to take the lead, and they score. Bern Leno goes to his right-hand side, but O'Reilly slots the ball into the bottom corner. It's a really good penalty. Brighton 1, Fulham 0. And Lee Phelps, your final one standing pick so far, is looking all right. I wonder why
Never in doubt.
I wonder why you disappeared at half-time and just didn't come back for our half-time analysis. Where did you go?
I was just drowning my sorrows a little bit.
Chance for Burnley! I was given a free kick.
No.
Okay, offside.
Offside. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. That was poor defender. Who was that from Spurs?
I think it was Spence. A long ball got launched forward. And yeah, the centre forward is just offside. And Spurs are lucky he's offside because Jed Spence didn't deal with it and he would have been through. But yeah, the offside flag did go up. So Sunderland 0, West Ham 0, Spurs 1, Burnley 0, Brighton 1, Fulham 0. And Marcus Speller, the Fulham fan, if you look through the Fulham bench, you've got attacking options off the bench, whether it's Adama Traore, Emil Smith-Rowe, Muniz, Andreas Pereira, Tom Kearney.
Get Tom Kearney on. Get that man on the pitch. I mean, I think that Fulham, Now, I mean, it was always going to take something, a little bit of silliness or a bit of quality, because there was a nice zip to this game down on the south coast, Brighton, Fulham, but not too many chances. A few little opportunities here and there. Brighton have got the break, and Fulham, it's going to be. It's going to take something to kind of wrench this Brighton side open a bit, because they've not been giving away much, and nor do they need to kind of start, attacking so much. I reckon the dynamic of the game will stay fairly similar, reasonably equal. But at the moment, there's not too much inspiration going on. So, I mean, I absolutely adore Tom Kearney. Of course, I'm glad he signed for an extra 1 year extension on his contract. Just to play like that, to maybe try and unlock something. The difficulty is for Fulham, if they bring on somebody, then they open themselves up, and Brighton think, thanks very much, we're going to go at you now. So I think another 10 minutes, see where Fulham are, and then Silva will start maybe making one or two changes. Because he does love to make a substitute, does Marcos Silva, statistically. In the last
problem today is he started Harry Wilson, and Harry Wilson is normally the guy that comes off the bench and scores all the goals, right?
Well, I mean, if Brighton are pushing forward, I mean, you've always got the Adama Traore button to press. Now, people think, he's not that clinical and so on. No, but he always gives the opposition something to think about with that unbelievable pace that he has. So he's an option. But Emile Smith-Rowe, if you maybe wanted a little different option. I mean, Josh King he's done okay today, looked lively. But maybe Smith-Rowe coming on might be a bit more experienced player, even though he's still very young, of course.
Blackburn have taken the lead against Birmingham. Todd Cantwell scored. Chance for Burnley. Burnley are in. Medbury, he should
get your shot away, man.
Goodness gracious.
Medbury, who got played in down the right-hand side. He had space, he had time, and as Marcus Speller rightly shouts, get your shot away. Why didn't he get his shot away, Marcus?
Because he wanted to get it on his other foot, clearly. I mean, he's put it there and thinks, I'll just have one more touch. I'm sorry, but
this Spurs-Burnley game is open.
Yeah,
Burnley are giving it a good crack here.
Really few instances in this game where Hannibal's got the ball and it's got stuck under his feet. He's not been able to get it out of his feet, and that was a situation that was a great chance for Burnley. You're not going to get...
Burnley are here again.
Go on, shoot!
Oh! Anthony gets his shot away. They work it down the right-hand side. They get through. It ends up falling to Anthony at the back post. And on his right foot, he hits the shot into the ground. And it goes straight into the hands of Vicario. But I tell you what, I thought this Burnley team were going to just be 11 behind the ball, be dogged, park the bus and go set pieces. They are pushing bodies forward. They are causing Spurs problems. And by the way, we spoke about Ange Postecoglou's Tottenham's being open, being easy to play through.
Well,
Burnley are playing through this Tottenham team pretty easily here. Yeah. And if they just had a bit more composure in the final third, they could easily be on level term, boys.
100%. This is this game is here for
football's back, boys. We love it, don't we, Lee?
Absolutely. And that's the best chance of any of the Anthonys who had missed chances from Anthony Gordon, missed chances from Anthony Elanga, and another one from Anthony there.
Will Anthony ever score a goal in the Premier League this season?
I mean, the Anthony treble would have been...
The Anthony at Man United is not going to score this season, is he? We might as well just give up, mightn't we?
Well, I mean, I tell you what, though, it is open with Burnley, and they are getting chances. So that back line with Spurs, there's work to do. I mean, it's unlikely Thomas Frank was going to fix it after just one game. Yeah. But, the thing Spurs have now got to worry about is if they, just win by the solitary goal, or even if they win 2-0 now and whatever happens, people are thinking, you can still get out of these. A lot of work for Frank to do on the training ground, and I think he will get it right by and large. But the next half an hour of this game is
goodness.
What on earth has Richarlison been doing this summer? This is a different Richarlison, and he's just scored an unbelievable volley against the run of play to make it Tottenham 2, Burnley 0. Ball comes in, first time volley with his right foot, back to goal. I'm gonna owe you an apology, Richarlison, because I was thinking you're surely one of the players that maybe his time at Spurs is coming to an end. He needs to go in a new direction. He was good against PSG. He scored the opener, and he's just scored a sumptuous volley. Richarlison's on a hat trick, and now we're gone, Kwaku. Spurs 2. Is this Richarlison or a different Brazilian?
What was it? 15-2. Richarlison to get a double.
15-2 for Richarlison to score the next goal. We'll get it now. Just watching this replay of this goal again, fantastic. Spurs get the ball in. What a finish this is. Scissor kick almost. Oh, my.
And a goal in the stadium. An hour gone. Sunderland are back in the Premier League.
There they are.
And they take the lead at home to West Ham. 61 minutes on the clock. Incredible scenes at the Stadium of Light. It's the number 12 who's given Sunderland the lead. My Ender scores. Sunderland 1, West Ham 0. We can't hear it, Kwaku, but you can imagine the Stadium of Light is bouncing.
The stadium of noise right now. It is absolutely bouncing. And Miranda gives a little dance as well to the Sunderland faithful. And they've needed that, right? They've been a sleeping giant. They've been in the Championship for way too long.
Well
That was the depths of League One. And now they're back in the Premier League. They're back in the big time. And they're in the league against a West Ham team that have been on the ropes. But that's a very good goal.
It's the long ball into the box.
That's a
he
good
wins
header,
the
man.
header. And
great header.
He has to head it from quite far out. And you almost expected the goalkeeper going across goal to push it away, but it manages to beat the new West Ham goalkeeper, Hermanson, into the bottom corner. But yeah, unbelievable. It is my end. 61 minutes in. Sunderland 1, West Ham 0. Get the ball in the box, Marcus Speller.
Well, indeed, yeah. I mean, it might be a touch harsh to question the keeper's
It
position.
just felt like it wasn't a powerful header. And he had to go. He went across the keeper as well.
My Ender did everything right. I mean, he's basically asked the question of the goalkeeper, and it's gone in the corner. I mean, wow, what a goal that is for Sunderland. I mean, that is fantastic. That is one to seek out. I mean, it's great to see the Stadium of Light back in the Premier League, and that goal. I tell you what, though, we talked about West Ham and the pressure. You lose your opening game of the season, it's never good. You lose it to a newly promoted side. Still half an hour to go, all to play for.
Yes.
But my goodness, that is exactly what they wanted up there. Great goal. And look at these scenes of celebration as well. They're absolutely loving it. I mean, the way they went up through the playoffs as well, with that late rally at Wembley and so on and so forth. Great for them. Now, Scott Parker making a couple of changes for Burnley in that game. I mean, we were talking up Burnley, weren't we, a moment ago? Then Richarlison brings out a goal of the month contender. It's all going off. We wanted goals. We've
TalkSPORT Goals is back.
We've got them all.
TalkSPORT Goal.
We've got them in every
See
game.
you later.
Yes.
TalkSPORT Goals. We are back.
Yes, absolutely right.
Amazing. That Richarlison goal, I think, again, Richarlison
Still
will get...
going with Richarlison.
Richarlison, potato. He's a player that get all the credit. But honestly, for the last 15 minutes, Mohamed Kudus has been unplayable.
How good's he been, Kwaku?
Oh, he's been unbelievable. Popping up on the left, popping up on the right. This time, in terms of the assist, he's on the right-hand side, gets the ball into the box after beating the man. And obviously, Richarlison finishes it off with one of the best finishes you'll see this season. But Mohamed Kudus, West Ham fans, I wouldn't say they were happy to see the back of him, but towards the back end of last season, they weren't too happy with him in terms of performances, his lack of endeavour.
He was very inconsistent last season.
He was inconsistent, but we saw it from the time that he was playing at Ajax in the Champions League. We were surprised he went to West Ham. We were waiting for a big team to make that move. It was almost seemed like Sadio Mane at Southampton vibes, whereas who's going to come in for him? Spurs came in for him, and so far in the Spurs shirt, he's been fantastic.
A Richarlison hat-trick first day of the season would be...
A Richarlison hat-trick would be...
Richarlison hat-trick. Spurs come forward here, Pedro Porro the shot. So latest scores then in the Premier League. Brighton 1, Fulham 0. O'Reilly with a penalty for Brighton in the second half. Sunderland lead against West Ham at home by Ender after 61 minutes. And Spurs are 2 up at home to Burnley thanks to a Richarlison brace as things stand. In the Championship, latest scores: Blackburn, Todd Cantwell giving them the lead against Birmingham. Bristol City 0, Charlton 0. Middlesbrough leading away at Millwall by a goal to 0. It's still Preston 1, Leicester 0. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Stoke 2. Swansea 0, Sheffield United 0. Watford 2, QPR 1. League 1, League 2 scores to come quickly. Marcus Speller, what's happened in the Brighton-Fulham game? Is that a shout for a Fulham penalty?
Oh, surely VAR should have seen that.
Yeah, Ayari just comes through
what happened?
Ayari comes through the back of King, and he gets the ball eventually, but he comes through him, and that's surely a penalty. And they've carried on play, so they've not given it. But
I can't believe that's not been.
I don't think they appealed enough, because that looks like a penalty.
But you shouldn't have to appeal. A penalty's a penalty.
So there was a little bit of an appeal from King after he went.
Right on the break here again.
This could be.
Mitoma!
It should be a goal.
Oh! It comes to Minter! And he skies over from close range. He really, really should have done better. Mitoma does so well to carry the ball. A real lack of composure from close range. How good's Mitoma, by the way, boys?
Yeah, but he's... Again, he's one of these mercurial players where sometimes he looks unplayable.
Yeah.
Remember the goal he scored against Chelsea?
Oh, yeah.
I think the one goal of the season. But sometimes he goes missing, and I think he needs to find that consistency. And I think that's why a huge club haven't come in for him.
Yeah,
there's 5 or 6 games where he looks amazing, and then he goes off the boil for about 10 games. But yeah, when he's on it, he's one of the most exciting players to watch in this league.
Richarlison hat-trick, by the way, 9-2, so another goal in the game, 9-2. But you get impacts on that as well. So if Richarlison goes off, player comes on for him, gets the third goal effectively, you still get paid out on that. So at this stage of the game, it's an interesting bet because he might well...
Oh, and Spurs are in again here. Spurs are in 1-1 and Spurs go 3-0 up.
And that's a hat-trick of assists.
It's Brennan Johnson. A kudos assist.
I think so.
Wow.
I think so. We have to watch the replay.
I have to say, this feels a little bit harsh on Burnley, perhaps. But hey, Scott Parker and Burnley,
the more they push forward, the more the brakes on.
Welcome back to the Premier League. And you know what? Richarlison might get the headlines, but I think Kwaku was absolutely spot on in his assessment that Mohamed Kudus has been absolutely outstanding from the right-hand side. It's an incredible through to Brennan Johnson. He goes through on goal, and the finish is fantastic. Ball comes into Richarlison, who takes the ball down really well. It's Sarr, isn't it, with the assist? But Kudus has been excellent all game. Johnson goes through on goal, and the finish is really nice. Takes it past Dubravka, the new Burnley goalkeeper, well and truly clearly onside. Marcus Speller, what a start to life for Thomas Frank in the Premier League.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And that's the thing, that exactly what they needed. If you're going to have some defensive frailties and you want to get the attention off that, you've got to score some goals. They put 3 on the board. You would imagine they would probably get a 4th as well. So, yeah, as I said, there's still work to be done on the training ground because Burnley should have scored. They should have equalised, and they've been punished, and they're not getting anything from today's game.
That is literally what the Premier League is, right?
Cut the thrust of the Prem. I mean, we knew how good they were defensively. We keep talking about it. They've conceded 3 today. Could even be more. It's harsh at the top, but look, they knew this. They are going to have to really find some goals from somewhere. But Spurs themselves, great for their attacking players to score. But my goodness, as I say, Frank will think, right, great, this will be a good win for them. Barring a miracle, I say this, and another chance. See, there you go. Another great chance for Burnley.
It's a shot from just outside the box that goes over.
I mean, if you're being kind to Spurs, you say they're inviting the pressure on, they're looking to hit on the break, but I don't think that's the case.
No,
this isn't by.
Yeah.
They just seem all over the place at times defensively, don't they?
Yeah.
And now they're 3 up. I mean, there's 86,000 final one standing players who picked Tottenham today. They're absolutely watching this and thinking, great, I'm through to round 2.
Could you imagine if somebody picked Burnley? Imagine if someone who was responsible to be the brains of this wonderful show, Lee, put Burnley as their... Do you know what? When you come in here, Producer Jamie, and explain yourself, please, live on YouTube.
He's wagging the finger.
Nearly 300,000 people playing. 2,085 picked Burnley.
And he's one of them.
He's one of them. Yeah. He's one of them. 0.7% of the total players.
Come on then, pretty boy. His face is way too pretty not to be on air.
What a beautiful man.
Can you explain the logic of why you went for Burnley, please? Look into that camera, young man.
Well, they've looked pretty good, haven't they? I mean, 3-0 absolutely flatters Spurs in this game, right? Let's look at the XG, Lee. What's the XG? Never mind the goals. Cheers.
Can I say as well, by the way, I thought he was excellent in How I Met Your Mother.
XG, interestingly, is 1.01.
Have you seen the show How I Met Your Mother?
Who did he play?
I can't remember the guy's name. He looks like one of the characters. Don't explain it too much. You know what I mean, don't you?
He's got 3 names.
Yeah, there you go. By the way, have you seen him? Brighton Fulham. I said to give it 10 minutes, and Silva's made a few changes. Muniz on for Jimenez. Traore has come on as well. Bit of pace. We talked about that. And Tom Kearney in the middle of the pitch. So he's really... I mean, Brighton have made changes as well.
Yeah, Welbeck and Gomez on for Blaber and Ruta.
Yeah, and so if Fulham want to get something out of it, they as I say, the way the game is going, it's just sort of... I think it would just peter out, really, quite frankly. Brighton very happy with the 1-goal lead. So they need to do something to try and disrupt this, to try and shake it up, see if they can do it for the last 20.
Ugochukwu on, by the way, for Burnley, and Brun Larson as well, also on. There's a big goal in the Championship as well, because Leicester City have equalised away at Preston. Preston 1, Leicester 1, Lee.
Yeah, just looking at this Tottenham-Burnley game, I mean, Burnley, just joking there about the XG, but they are over 1 on the XG, and they've had chances, haven't they? And there's no way they're not going to keep pushing. There's 20 minutes left in this game, so interesting to think if Burnley can get a goal. I mean, Tottenham to win and both teams to score, which you'd think it'd be a consolation. I don't think they can concede like they did against PSG. Well, they won't concede 3 here. That's over 2-1 for Tottenham to win and both teams to score.
West Ham need goals. They've made a couple of substitutions. 2 players coming off the bench. Souček is on. Also, Callum Wilson is on as well. Who
the former Newcastle man.
The former Newcastle man, of course. Well done at the Stadium of Light. How do you guys think Callum Wilson's going to do? Because, I mean, the signing got a little bit of stick from some West Ham fans.
I think They're going to need some goals, West Ham. We talk about the other side. Wilson on his day is not a bad player. I say on his day because he's so injury prone. He's not played too much in recent seasons at Newcastle, obviously because Isak's the main man. I thought, again, bearing in mind the financial restraints West Ham have, I didn't think it was a terrible signing. It is all about the fitness and the injury. So you've got a proven Premier League goal scorer there.
Oh, sorry to cut you off. I think Richarlison's being substituted, and he doesn't look a happy man, by the way. Because with 20 minutes to go, he's on 2. I think he knows, Marcus, that if he played for a bit longer, he could have got a Premier League hat-trick. I don't think he's a happy man, but Dominic Solanke is on for Richarlison. And fair play to Richarlison, 2 incredible goals. And yeah, he looks a bit unhappy, but it'd be weird if he was happy to be taken off on 2 goals.
Frank's talking him around there, going, no, you got to understand, and he's thinking, come on.
Going back to that hat-trick bet, you got the impact sub thing. You got Solanke coming on now to score the 3rd for you, fresh off the bat. I mean, it's a great way to play. It's like if he scores a 3rd,
great thing that you guys do.
It's fantastic. So let's keep an eye on Solanke, see if he can get a goal as Burnley push forward again.
So to Fulham as well with the Wobie on the left-hand side. He comes back in, crosses into the box. Van Heck manages to clear. So Spurs beating Burnley by 3-0. Brighton beating Fulham by 1-0, and Sunderland beating West Ham by 1-0. And Quaker, every time I look at the Stadium of Light on our TV screens, it looks all Sunderland.
Yeah, it does look all Sunderland. West Ham are bereft of ideas. Obviously made those changes, hoping to make a change this game. But I look at Sunderland. If they get a 2nd goal, imagine that stadium will be absolutely rocking. It's a long way from home for West Ham. I don't see
what a miserable trip
I don't see them coming back from two goals down. But
Sorry, but Burnley have had a header from a corner again, which has just gone wide. Still Spurs 3, Burnley 0. Swansea have taken the lead against Sheffield United. Sheffield United.
It's 2.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
And it's the big centre half, Dan Ballard, who has given Sunderland their 2nd goal. Look at the limbs of the Stadium of Light. Sunderland 2, West Ham 0. Many, many, many years away from the Premier League, but all of that will be a distant memory now. 2 goals in the second half. Sunderland 2, West Ham 0. They're in absolute dreamland, boys.
That is fantastic.
Incredible.
Great header as well.
Yeah, it's just it's what you can't, what narrative wise, right? You've put Sunderland at home, first game of the season. It's a great result in the Premier League, and Sunderland against West Ham, who you mentioned it, Marcus. They probably looked at the calendar and said, all right, West Ham at home.
Yep, take that.
Let's take that and let's try and get 3 points. It looks like they're well on their way to getting 3 points. I don't see West Ham getting back into this game.
No, absolutely.
And once again, the first goal came from a ball into the box from the left-hand side. This time, it's a Dingra, a beautiful whip ball from the right-hand side. And fair play to Dan Ballard there. The big centre-half is up. He gets in front of Paqueta, probably not the man you want marking Dan Ballard. And again, it beats the goalkeeper down to his right-hand side. Joy for Sunderland. But Graham Potter was under pressure coming into this season. And goodness me, already... I'm already looking at West Ham's next fixture against your boys, by the way, on Friday night. Already feels a big game. More goals going in the Championship. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Stoke 3. And again, just confirmation there. Swansea are leading Sheffield United by 1-0. Sheffield United under Ruben Sellers, losing at home to Bristol City 4-1. Now losing away at Swansea by 1-0. We've got about 20 minutes to go in these games at 3 o'clock up and down the country on talkSPORT Goals.
And you think about West Ham, we were talking about relegation teams earlier on, and West Ham were around that kind of 5-1 mark. Very early days. The price will be suspended right now while the games are being played, but very early days. But it doesn't take much, does it? A couple of defeats. They say in the next game, 2 defeats in a row. Not only does Potter feel the pressure, but suddenly the relegation odds start to shorten and shorten and shorten. And you start to, you're staring down the barrel of a bad start to the season, aren't you, for West Ham? But yeah, 2-0 down West Ham. It's going to take something to come back from this. In terms of the betting on the match, 70-1 to turn it around. The draw's 14-1 at the Stadium of Light. You just can't see Sunderland letting this go now. 15 minutes to go. No. West Ham needs something soon, don't they?
Oh, they're completely out of ideas.
Chance for Solanke. That's really good centre forward play because the ball gets whipped in from the right side, goes back to goal. His first touch is really good to take it under control. His second touch is then really good to be able to create room to get a shot away. But then his shot with his left foot is just dragged wide of the post. Fulham here, Marcus on the attack. played out to Wilson on the right-hand side. Ball into the box, deflected into the goalkeeper's hands. I want to just quickly run through the latest in League One and League Two. Barnsley 1, Bolton 0, Blackpool 3, Huddersfield 2, Bradford 2, Luton 0, Cardiff relegated from the Championship. 3-0 up at home to Rotherham, 1-1 Doncaster Wickham, Leyton Orient 1, Stockport 2, Tom Cleverley in Plymouth continuing to struggle early on, losing away to Lincoln by 3-0. Reading 0, Wimbledon 2, Stevenage 1, Northampton 0, Kevin Nolan in his first season at Northampton, Wigan 2, Peterborough 0, and in League 2, Barnet 1, Millwall 2, Barrow 1, Notts County 0, Bromley 2, Fleetwood 1, Cambridge 1, Harrogate 1, Crewe 1, Crawley 0, Grimsby 1, Newport 1, MK Dons cruising at home to Cheltenham 4 up, Salford 2, Accrington 0, Shrewsbury 0, Colchester 1, Tranmere 1, Gillingham 0. What were the oohs about, gentlemen?
Well, it was a 25-yarder from Brighton, and Bernd Leno, it slipped through his hands, and the spin of the ball has basically stopped the ball going in the back of the net. He got very lucky there because that would have been a howler. But it remains 1-0 to Brighton. But a huge sigh of relief for Bernd Leno and Fulham there, because that's not how you want to start the season with a very cheap one.
Would you a decent shot, wasn't it? Diego Gomez, it was.
He hit it well. But I mean, it was straightforward save from the keeper though.
Team news is in, by the way, in the Wolves-Man City game. Man City go with Trafford in goal. The back four, Lewis, Stones, Diaz, Aït-Nouri. Midfield 2 is Gonzalez and Reinders. No surprise, Haaland leads the line. The 3 behind Haaland, Bob, Bernardo and Doku. So Cherki on the bench, Marmoush on the bench. There's no Foden in the squad. Don't think he's fit. Slightly surprised, either of you guys, that Marmoush and Cherki both on the bench. I mean, trying to guess a Pep team is near on impossible, isn't it?
Not surprised at Cherki. We'll see how he gets. A shot from distance from West Ham goes out for a corner from El Hadj Diouf. It feels strange.
Just call him Diouf.
He just called him Diouf. But yeah, I'm surprised with Marmoush. He's in my fantasy team. I thought he was a banker to play today. He was one of City's better players at the back end of last season, of course, joined in January from Frankfurt. But like you said, Sam, it's hard to select a Pep team. He rotates so heavily. I just don't really see who's going to play where in terms of Bob and Bernardo. Obviously, Doku will hug one of the touchlines, but you lack a bit of width on the other side with Bob and with Bernardo. So we'll see how they line up. But you expect City to beat Wolves.
That's probably what he's thinking. He'll expect to win that game, and therefore maybe he's being a little bit more experimental. Because as you say, you know what Guardiola's like. Maybe he's not sure himself with Rodri not in the side and so on and so forth. But I mean, if you're a Wolves fan, you might look at that and go, I mean, I know Wolves might be a little bit concerned going into this new season, understandably so. But it's the first game of the season. You can catch teams cold.
Is Wolves a decent price?
They're 5-1 to win in that match. I mean, I don't give them any chance really against Man City. I don't really understand the lack of love for City. I understand that they had a bad season last year, and you're hearing people talking about Pep Guardiola. People on one hand say he's the second best manager in the history of the Premier League behind Sir Alex Ferguson. Then people are now talking about him not being able to manage players because they had one bad season. We'll find out, won't we, what they do this season. Sure. I think at 2-1 on, I mean, it's probably in most ACCAs today, and so it should be. They'll go to Wolves, and I think they'll win. I like Rangers to score. I think he's had a good pre-season, 12-5 to get a goal today. He's got good record, shots on target galore. So his goals are good. I think they'll win comfortably.
I think with Man City, the reason why people maybe doubt them this season is the after effects of the Club World Cup, which again people call the glorified pre-season friendly, but when you win it, you're crowned the world champions. But Man City went out to Al Hilal, and it was not a great performance. And then you look at them last season without Rodri in the team, and they went from clearly being the best team in the country to almost dropping out, not almost dropping out the top 4, but they weren't consistent. There was an 11-12 game run where they couldn't win a game, and by all accounts, Rodri's going to be out until September. And so let's see how City look without their Ballon d'Or winner. Of course, any team that loses a Ballon d'Or winner should get worse. But the drop-off was pretty stark from City. And so that's why I think people are doubting them. And they look at the way that Arsenal strengthened and finally got their striker. And look at Liverpool, where the rich have only got richer. They won the league and had an incredible transfer window. And I think City look like the odd team out. People are excited by Chelsea. So I think it's wait and see with City. I don't want to ever rule out Pep Guardiola. I think arguably the greatest manager in the history of football. But this is the first time I think in his career that his team have gone into a season as third favourites, which is unprecedented.
Rebuild. He never has to rebuild normally, does he?
Yeah, he doesn't.
The team's there for him.
Yeah.
Add to it.
He has to build, but you're right. The rebuild is something that we've never seen Guardiola do.
You
Because
don't need another striker when you got. You don't have to buy another striker when you got Haaland, though.
Yeah.
Haaland will always score, won't he? It's like, and he's always odds on to score in these sort of games. But yeah, that's why I'm looking trying to find a bit of value in. It's going to be fascinating to see if these new additions fill the gap. Because Rodri getting injured, it just seemed to decimate the club, didn't it? It's like obviously he's a fantastic player, arguably the best player in the world when he was playing, and you just think that season I think that and all the off the field stuff really had an impact on them. They've become a bit of a laughing stock, Manchester City.
Well, it was that sort of
amongst football fans.
Yeah, it was that sort of 2.5 months, whatever it was that Quakey mentioned, where they looked so vulnerable. And then when they were 3-0 up against Feyenoord in the Champions League, Feyenoord was Feyenoord, wasn't it?
I think it was.
And it was like, whoa, this team. And I was on, talkSPORT goals back then. I'm saying, I think the empire's fallen, kind of thing. And then they go on that run towards the end of the season. They make some signings, and you kind of go, oh yeah. But when Al Hilal beat them, I thought, maybe I'll just double down on this, But there'll be a force. And with Guardiola, he looked exhausted physically last season. He really, really did. And I admire the stamina and the energy of anybody who can make any kind of career at the top level of football and certainly sustain it for that long and be that successful. So, as you say, one of the greatest of all time, one of the greatest men. You don't have to just manage you. What a player he was as well. So it would combine all that together, just such an influential figure. And it's interesting this season for Guardiola at Manchester City, because if he can pull it out the bag and win Manchester City the title, that would cement his... I don't need to cement his... I've just called him one of the greatest men in football. So, the legacy will be there for generations to come. But if he can do that, I think it is yet another, star by his name kind of thing.
Because Ferguson did that.
Yeah.
He rebuilt.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The one thing that we've never seen Guardiola do, because Man City have been so good, he's never had to do it. And with other sides, such as, say, his Barcelona team, well, he kind of moved on, when he did there. So if he can do it, it'd be very, very good indeed. But as you say, I would still have them as third favourites behind Liverpool and Arsenal.
For sure. And also, if you do the Fergie and Guardiola comparison, this is maybe a terrible kind of comparison, but it's like, I don't think Pep needs to get to 13 Premier League titles to be considered the greatest Premier League manager of all time. It's almost like a Luke Littler and Phil Taylor thing. Phil Taylor did it in a different era, right? He won 16 world titles in a different era. And when Ferguson was dominating the Premier League, it was a duopoly, right? The only other teams to break into that were Blackburn in the 94-95 season and Arsenal a couple of times. But Man United were the most dominant force and could always buy the best players. Yeah, that was towards the back end of it. But the 90s was very much dominated by Fergie. And obviously Roman's millions or billions changed everything. Sure. But I think that if Pep goes and wins this Premier League title, this will be the sweetest one for Man City.
I would say so.
It's like people have written you off completely. No one has belief in City, but people believe in Liverpool and Arsenal more. If Pep goes and wins this, all of a sudden it's like...
Do you think that's almost even more a reason as to why he hung around? 100%. Do you think this has inspired him even more to be like, there is no way I'm going out on a low, on not winning
That's what
anything?
Ferguson did.
Yeah, well, he spent double the amount of time at City than he spent at any other club. Bear in mind, he is from Barcelona.
Yeah.
He was only there for 4 seasons. Same as.
You can tell he loves the Premier League, can't you? Loves the challenge.
Nobody leaves the Premier League willingly, apart from if you're Jurgen Klopp. Nobody. You have.
And
to
even then, he'd done nearly 10 years to be fair.
You have to be sacked.
And he won't go back to Barcelona, Guardiola. But it would have to be something very, very specific.
Yeah, for sure.
You're right, and I think. I mean, if we're comparing Ferguson and Guardiola's influence on how the game has been played is by far and away greater than Ferguson's. You see it even at grassroots level. Even when I was still playing 11-a-side, you could see players in grassroots trying to play the Guardiola way.
See Marcus Speller, the number 6, dropping deep in between. The
reason why
getting caught out in front of your own
reason why I could see it was because I was on the bench. I could watch it. I could take advantage.
Sorry to cut. Can we also show some love for that man in our top right-hand corner? Yeah. Look who's coming on for Brighton.
Yeah.
James Milner. The evergreen James Milner, still playing football. Another season in Premier League. absolutely remarkable, isn't it?
I'm wearing the number 20 shirt in tribute to Diogo Jota as well this season, which is a lovely touch. We saw the emotional scenes last night at Anfield, and I think everybody's going to be feeling it, right? There's teammates all over the place. If you think about Jimenez at your boys, he'll be feeling it. And I think this opening weekend they've been touching tributes all over.
Even at the end as well, I thought Salah just standing in front of the coffee tears almost as the fans were chanting his name. It's obviously absolutely tragic what happened, but I thought the tributes yesterday were fantastic, and I'm sure, Quaker, as you rightly said, there's going to be plenty of tributes, I'm sure, throughout different teams as well throughout the course of the season. So we are approaching then. I nearly had my first celebrating a goal that's a replay just then, by the way. I saw you going. I literally thought the Ballard had just scored. If it wasn't Dan Ballard, I thought I was about to shout goal, but it was Dan Ballard. So it remains, as we approach the final 5 minutes of our games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Spurs 3, Burnley 0. Richarlison with a brace for Spurs, and Brennan Johnson as well. Sunderland back in the Premier League. We're having a wonderful afternoon in the sunshine in Sunderland. Mayenda Ballard scoring in the second half. Sunderland 2, West Ham 0, Brighton 1, Fulham 0 was still a score. Matt O'Reilly, the difference from the penalty spot after 55 minutes. Another big goal in the Championship. Preston 2, Leicester 1. Osmajic, who scored last weekend away at QPR, has given Preston the lead again. So Preston 2, Leicester 1. Perhaps a surprising result in the Championship. I'll just bring you the other scores in the Championship. Blackburn leading Birmingham by a goal to 0. The only game that's goalless is Bristol City 0, Charlton 0. Both Bristol City and Charlton winning last weekend. The goalkeeper there at Sunderland has made a really, really good save, tipping over a header from a free kick from the left-hand side. Preston 2, Leicester 1. Sheffield Wednesday losing at home to Stoke by 3-0. Stoke City under Mark Robins, who we know did a really good job at Coventry, are going to go back-to-back victories in the Championship. Swansea 1, Sheffield United 0. That would be back-to-back defeats for Sheffield United in the Championship under their new manager, Ruben Sellers. Watford 2, QPR 1. Watford were leading 2-0. QPR pulled a goal back just before half-time. Wolves Man City's a 5:30 kickoff in the Premier League. Marcus, are you confident your beloved Fulham can maybe find a way back into the game at the Amex?
Not particularly, no. I think that when that penalty was given in the 55th minute, and rightly so, it just had that feeling of, I think that's going to be the only moment. It's been very nip and tuck, not many chances, bit of a stalemate. Even though the game had a nice zip about it here and there, but it is a game where two sides who are reasonably even matched. I think Brighton a touch above Fulham, and last season's league standings would testify to that. It was always going to be close, as these games often are between these two sides, and it just takes that moment where somebody blinks, and it was a clumsy one from Sander Berge who gave away the penalty. Brighton don't look like they're going to give anything up. Fulham just struggling to find any kind of creative spark and ideas. So unless we see, again, another mistake or a piece of brilliance, the game looks like it's kind of petering out for a 1-0 loss. But, hope springs eternal.
I do think that this kind of opening weekend is testament to the strength of, or testament to the benefit of playing at home, right? We haven't seen a single away team score a goal today. And even Newcastle, who had 11 men for the majority of the game against a 10-man Villa team, couldn't break the deadlock. And it's welcome to the Premier League for Burnley, right? All those chances. Defensively, one of the greatest teams we've ever seen in the Championship. Conceded 14 goals in the whole of last season. Conceded 3 today against a Spurs team that haven't been amazing. It's just, it's going to be tough, right? It's going to be tough. And if you don't take your chances in this league, it's going to be very difficult. And you've got to win your home games. And that's what these teams are doing right now. And for Sunderland, using the Stadium of Light as that advantage, where you've got the fans behind.
Playing against bottom half teams at home are where they got to get the majority of their victories, and these are the sort of games they'll be needing to win if they're going to stay up. Also, as well, West Ham have been pathetic. I know they have. Every time I've looked up, it's been Sunderland on the attack. I'm not sure Falkrew was going to score enough goals. Brighton could have a second.
Oh, that was a chance.
It's a shot just gone wide, 1-on-1, and the ball just went wide. It comes back out to Danny Welbeck. His effort though is cleared, so it remains Brighton 1, Fulham 0. It's never good to lose opening day of the season, but for West Ham, Potter under pressure, finishing last season badly, to go to Sunderland and not just losing is one thing. Yeah. But Marcus, they've been pathetic. Yeah, they haven't dominated. They've had no clear-cut chances, lack of creativity. And you look at this West Ham team and you think if it's not Jared Bowen, they've got no chance.
Yeah, totally. I mean, they did create a chance in the first half, which wasn't taken. But I take your point completely that West Ham look like a newly promoted side who don't have many ideas at all. And that's what we said at the start of the game. I said, this is an intriguing fixture because whoever loses this, and if they were to lose convincingly, it'd be one thing for Sunderland to go, right, flipping heck, we're in the big leagues now. We've got to dust ourselves off. But if West Ham lose, it really is a damning loss. Immediately the pressure is just heaped on them. So many West Ham fans I've been speaking to and been reading and hearing, they were concerned about this season. And last season was a write-off for West Ham. Do you really want to go into the season and get that feeling again? In fact, and maybe not even a write-off, worse, a relegation battle. So, we talk about the 3 promoted teams going up and, they're all shoo-ins to go in. You don't want to be that Premier League side where everyone's going, ooh, could you be one of the ones that, gets replaced? That's what it feels like already after this first game, which isn't even finished yet. I mean, it will end up in a Sunderland victory. But really, they have an awful lot of work to do. They don't have the budget to bring in a lot of players. And goodness, what a goal. And what were we saying? I mean, how damning is this for West Ham, but how glorious for Sunderland?
That's a great goal.
Well, that's the difference, isn't it? West Ham have had shots on target, but nothing is incisive as Sunderland. 3-0 on your opening game in the new Premier League season.
Do you get a goal like that, Sunderland? Ball comes forward, and who is it? Isidore on sort of the corner of the box, curls one into the corner. He doesn't do that if it's 0-0. No. I mean, he's under a lot more pressure, you would argue, from the defence. They've not pushed up. But look at the confidence.
I tell you what, yeah.
Look at the way he strokes it into the back of into the corner.
West Ham are obviously pushing bodies forward, so it leaves Isidore with lots of space on the left-hand side. But it's too easy for him to come forward, and he cuts in on his right foot, and he just beautifully curls the ball into the bottom corner.
The goalkeeper, was a new signing for West Ham. Potter wanted a new keeper, right? They get him from Leicester. And he should save that.
That's poor.
He should save that.
I'm a big fan of.
Yeah,
but that was not good.
The shot isn't hit well at all, and goodness me, it just goes over his arm. So not over his hand.
So that is a double whammy for West Ham. The 2-0 down, we were saying this is a really poor result. It goes 3-0, and the one signing they had, who you were talking up, Quaker, maybe one or two think, well, at least we've improved in that position. He makes a mistake. What an awful afternoon.
I tell you,
first day this is for West Ham.
You can imagine, Quaker, the phone-ins at 5:30. There are going to be people that are going to be already talking about Graham Potter's future.
There are black cabbies all over East London, ready to call up Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy to vent about what they think about this football club, because they already weren't having Graham Potter, right? He doesn't strike you as that enigmatic kind of West Ham manager that can get people behind him. I'm really worried for them. And 3-0 against Sunderland in the first game of the season. It feels like the sky's falling anyway when you lose the first game of the season. But this for West Ham is really, really poor.
And good shout on Sunderland. I mean, you've been saying before the game started that you thought Sunderland were one of the 3 who could probably stay up, and they've shown that attacking prowess, haven't they, today? Yeah. They've really gone forward. Absolutely, yeah. The West Ham were pushing forward, but you've got to score the goals. I was interested to see whether Wilson Isidore could do it at this level. He scored goals in the Russian Premier League, and which I know isn't the Premier League, but it's like top level of a country. And I just wondered if he could step up. I'm not saying he's going to get 15 goals like he did then, but showed that he can, he can finish. Goalkeeper mistake, I get that, but what a start to the season for Sunderland.
Just looking at the West Ham team, they play with the back 5. The 2 central midfielders are Ward-Prowse and Rodriguez. Then the front 3 is Paqueta, Bowen, and Fulkrug. Fulkrug, we've got no evidence that he's going to do it in the Premier League. Paqueta's form has dropped off massively. I mean, does it look like, Marcus, that they're going to be so reliant this season on Jarrod Bowen? You then think chasing the game, the players they bring on off the bench, Irving, Wilson, Souček.
Yeah. The thing for West Ham is in terms of how they're going to finish this season. The reason why I say if you're a West Ham fan, you would think, is this already? It's feeling like a bit of a write-off of a season. They have a better squad than at least 3 of the teams in the league.
Yes.
It's all about how do you get some performances from these
Sunderland
players.
fans might disagree with you on that.
Well, maybe. I mean, they've got good evidence to do so. It will now look at people are now staring at the manager and thinking, what can you do? It's going to take an awful lot on the training ground to improve this side. They're not going to start making big signings. They're not in a financial position to do that. Maybe they might get 1 or 2 little deals through the door, but they can't.
If the owners are watching this, they're going to think
Well,
we've got to. We've got no choice, Marcus. Otherwise, it could be relegation.
So Fulham have just missed a sitter right at the end of the game. Kenny Tete.
I've really been pushing it. I've been watching this with with my Brighton pick.
Yeah.
I've been watching this like nervously for the last few minutes, and like Fulham have been pouring it on.
Well, Kenny Tete should have just equalised for Fulham. The ball comes into the box from out left. And look at that, he's all on his own.
No. Didn't expect it to come over, did he?
6-yard box. I mean, it's where you would want one of your forward players, but 6-yard box, free volley. Probably should head it. I mean, he goes for a side-footed volley and he just whacks it over the bar. So,
Going back to Burnley, Sunderland, by the way. I mean, you got Burnley getting beat heavily at Spurs, decent performance. Sunderland winning 3-0.
Yeah.
And suddenly, you think about that magic 35 points, whatever we say it is these days.
Yeah.
Sunderland 3 on the board already. And it's like, I know you're at home against West Ham, but that's all that matters at the end of this day today is that Sunderland are already 3 points on the board. That's a huge start for them, isn't it?
You can see it, Craig. 90 seconds to go at the stadium are like, it's been a long time. And, there's something right about Sunderland just being in the Premier League.
Yeah, 100%. They're a huge football club, man. I think, again, Sheffield United are a big club in their own right, but everybody was supporting Sunderland in that playoff final, and I can understand why, because it's rocking up there, and the North East have been missed. Apart from obviously Newcastle, Borough have been out of the Premier League for a long time, and Sunderland have been out for a long time. And to have another team up in that area, be back in the big time, is huge.
I have to say, I think Fulham have been pretty poor as well away at Brighton for the majority of this game. But in the last 10-15 minutes, they're finally starting to show a bit of urgency. Emile Smith-Rowe just went wide with the shot. Corner comes in. Back post. Rodrigo Muniz off the bench, and in the 96th minute, Fulham equalise away at Brighton. They've been pushing for the last 10 minutes. A corner comes to the back post, and Muniz stabs home, and there's Fulham limbs at Brighton. Marcus Speller.
love it. Come on.
And I'm out of final one standing. Come on. After week 1.
I'll tell you what, to get the first goal of the season in such fashion, get in there. Oh, dear. Poor old Lewis Duncan Co.
You wonder why, it's brilliant. They've been fantastic the last 5 minutes, but you wonder why they've taken this long.
Yeah.
It's been very pedestrian, hasn't it?
It has been. And they had to throw
for 85 minutes, effectively.
Emile Smith-Rowe coming off the bench, I think Marcus helped a little bit.
Well, he did, yeah.
I mean, take control of the game and make things happen.
Yes, absolutely. They've had to throw a bit of caution to the wind, and they've done that. Lovely finish from Muniz. We know he likes a late goal.
Yes, he does.
We remember at Stamford Bridge last season.
He does.
But I'm sorry, mate. That's what we got to cling to. I say to the world champions. But Muniz, a lot of real quality there under pressure. Whacks the ball in. Look at Marcus Silva, absolutely loving it. First point of the season, first goal. And again, what did I say? This game looked like it was petering out for a 1-0 loss to Fulham. But they've been piling on the pressure, as you say. But they had to throw caution to win, which meant that defensively the back door was a little bit open, and actually Brighton had a couple of opportunities which they'll think to themselves, blimey, we should have done better there. But it was all about trying to disrupt. If you can't get a moment of quality and inspiration, then you've got to just try and bombard them and a bit of pinball and get the ball in there. So hurry up, referee, blow your whistle.
We're into the 98th minute, 6 minutes of time added on. 2 results then in the Premier League. Confirmation: Spurs have beaten Burnley by 3-0 with Charlton with a brace and 2 fantastic finishes. Sunderland have beaten West Ham by 3-0, and there is the full-time whistle at the Amex Stadium. So pretty much the final kick of the game. Rodrigo Muniz off the bench, scoring for Brighton, scoring for Fulham. It finishes Brighton 1, Fulham 1. There was one late goal in the Championship. Jay Stansfield equalising for Birmingham away at Blackburn. So that could mean Birmingham back-to-back games unbeaten. I'm going to bring you the full times and up and down the country in the EFL. Blackburn 1, Birmingham 1, Bristol City 0, Charlton 0, Borough 2 up away at Millwall, Preston beating Leicester by 2-1, Stoke 3-0 at Swansea, Sheffield Wednesday, Swansea home to Sheffield United winning 1-0, Watford 2, QPR 1, down into League 1, Barnsley 1, Bolton 1, Blackpool 3, Huddersfield 2, Bradford winning at home against Luton by 2-1, Cardiff flying at home to Rotherham 3-0 up. Draw between Doncaster and Wickham, 2-2 Leyton Orient Stockport, Lincoln 3, Plymouth 2, Plymouth Worth 3 down, Poole 2 back, looks like they're going to lose, Reading 1, Ayers Wimbledon 2, Stevenage 2, Northampton 0, Wigan 2, Peterborough 0, and in League 2, the 3 o'clock full times, Barnet 1, Walsall 2, Barrow 1, Notts County 1, Bromley 2, Fleetwood 2, Cambridge 1, Harrogate 1, Crewe 1, Crawley 0, Grimsby 2, Newport 1, MK Dons, a massive home result for them, beating Cheltenham 5-0, Salford 2, Accrington 1, Colchester Colchester 2 up away at Shrewsbury, and Tranmere 1, Gillingham 1. We've got a couple of minutes to go here on the talkSPORT goal show. Kwaku, Spurs winning at home. Mohamed Kudus, though, very, very briefly, was the best performer for you.
Yeah, it was hard to say that when Carlson scores or Richarlison scores the goals that he scored. But Mohamed Kudus was absolutely electric. He seems like he's got the joy back in this game. At West.
Wonderful player. He was just starved of service, trying to do everything on his own. Paqueta ran out of ideas, so I think they have got major problems. Defensively, they looked all over the place in that second 45 minutes, and I'm sure the questions are going to be asked to Graham Potter when this game's finished.
So Sunderland 3, West Ham 0. Late equaliser for Orient against Stockport 2-2. Late winner for Grimsby in League 2. Late equaliser for 10-man Gillingham in League 2 as well. That's finished 1-1 at Tranmere. Late goal at Ewood as well, Matt Jones.
This is incredible. Blackburn 1, Birmingham 2. They've completely turned this game around, and it's all come from a Blackburn attack. It broke down. There were 21 players in the Blackburn half of the field for a corner. Birmingham cleared it, and they just went for it. Damari Gray carrying the ball down the right-hand side. He squeezed round his man and then put a cross in towards the 6-yard box, where it was poked home by Lyndon Dykes in front of the Birmingham fans, who were going absolutely nuts. That converted in the 98th minute. There is still time for more action here. Still 3 minutes of added time to go. You can hear that on talkSPORT too. But what a comeback from Birmingham. Blackburn 1, Birmingham 2.
And another late goal at the Den, this one, Charlotte Richardson.